What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? I don't know if I'm going to be White Angie today or White Andre, or am I going to be this your pair, this your girl, your pair, or I'm just going to be Angie. I don't know. Whatever. What's good with it? Happy holidays. Shout out to Dr. Martin Luther King. What's going on with it? What's going on? Let me do a check out real quick. Hey, Lady Tig, what's up? Purple, purple. And everybody that's what? Holding on to the wonder. Looking at in now. Yes. So, um, the last couple lives have been very productive. I like to do productive lives. I don't like to do, unnecessary commentary. I don't like to do bullshit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Plus, you know, listen, we have to go live so that other people can have commentary. That's just what we do. I mean, not just me, but a couple of the other ones like Larry, Levi, Dana. We have to go live to give other people commentary because if not, they would die. They would just die. I mean that in the most humble way, but they would die. So it is what it is. But I'm trying to figure out a way of how to get y'all that clubhouse link or what have you, because I want to test it real soon so we can have more of a conversation. With Clubhouse, it allows all us to be in there to talk and whatever, just not so many people on the panel and all of that. And I think y'all can also um type, like in the chat or whatever, but more important, everybody can talk and stuff like that. And if anybody knows how, they be putting the ones from WAC 100 up on YouTube and stuff like that. Yeah. I tested it out the other day with some people, so it works fine. So, but I got to figure out how to get y'all the link, and it allows me to invite y'all through Messenger, whatever. But I don't know all who, all the regular people. I don't want to invite, motherfuckers that I don't fuck with, although they can come in. But I don't know how. I don't want to just hit select all and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they be like, oh, she want to be friends. No, I don't. I just hit select all. That's all I did. So, yeah. So that's what it is. So what's good with it? So, I wanted to really, there are some people's opinions that I put value in, right? I put value in with regards to, certain things, right? So, but right now, I definitely want to highlight the opinions or the arguments of Levi, Sharon Winbush, Just Jazz, and Skylife. Okay. And others or what have you. You know what I'm saying? So I really want to highlight their opinions because they have a strong conviction with regards to this BOP situation and some other things, right? So I'm trying to think on the top of my head. Now, tonight, it will be a lazy night. I will be doing something that I typically don't do. I will be playing somebody else's commentary. I'll stop it as need be. But in that commentary, if you've been around like the Karen J's and all of that, even before I had a channel, I was talking about some of this stuff that you're going to hear. All right. The video I'm going to be playing is from that Patrick Majero guy. I think he's appeared on Sylvia's channel a couple times. He's an appellate attorney, but he's also going to talk about a habeas corpus, right? A writ of habeas corpus, the 2255 that I was talking about. The reason why I want to now, we go ahead because if y'all can look at the previous videos I've done about the writ of habeas corpus and appeals and stuff, you will see that I've already covered this, but I want to give another outlet so that you can understand it a different way. And I may or may not stop it. I probably have to stop it in between because it's not my content, so I don't want to be hitting shit, you know what I'm saying? And but you should recognize some of the language and things that he talks about, you should recognize it. What's up, Hail Mary? Hey, Hammer Time. All right, thank you, Miss Mary. Yes, so and Miss Mary, I give both perspectives, the defense and the prosecution. You have to be fair, and I give the pros and cons of both. Okay, so um, I want to go ahead and start off with what I think the aim is. Now, while you know a defendant normally files both for the appeal and habeas corpus. To keep it simple, I'm going to refer to it as a 2255, right? Refer to it as 2255. And like I explained to you, with the appeals, it's kind of narrow in scope because you can mostly file for when you have issues of the law, issues of fact, and judicial abuse, discretion, things of that nature, right? Something the judge did that would be considered nefarious, right? All of which affected the outcome of the case, right? When I said issue with the law, that means did the judge apply the law correctly? Did they make the proper rulings? When I say issue with the facts, was the evidence sufficient? Was the facts known? And when I say judicial abuse, misconduct, that means did the judge do anything nefarious? But all of which could have affected the case, right? Ineffective assistance of counsel falls in there and all of that, right? So it covers a lot, but it only covers things that are on the record, right? The motions and things of that nature. Everything that's on the record. The 2255 covers everything on the record. You can definitely cover things that's outside of the record, which is considered a collateral attack. You can that will be ineffective assistance of counsel. It can be judicial discretion. It could be a whole bunch of things. It could be a whole bunch of things, right? And what I'm thinking, if the attorney is aware of R. Kelly's claims that he's talking about now, or what have you. What's up, Karen? No. I want to talk, since this whole BOP thing is really, going, whoo, I wanted to talk about that, but I wanted to talk about, just pretty much an extension of our conversation that we had during the last couple lives with Levi and all of us, whatever, how we do. We produce commentary for the people that have none. You know what I'm saying? You know how it works. So, but you have to come out here and kind of straighten it up and make sure everybody understands exactly what's going on. But anyway, so if J-Bo knows, what's going on, if she sanctioned, all of this, I'm going to say, for the purpose of saying that it was a constitutional violation with regards to Mr. Kelly, then although when it comes to the appeal, I don't know how that would be a argument that she could raise. I'm trying to think of it at now. How would she raise this? The BOP email situation. Because all the judge did with regards to that was um, grant her motion to compel, which was to turn it over so it could put in discovery. But that was done in the Chicago, Illinois case. So that wasn't done in the New York case. So I'm not sure how she would handle this whole BOP email thing in with regards to the appeals. How would that fit in to what she can, actually bring up as a legal argument, right? Because it's on the record, but it's on the record in Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. It could be in New York, but I know that it was addressed in Illinois because Illinois, the prosecutors in Illinois said that, you know, it was not of a concern in its instant case, meaning the case that was in Illinois. So, but I don't know if the investigation or what have you is in discovery in the New York case. If it is, then it's on the record. Well, it's not on the record because they didn't bring it up in that trial. So I don't know how, and with appeals, you typically cannot introduce new evidence, especially evidence that was already known at the time of the trial. So I don't know how that's going to work with regards to the New York appeal. I don't know how that works. What I'm thinking that this whole hoopla about the BOP breach and all of that, I think that plays more to the 2255. And that occurs after the appeals have been exhausted, right? So I'm gonna let I'm have a lazy night, right? Because I want the conversation if someone decides to come up and talk, to further it to be more you know how we do it. But I'm going to also read straight from the code, from the US code. So it ain't gonna be too much freestyle unless I just have to, feel like I got to stop and break it down. But like I said, for people that have been around even before I had a channel, I talked about, timely filing and how tolling is a factor when with regards to that. Man, I tell you about the imaginary clock. When I used specifically talked about it when it came to statute of limitations and things of that nature. So when I play this video, you're going to hear some of the familiar terms. So let me play this video. I do not own the rights to this video. I am using it for entertainment and educational purposes only, wherever it is. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. But it's such a good breakdown. And of course, he's an appellant attorney, so he knows. So let me go ahead and put this up. Right, independent I am. Hey, girl, Melanie. Thank you, independent I am. Good, 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 good. Hey, Toya J, Alexander J, how many years? Your time is coming, bitch. Okay. Did someone get Toya's ghetto ass out of here? Because your time is coming now. If it hasn't already come. My time coming for what? When I tell you that mental health treatment, everybody who has insurance, I think, have the option to seek help. You need to get some. Get your ass out of here. Okay, so And I want y'all to focus on this 2255 because I believe that this is more the aim of this whole BOP argument that's going on now.
Another question we get asked all the time here at Hall Scott McGarrow is, what is a habeas corpus petition in federal court?
It's one of my quotes because it's easy to mess up, and it's something that I've been studying for years.
So the habeas corpus laws can be found in Title 28 of the United States Code, and they're found in sections 2241 through 2256. And those laws basically provide for a federal court to issue writ of habeas corpus for people who have been convicted in federal court for federal crimes or people who are convicted in state court for state crimes. Now, both types of federal habeas corpus petitions have to be based on a violation of the rights guaranteed either by the United States Constitution or by federal law. Now, the basic requirements for a federal habeas corpus petition by a person in state custody, that's a person who's been convicted of a state crime, under Title 28 United States Code Section 2254 are, one, that the person must be in state custody. The second requirement is that the prisoner has to first exhausted all possible avenues of relief throughout the state court system. And the third requirement, which is maybe the most important one, is that the federal habeas corpus petition has to be filed within 1 year of the date the conviction becomes final, and that has a specific definition. So the first requirement of custody, which basically means that a person has to be in custody when they are petitioning for a federal writ of habeas corpus when they're in state custody. So people who are on probation, that doesn't count. People who are on parole, it does. The second requirement is exhaustion. So a person has to first appeal their conviction or challenge their conviction in a post-conviction relief proceeding throughout the entire state court system prior to filing a petition in federal court. The issues that person raised in their direct appeal or their post-conviction relief motion must also be based on a violation of a federal constitutional right. In addition, the prisoner has to raise their federal constitutional rights and take it as far as it can go through the state courts. So let me give you an example. A petition relief in the state court and it's denied to a higher court, an attempt to appeal to a higher court. This basically means that the particular federal will need in the federal court and a petition for a prisoner a way to appeal or challenge their conviction. The name of the game is really use it and use your rights or lose them. The third requirement is so the and a conviction, and this has a very directly appeal that conviction to a higher court expires if no appeal is made, or the date on which the last appellate court issues an opinion or judgment affirming the conviction on direct appeal and finally conclude direct appeal. That's those conviction relief, something separate and apart from a
Okay, right there he talked about tolling, just what I just said, right? And I always use the example as an imaginary clock that the courts have, right? And different different things may cause an action to toll, right? You know, like it could be post conviction motions can toll an appeal and things of that nature. It all has to do with timely filing, has to do with statute of limitations, things of that nature, right? So that's what he's talking about. That's something I talked about long before I had a channel, right? Like some people don't know that, you can actually waive your rights to a speedy trial. You know, so tonight be just like little things like that. But I wanted to get more technical into it because I see this whole BOP thing is picking up steam. And I think people are trying to lay it at the feet of the appellate court, which JB is a very skillful attorney, so she maybe I know how to work it in there, but I definitely see this falling on a 2255, which is a writ of habeas corpus. So let's continue.
Watch. Certain events will start the clock ticking and certain events will freeze the clock. So, for example, let's say a defendant is convicted after trial, files a direct appeal to the state's intermediate appellate court, and in the direct appeal, he raises 4 basic claims of error, 3 of which are based on violations of federal constitutional rights, and 1 which is based only on state law. The intermediate appellate court affirms the judgment of conviction, and I'm just going to give a fake date of March 1st, 2018. That defendant then appeals to the state Supreme Court in a timely fashion, but the state Supreme Court affirms a conviction on June 1st, 2018. Now, that conviction is now, quote unquote, final, and the 1-year statute of limitations for the federal writ of habeas corpus starts to run. And think of it as like a stopwatch. It's counting down from 365 days. So let's say that same defendant then files a timely and properly filed, 2 requirements, timely and properly filed motion for post-conviction relief in the state court on July 1st, 2018. So that's 1 month after the conviction becomes final. And let's say that motion raises 2 claims. One based on a violation of federal constitutional rights, which is almost always going to be ineffective assistance of counsel. And let's say that the other claim is only based on state law. Because the post-conviction relief motion was timely and properly filed, the 1-year statute of limitations is told or suspended while that motion is pending. 30 days have already gone by. That's water under the bridge, and that's deducted from the 365 days. So let's say that motion for post-conviction relief remains pending for 1 month until August 1st, 2018. Then it's denied, and the defendant then timely is the key, appeals that post-conviction relief to the state appellate court, which denies the appeal another month later on September 1st, 2019. And let's just say because of the law in this particular state, they only give you 1 appeal for your post-conviction relief motion. That ends all of his appeals in the state court. So now the defendant has fully exhausted the 3 federal constitutional claims he raised in the state appellate court on his direct appeal and fully exhausted the 1 federal constitutional claim that he raised in his post-conviction relief motion. Now that defendant can take his 4 claims to federal court and petition for a writ of habeas corpus under 28 United States Code Section 2254. Now, the deadline to file his federal habeas corpus petition is going to be August 1st, 2019. If he files on or before that date, the federal court will listen to his claims of federal constitutional error. If he files after that date, the entire habeas petition will probably, Lord knows I've run into this many times. Some lawyers like to add an additional 90 days to the 1-year statute of limitations based on the time that you're allowed to appeal to the United States Supreme Court in a direct appeal. This is sometimes a possibility, so that means sometimes you can get 1 year and 90 days. But there's a lot of exceptions to that rule. And I personally do not rely on that extra 90 days unless it's absolutely necessary, because if you fall within one of those exceptions, you're going to lose. And it's always better to use less time than's allowed. Otherwise, you're taking an enormous risk and probably an unjustified risk. So let's say the federal court grants a petition for writ of habeas corpus under 28 United States Code 2254. It will order that the state prisoner either be released or the conviction be vacated and that person granted a new trial, and usually set a specific and short time frame. Now let's kind of switch gears and talk about federal habeas corpus in for people convicted in federal court of federal crimes. And they don't actually call it a writ of habeas corpus anymore. They call it a motion to set aside or vacate. And that is under 28 United States Code Section 2255. Again, the basic requirement is that petition must be filed within 1 year of the date that the federal conviction becomes final. And the same definition for final applies, except in this case, it's the federal appellate court that decide the direct appeal, not the state appellate court. And a 2255 petition, as we call it, for a person in federal custody, can be based on a violation of a federal constitutional right, a violation of a statutory federal right, a lack of jurisdiction, or an illegal sentence. And if the federal court grants a petition under 28 United States Code Section 2255, again, it can vacate the conviction, dismiss charges, amend the sentence, reduce the sentence, correct the sentence, order a new trial, or grant other relief. And that's the basic way that a writ of habeas corpus goes in federal court.
Another question we get asked all the time here at Hall.
All right, thank you, y'all. So, child, so can somebody get Toya, one of Cuckoo's fans? Lord have mercy. Child, go find somebody to play with. See, this is what I'm talking about with the ignorance or whatever. Now, you know I'm not going to address you anymore, honey. Why are you mad now? You could continue to be mad, okay? Because it keeps going. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You can always come see about it. Let me know how you want to arrive. All right? Anyway. Let me see if I can get you from this side. And since you want to talk about Dana J, shout outs to Dana J. What's good with it, Dana? What's good with it? How about that? So, anyway, now, the reason why, if you are and the question, I couldn't put this in there, but one of the questions I wanted to ask, particularly the R. Kelly fans, is how long are y'all going to stick around? Meaning, how long are y'all going to be in this fight? All right? Because the 2255, right? That comes in after the appeal. So it's going to be a minute. You're going to be here a minute. All right? You are going to be here a minute. Okay. You're going to be here a minute. So the good thing about 2255 is that the court must approve or deny. Okay? They must approve or deny. Either way. It can't just be like the appeals court and just, whether, you have to wait on whether or not they're going to decide to hear it, to take it up or not or whatever, right? With the 2255, they have to, right? And they have to either approve or deny it. And if there is information that is new issues that the attorney is raising, right? Which, when I say new issues, that issues that wasn't already raised, they have to hear it. All right? They have to hear it. Okay, I'm putting it in the thing, Levi. So, with that being said, I want to know how long, are y'all willing to hang on in there, whatever? Because shit, you lost a few when R. Kelly came out to speak about the shit. So I want to know, can you hang on in there? Can you hang on in there? How long will you wait? So there are some, and I want to read this straight from the U.S. Code, right? I'm not fucking around tonight. I want to read it straight from the U.S. Code because I don't want to leave nothing out. And I want to make sure you guys understand this. So I'm gonna put the U.S. code up here, and I'm gonna read directly from the U.S. code. There's gonna be very little freestyling. I've gone over these things before. However, I want to be a little more technical about it tonight because I believe this is what this whole build up is going to lead to a 2255. I'm not saying that, because, we already know she's going to address the appeal because, by 3/8/2023, because that's when she told the appellate court that she'll have her perfect briefing. But right now, I believe that the issues that are being raised now are more suitable for 2255. So let me put it up. And again, if y'all have been around here hanging, we already talked about this. So let me put this up. And I think this is, you ain't going nowhere? Well, I know you ain't. I already know that. But let me put this up. And see, and what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get y'all to think about y'all best chance. And if you are on Team Lock 'em Up, I want you to think, do they have a chance with some of the roads that they're trying to take? Okay. That's why I named those people that I want to address some of the things that they say. So as you can see, of course, this little mark, if y'all remember, means section. When you see them twice, that means sections. Okay. So this is 2255 federal custody remedies on motion attacking sentence. Well, before I do that, let me scroll up a little bit. I don't like the internet, so I like to, I like the stuff that I know that's entered in here correctly, right? Let me go here. Who popping up on me? Hold on.
I'm listening. Go ahead, Ms. Walker. I'm
Okay.
I'm learning. I'm learning.
All right.
As
All
JoJo
right.
was saying, I'm learning. Still learning. I'm learning. Go ahead.
Still learning. Okay. So first of all, the application, okay? The application of writ of habeas corpus shall be in writing, signed and verified by the person for whose relief it is intended or by someone acting in his behalf. Now listen, okay, let the lawyer do this, okay? You and R. Kelly can do it, but let the lawyer do this. I don't want y'all doing shit, okay? I'm just telling you. All right, it says it shall allege the facts concerning the applicant's commitment or detention, the name of the person who has custody over him, and by virtue of what claim or authority, if known. It may be amended or supplemented as provided in the rules of procedure applicable to civil actions. If addressed to the Supreme Court, justice thereof, or a circuit judge, it shall state the reasons for not making application to the district court of the district in which the applicant is held. So what that means is it needs to go back to the trial court first. If not, then you need to tell why you didn't. Right. So that's the application. And Attorney Majera, what he was talking about when he gave you the sections, these are the sections that the writ of habeas corpus falls in between, right? So and when he said on 2254, I told you before, that's the state. 2255 is what we're dealing with now. That is the feds. Okay. So that's it's pretty much the petition, the writ. And we're gonna go to 2255. So you can see where your claims, what you're saying, R. Kelly, how he was violated or why he should get a new trial, amended sentence, suspend, whatever, acquittal, whatever. All right. Says federal custody remedies on motion attacking a sentence, because a habeas corpus is a motion, right? It's not an appeal, it's a motion. All right. And on this, you can raise collateral attacks, which means things that weren't on the record. Okay. So that would definitely fall, that would be the BOP situation. You can also raise ineffective assistance of counsel, the other stuff that she did not talk about in her acquittal, or I don't know if she did it on acquittal or a new trial. Those things, some of the stuff that Levi says out here, some of the stuff that Sharon says out here. Okay. All right. It says a prisoner in custody under sentence of a court established by act of Congress claiming the right to be released upon the ground that the sentence was imposed in violation of the Constitution or laws of the United States, or that the court was without jurisdiction to impose such sentence, or that the sentence was in excess of the maximum authorized by law, or is otherwise subject to collateral attack, is what I just said, may move the court which imposed the sentence to vacate, set aside, or correct the sentence. As you heard, Mr. Majero, he is a seasoned appellate attorney, so he deals with a lot of the post-conviction remedies all through, appeals and things, right? So they refer to the 2255 as motions to vacate or set aside in the feds now. It says, unless the motion and the files and records of the case conclusively show that the prisoner is entitled to no relief, the court shall cause notice thereof to be served upon the United States attorney, grant a prompt hearing thereon. So what I'm saying is, they have to address this one way or the other. All right. It's not like the appeals, which is selective. Okay. This is, they got to approve it, grant it, or if they're talking about new things that did not happen in the trial, that it wasn't raised in the trial court, new evidence, old evidence, ineffective, and pretty much any type of argument you can freestyle, they have to set a date for a hearing, right? So J-Boy is going to pencil whip it to force them to do what? Do something with this, right? So most likely get in front of them so she can work her, her pizzazz, right? Yeah, something to say, Levi?
Absolutely. Yeah, first let me say that I've been taking notes, and you should change your channel to the R. Kelly University of YouTube.
Are you so
Because
crazy?
what we discuss over here is so educational and it's so enlightening. And it's sad, but it's just sad that my cousin did not have this kind of thinking machine. Had all of the other channels, or at least half of them, shit. Had they approached it from how you approach it, he would have been much farther ahead. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Walker, I'm going off the top. Habeas corpus is Latin for produce the body of or present the body of.
Right.
Now, Ms. Walker, you may think I'm joking. I remember that from middle school. Middle school.
Oh, wow.
I remember, as my right hand to the Most High God, I remember habeas corpus and the teacher saying it means present the body of or produce the body of. That's one. And I say that because, and I think JoJo would agree, that when you are academically astute, someone such as yourself, in order to bring your audience along, and I hate to say this with all due respect to these people out here, you have to define and explain shit to them. When you say habeas corpus, as I'm watching this, I remember in middle school what it means, but they may not. No disrespect to them. no disrespect to the ones who want to learn, who want to be educated, who want to broaden their horizons intellectually. So it means produce the body of, or present the body of, I'm paraphrasing, meaning I don't care what has transpired. If this evidence has surfaced, or now we, in other words, if a camera shows who really robbed the bank, the person could have been sitting there for 10 damn years. And if a camera shows what, or DNA confirms it wasn't that person, then it's a habeas corpus, is a motion to produce the body of that individual. The actual citizen must be produced. Now, I want you to compare, Ms. Walker, what the gentleman, the attorney, just spoke about. Well, first, let me go back. When it says habeas corpus, when you heard Ms. Walker reading it, the gentleman it was explained that the prisoner or anyone could file that motion with the court, which I would never do. But it tells you that when you said that, it speaks to how the average citizen has say-so when it comes to their loved one, especially. The average citizen, if he or she is legally minded, he or she does have some say-so under the Constitution. You have some input under the Constitution. Now, only a fool, I would have to be insane to try to file a motion of habeas corpus for my cousin. But check this out, y'all. In a sense, I have. When y'all were making fun of me 8-9 months ago, and people were saying, well, first of all, you can't present nothing to those attorney disciplinary boards and this, that, and the third. I understood as that man's cousin, as a citizen, I had the right to alert these various, I'm not going to say how many, disciplinary boards, attorney disciplinary boards, as to what I observed, what I believe to be malfeasance and ineffective counsel, things of that sort. But however, the ball must be carried in by his legal representative. So let's not get it twisted. What I spoke about 8 or 9 months ago, I was raised up top. I don't tell people my business. But if you compare what Ms. Walker just talked about as it pertains to habeas corpus, and you go back 8 or 9 months when I was explaining what I was doing, no one can tell me that once these decisions come back from these various attorney disciplinary boards, and one of those decisions, the wheels of justice turn slow. But if one of those boards say without a doubt, we find that this attorney or that attorney, the fact that they were in close connection with, either co-opted or was colluding with or whatever, criminals who were committing federal crimes to that in turn undermine the defendant's case, you can't tell me that that's not going to have no bearing down the line. The attorney just explained it. He said, well, you must first exhaust taking it to a higher court. But it all comes down, I'm going to be quiet and let Brother Jojo speak. It all comes down to what I said the last time we were all on here, and that is, there is a such thing as legal recourse in America. And I'm going to say this also to Brother Jojo and Sister Angie. I've wasted a lot of years trying to appeal to and speak to and explain to people who just ain't got no goddamn sense. Who, I got to keep it what it is. Who really, as they said in middle school, those who made it to middle school, those who made it to middle school, as they sat there, they were not trying to absorb the lessons. I was. So the woman comes on, Toy Lady or something, telling you your days are limited. Miss Walker, she say your days are count your days. We gonna come kill you because you educated and you got. Yeah, for what? We your days are numbered. We coming to kill Miss Walker because she's educated, because she's intelligent. You understand? I'm trying to tell you what it is. These people become offended and have hatred in them for individuals like us.
Yeah.
No, no, no. Let me explain. Let me tell you something. I grew up on a block. We knew we was classy, Ms. Walker. Hey, we knew we was. Listen, we knew we was classy. We did, and them niggas hated us because of our class. And this is what I've experienced on YouTube, where they hate you because we speak words. Brother Jojo speaks words. Sister Angie speaks words that they have to fucking Google.
Ah.
So why would you be mad at us? And then I've heard people say that we try to talk that way. Shit. You ask anybody that's ever known me, and I'm quite sure with Brother Jojo and Sister Angie, people know who knew you 10, 20, 15, 30 years ago and tell you, well, she's always talked like that. He's always talked like that. But they try to act like we come on here with a facade or trying to pretend we're intelligent. Fuck you mean? I've been speaking like this. And you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry, Jojo, but listen now. You can't, so I'm supposed to dumb myself down for these niggas? I'm supposed to use a lesser, less defined word to please these niggas and try to relate to these niggas?
You know what's crazy about that? And I'm not going to, spend a lot of time.
Jojo, do your echo. Do your echo.
I got echo. Hold on. I'm going to come back. I'll be back. Hold on.
Yes, sir. But I've never done it. I'm going to let Jojo speak, but I've never dumbed myself down. I speak the way I speak. You understand what I'm saying? You back, Brother Jojo?
No, not
I guess
yet.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, the woman said she told Ms. Walker, your days are numbered.
For what now?
Count your days.
Boy, I'm like, honey, boy, they hate that you continue to breathe and keep moving.
Count your days.
Ah, you crazy ass, get your ass on.
Niggas want to kill me because my cousin came out and said I was his cousin. Now they want to kill me. Now, goddamn, what did I do?
Yeah. Yeah, they want to kill you.
And several want to kill him.
Yeah.
They want to kill him because he said I was his cousin, Jesus Christ. Then I heard that I was sleeping with Selena Johnson. She was my cousin. I don't know what, man, these people come up, they talk about me now more, Ms. Walker, than they talk about me more than R. Kelly. These people are sitting there talking about Levi. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, please find something else to do. Like, what in the hell? Say whatever you want to say, justify it, just to get the hell on.
Absolutely.
Oh, what's good with a cookie? Yeah. Jojo, you got it fixed?
I did it in a ghetto way.
No, go ahead. I'm working on it.
Go ahead, brother.
No. Keep speaking. I'm working on something. Go ahead.
Okay.
I did it in a ghetto way, but I was hoping that Miss Walker could explain. I did it in a ghetto way, but maybe Miss Walker would resonate more with the people if she explains what habeas corpus really means. That's all I'm saying, Miss Walker. You got to walk some of these people through this shit. Because once they lose interest, they like, oh, I don't know what they talking about. Could you explain habeas corpus, please, Ms. Walker?
Right. So that pretty much means that they're asking the who's ever detaining Mr. Kelly to bring the body forward, right? To see if this is a lawful detainment, to see if his sentence should be modified, see if there was any violation to his rights, things of that nature. That's why I thought, while she did file an appeal, okay? But like I said, the appeals are narrowed in scope. So you can only talk about, things that were on the record and so on and so forth, right? But when you're talking about a 2255, that widens the argument, okay? And that also means that now they have to address it some way or the other. They're either going to deny it or grant it, or and if there is, and that's based on the brief that they submit, right? And then
Yes.
if there's new information that wasn't on the record. When I say on the record, that means discussed in court during the trial, before the trial, or what have you. It's on the record, right? The transcripts and all that, right?
Yes.
There's new information, such as this argument with BOP, although we, heard about it then, but it's not on the record, so it would be pretty much a new argument. Things that she didn't bring up, they must hear it, okay? Because
Yes.
like I said a long time ago, normally when an attorney files something about violation of somebody's constitutional rights, civil rights, and whatever, they tend to look at that more seriously and say, okay, we better, it's better for us to look at this than just to dismiss it. You know what I'm saying? Because it could be, it could be a fallout for doing that. So anyway, but I wanted to kind of focus more on this. Of course, if y'all go back, I've done videos about this process too, but not this detailed. And I want to take it directly from here so you can see, so you guys can see where your argument may fall, and hopefully you'll see that your emotional arguments, it has no place within the law. It does nothing. It does nothing to help get this man out or keep him in. That's just basically the truth. Giving the titties back and all of that.
Absolutely.
This is okay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know
Well,
what to
that's
tell
why
you.
I never engaged in it ever. You ain't gonna
Right.
find one video of me engaging in that kind of behavior.
Absolutely. Let me ask you, is it an echo still?
Yeah, I
If
hear
it,
something in the background. Do you
Uh
okay,
have
huh.
I
the
know what it
TV
is. I know
open?
what it is. I got you.
Okay.
But
So let
go
me.
ahead and finish educating us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Levi. Thank you so much for your cause y'all know I'm real shy too. Anyway, so B says unless the motion and the files and records of the case conclusively show that the prisoner is entitled to no relief, the court shall cause notice thereof to be served upon the United States Attorney, grant a prompt hearing thereon, determine the issues, and make findings of fact and conclusions of law with respect thereto. If the court finds that the judgment was rendered without jurisdiction, or that the sentence imposed was not authorized by law or otherwise open to collateral attack, or that there has been such a denial, infringement of the constitutional rights of the prisoner as to render the judgment vulnerable to collateral attack, the court shall vacate and set the judgment aside, and shall discharge the prisoner or resentence him or grant a new trial or correct the sentence as may appear appropriate. Okay. So that's why if you are an R. Kelly supporter, this is very important. I don't want to put this, I don't want to put this to say that this is more important than the appeal in his situation. But to me, for his situation, this would be the best vehicle. Okay, this would probably be the thing about it is it's going back to Judge and Donnelly, but it still has some type of a it still is subject to review and things of that nature. So this is I think this is more or less where she will probably not. When I say hit a home run, I don't mean that he'll be released based on this, but I believe that she will prepare a brief that would be so impressive that it would be like it would strike at your, if you have any type of legal or any, if you uphold the Constitution and things of that nature, she's going to write a brief that's going to strike at the heart of that. So I mean, I would look out for this 2255 or a motion to
Yes. Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. You just said something that I don't
Mhm.
want people to lose sight of. When Miss Walker was reading that, She says something that speaks to the heart of the matter, and that is you read was not authorized by law. It didn't say was not authorized by the prosecution, was not authorized by the judge, the Supreme Court, no, was not authorized by law.
Correct.
So when I say or said to the grown man and he's somewhere hiding and scared because him, and I'm gonna say this to I'm trying to Oak Cove, grown man and all of them, they understand when they're dealing with Levi, someone believes that, and first of all, in the rule of law, and I believe whenever there's a will, there's a way. And if you remember the last time grown man was on here, and he can jump on here if he want to defend himself, he was trying to trivialize it. You trying to tell me that they're gonna let him out? They're gonna let him out. And I said, you talking nigga talk. You talking nigga talk. I don't engage in nigga talk, especially when it comes to this. I engage only in what is applicable or non-applicable according to the law. What did I say from day one on Levi for Kelly? My cousin, I do not agree with most of his moral decisions, but I'm not concerned with that. I'm only concerned with the legal aspect of his cases. So I just wanted to bring that to light when you said was not authorized by law. Not laws, but law. That is so important. Also, I want to say this also, because it kind of gets up under my skin a little bit when I hear people refer to 60% of those on YouTube as being R. Kelly supporters. Yes, I may sound judgmental, but when you look, I have a problem, to be honest with you, with people, not you, but people titling people R. Kelly supporters. If you are an R. Kelly supporter, the Pap smear lady and all the terrorists, if you are an R. Kelly supporter, what the fuck are you talking about Levi for? If you're an R. Kelly supporter, you should be focused on R. Kelly. Why are you focused on he and his cousin's relationship or who Levi is? So I just wanted to caution you when you say R. Kelly supporters, because a lot of people mistaking these people for R. Kelly supporters. What you just talked about 2 minutes ago. You cannot be an R. Kelly supporter talking about give those boobs back and get that ass back, sodomizing Azriel Clary, attacking her family, emotionally, launching out at the female alleged victims and the accusers. You're not an R. Kelly supporter. A true R. Kelly supporter is only concerned with the legal aspects of what he's being charged with. Will emotions enter into the picture? Without a doubt. I've done videos why I have became emotional. I've launched attacks, not to that extent, but I had to pull back. If you notice, I did a video about 3 weeks ago attacking Tim Savage. You don't see that video up no more because I didn't leave it up there for 24 hours. I took it down because I said things in the video that were designed to make him feel a certain way. I don't get down like that. That's not my character. I talked about Cass Jones and did you screw Cass like that, bro. That's not even me, for one. For two, I took it down because that is my cousin's fiance's father, flat out. And I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna come out of myself and be somebody else for YouTube. So that's all I wanted to do is like caution you as it relates to R. Kelly supporters. R. Kelly, no, I'm not saying that there are some real decent R. Kelly supporters, but you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. If you are a true R. Kelly supporter, you're not talking about Miss Walker, your days are numbered. Your days are limited. What the fuck is that? You are R. Kelly supporter, and you talking about killing Miss Walker, but you are. Why you want to kill Miss Walker?
Yeah, like what? Okay. All
Shit.
right, great. Please let me know. Lord have mercy. That's crazy. Like,
Miss
listen,
Walker.
I mean, don't get mad at me. And listen, people, and I, sweet tooth, you can stay or whatever. But let me say this to all y'all that has got all wrapped up into, what R. Kelly said about who's kin to him and all that type of shit. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Say this, and this probably gonna sting even worse. He could have called out a whole bunch of other people's names. But look at the names he called out to and how he referred to them as. What you mad for? Shit, I don't get it.
Okay, let me ask you. Can y'all hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I got this board in here I'm working on, man. This shit is crazy, man. This motherfucker got like shit. What they say, 100 devices working in it.
Right.
See, that bullshit. But y'all go ahead. I'm finna come right back in.
Hey, hey, Jojo, you need Rob over there to help you with that board.
Yeah,
now. You
man.
need Rob over there
board,
now.
Man, yeah. It'd be like, nigga, what you doing?
Yeah, he don't on boards and shit. That's a fact. That's a fact.
This board is a motherfucker, man. I just got this board.
Yeah, I sat there and bought that damn board.
It's a beast. It's a beast. But when I mastered that motherfucker,
that's what's up.
We Capricorn.
That's what's up.
We Capricorn. We gonna master that motherfucker.
That's deep.
Yeah, man. But man, to kind of like expound on what y'all saying, I don't want to get into that legal aspect of it because the way I look at it from the legal standpoint, I put my little spin on it, and it is what it is because I'm not legally astute like that to really go into the legalities of it. But I know how they put these laws together to predicate what they want to be heard and said, especially to the ignorant ear, such as myself. If I wasn't well traveled, I would pick up exactly what they're saying and believe it as such. But see, I'm wise enough to understand these people put these laws together on purpose, not to try to sway what we're talking about and what you guys was talking about to take it in another direction. But I understand it. And it's hard when you're trying to get someone to look at something from your lenses. But, it's like you can't ask nobody to tell you anything about somewhere you have traveled and seen, and they haven't. So
yes, sir.
It gets real tricky. That's when it gets real tricky, man. And I'm sitting back listening to you guys, and I'm just absorbing it all in. So I'm good with that. Go ahead.
Yes.
I want y'all to
and let me say this to JoJo. You're needed. You're needed. Before I even came in Angie's channel, I would hear y'all exchanges, and I would be cracking up laughing because JoJo would take a common sense approach. And like he just said, he understands that the laws and all of that were not set up for us. The law itself, just like on a dollar bill, the Constitution and all that shit, all sits on a table with four legs. The foundation is what's on your dollar bill. E pluribus unum. E pluribus, that's Latin. E pluribus unum. From many comes.
Now, where you want to do that to? Okay, go ahead. Because you know what I'm saying. And it's gonna get wild. See, she get wild. She gets wild.
From e pluribus unum.
Speak on it.
From many comes one. Now, for many of what? Bring us your tired. Bring it. All that shit they talk as if this was set up for the darker people of the world, or y'all come now. E pluribus unum is clear. From many European countries come one. It's for us. Our laws and everything else is for us. And if that were not so, Abraham Lincoln wouldn't have said, if the Negro remains. Now, Honest Abe, I ain't gonna give him no history lesson, but Abraham Lincoln probably was the best president ever because he spoke it what it is. And that is, I would suggest that the Negro go back to Africa and we will facilitate that, because if the Negro remains here, he will always be treated as a second, third, fourth, fifth grade citizen. Okay, so that means if E pluribus one don't apply to us. So JoJo, you're needed. Listen, guys like JoJo, I've always said this. I think Barack Obama was the most brilliant president ever. But he needed a JoJo. He needed a Levi. Why? What JoJo always reminds Angie of, and that is that education, how it's set up, when you acquire knowledge from the higher halls of academia, is designed to intoxicate you. It's designed to make you drunk. And I've seen Sister Angie, who's brilliant, but I've seen her intellectually drunk at times. Ain't that right, JoJo? I've seen that.
Hey, no. I was on mute because I would let you speak. Absolutely. And I'm speaking on that. And what's so interesting about that is when I put it in a concept to try to get her to understand it, sometimes I can come off abrasive because I'll be like, God damn, y'all don't see this shit? You don't see this shit? You know what I'm saying? And it comes off like I'm not in a teaching form to kind of break it down.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
I've seen it so much. I've seen it so much to the point where I understand the persuasion of it. I understand what it's designed to do in such a systematic format that these people that's listening to it wouldn't like. And this is no denigrating on anyone that's listening to this live. I'm not here to try to talk down on people. I'm here to try to talk up on people. But sometimes our people need to be talked down to in order to lift themselves up, because they got to understand where it's coming from. And I've always came from a form and a stance of, I'm going to try to figure this shit out. You know, they go study this, I'm going to study this. And I'm going to study it in such a different way from how they're not giving it to us for as academic achievements. Like they're going to put it in a book. No, these people are pervasive in what they do shit. They hide it out of the book. They want to see if you're going to go either farther. Because, see, here's the thing. I'm going to teach you what I know in order to help you make me achieve where I'm trying to go. But you're not going to know how to take exactly what I'm teaching you to make you grow. And that's the shit they keep out of the books. You dig?
Right.
Real shit.
Right.
What's going on
Sweet
this
Tooth, let me say this. Sweet Tooth, sweetheart, I don't even look at the chat. But you,
Yeah,
sweet,
look at that chat,
I don't, but I have to
that
say this to
motherfucker
Sweet Tooth.
murderous,
Sweet Tooth,
man.
Sweet Tooth, you're gonna have to take you some fucking Xanax. You're gonna have a drink, smoke a blunt, Sweet Tooth. You are going to have to get over it. The man said publicly, I'm his cousin. The man said that there's a guy named Levi, my cousin, who I'm very close with. I'm very close to. You are gonna have to, Sweet Tooth, or whatever who you are, whatever terrorist you are, you can sit for the next 10 years. Y'all can go on these blogs and talk that shit all day. But while you're talking that shit, I am brainstorming with my cousin. When y'all was talking that shit 2-3 years ago, I just got off the phone or was on the phone with my cousin. So you, Sweet Tooth, as opposed to trying to figure out how Levi is related to R. Kelly, you need to figure out who your baby's daddies are. Which one is it? On some serious shit. I'm gonna say some ghetto shit. These motherfuckers sit and fuck different niggas and don't know who the daddy is, but you worried about me and my cousin's relationship. take your kids down there and get a goddamn DNA test to get some definite conclusion and shit, so you'll know who the baby's daddy is and leave Levi the fuck alone on some serious shit. Because all y'all do is sit and talk and talk and talk. The man said I was his cousin. Can't you let it go? He said I'm his cousin. But you gonna what? Tell him I'm not? Don't worry about it. I don't sit here and talk my business and talk about my family tree. Listen, the reason why I don't discuss my family tree, because if a nigga climb up it, he gonna fall forever. Listen, I want to be clear on this. I don't discuss my family tree when you have people who are connected with law enforcement, claiming to work for the DOJ, claiming to be investigators who have ties to rogue law enforcement. I don't discuss my family tree. But by happenstance, if they ever find my family tree and they climb up that family tree, trust me, they gonna fall forever. This is life. No, on my mama. This is life and death, sweet tea, sweet tooth, whatever your name is. This is life and death. Get over it. God damn. I thought the man. I said when the man came out and said my cousin Levi, y'all was gonna leave me the fuck alone. Hey, they didn't doubled up. They didn't lost their goddamn minds. But when it's all over, sweet tooth, I'll give it to you. I'll provide you with the birth certificates, the family tree, and everything when it's over. But right when my cousin comes home and he's sitting next to me in my studio right here, sipping on some Hennessy, we'll break it down to y'all, sweet tooth, and then perhaps you can sleep at night and relax. Don't worry about it. Right now, don't worry about it. But Jojo, I'm sorry to get off on that, bro. Everything you said is absolutely correct, bro. And that is not made for us. But I would say this. When they constructed the Constitution, they said, not thinking about us though, but they said, we set it up so that we may move towards a more perfect union, meaning that they acknowledged that it had not been perfected. So yes, we must look, we must search, we must seek, we must find those treasures. Find those treasures. Because we talked about it the last time, Brother Jojo, how Satan works. What did I say? We talked about this the last time we were on here. And that is Satan, his power, the reason why God allows him to have dominion and power is because God said to Satan, you have to put the truth in everything that you do. But if you want to hide the truth, hide the truth. But the truth must be in it. And the truth, that hidden treasure is what Miss Walker just read when it says was not authorized by law. Mm-hmm. The average black person ain't gonna read that shit. Right. If they did, the average black person ain't looking for the treasure. Let me be quiet and let y'all talk, because I just be talking.
No, you head on point, because see, this is very unpopular. And see, when I speak on this kind of talk, man, people think it, they look at me like I'm just, trying to make myself above approach. That's not it. I understand how it's put together. It is so hard to try to convey this over to the average people, the average person rather, and allow them to see it from a standpoint that I'm not trying to converse them to switch over. Just look at it from this way. And if you see something that works for you, use it. Throw the rest of it out. Throw the rest of it out, because I'm not here to try to switch nobody over and say X, Y, Z. No. See, and here's another thing. This is not to switch topics, but I have to go here because it looks on a surface level like I'm trying to convert somebody over from their belief system. I'm not trying to convert nobody from over shit. I told you, I'm Rob, 4 flat tires without the spare. I'm not even tripping on that. So someone would ask me, well, how you can have a conversation with Boom Boom and Boom Boom feel this way about your bro? That's Boom Boom's feelings. You dig? I'm not worried about that shit because that is for a simple frame of a mind thinking to allow that to take them in somewhere. I can't change Boom Boom thoughts, and we already acknowledged that. I fuck with Boom Boom for something totally different, not her standpoint on Rob. I fuck with Boom Boom because Boom Boom probably had me laughing at the end of the day when I'm having a bad day. But her stance on Rob has nothing to do with why I fucked with her. So I had to put that out there because I already see this shit, man. This is some crazy shit, man. I've never seen nothing like this in my life, man.
New Black.
No, y'all laughing. Y'all motherfuckers laughing.
Let New Black jump in now.
But no, this is some crazy shit, man.
New Black.
The Holy Ghost and 5 more.
What's
Yes.
up?
Nothing much. How you doing, Miss Walker?
What's up, New Black?
I'm fine. What's going on, New Black?
New Black, how you doing, brother?
Good. How you doing, Levi? How you doing?
What's up, my bro?
JoJo. I just had to
I'm
chime
still
in.
learning, brother.
Okay, I just had to chime in. I've been on Miss Walker's show before, and I just had to stop in for a quick second. And I've been meaning to catch Levi. I emailed him before a long time ago, but anyway, I just had to stop in and say a lot of y'all are familiar with the Bible, and y'all know that the Bible speaks in similes and parables.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You know, and it says talks about Babylon, meaning America's new Babylon. America is falling. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
We in a strange land amongst the strange people. We've been lost for 400 years. We the only people. It's not the so-called Jews. We the real Jews. Anyway, I'm just here to let y'all know that I think that it'd be wise and smart for R. Kelly when he is free, because he's going to be vindicated, to get up out of America. Go to somewhere in Africa. He could live like a president. You know what I mean? Ms. Walker, you can go. You have means of support. You can go out there, buy you some land. Buy some land. You know what I mean? It's more peaceful. It's not as corrupt as America is. America's never going to be right because it started off wrong. Since we've been here, it started off wrong. So, the first 3 words in the Bible is in the beginning. Africa is in the beginning. Africa was the beginning before the Bible was ever written, before the Quran was ever written. That was Africa. It's the oldest, you know what I mean, civilization known to mankind. So it's more peaceful. It has its corruption, yes. It has its scammers, yes. But it's more peaceful. People's not going to jail you for no hearsay or whatever, you know. And I told the same thing to Dana before. I'm hoping Dana or Levi take it back to Kells when we do come home. That listen, Stevie Wonder lives over in Africa right now. And
Yes,
he's
sir.
blind.
Wow.
Stevie Wonder said, I see what the hell going on here. I gotta get up out of here. These people crazy. And he's blind. So if he can see what's going on, I'm pretty sure everybody in the right now can see what's going on. It's time to flee from here. You know what I mean? You got people trying to integrate with these European people and get their mindset. God didn't tell Moses to try to integrate with the children of Pharaoh. He said, let my people go to a land of their own. Africa is a land of our own. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
We ain't trying to be assistant Pharaoh or the Pharaoh's lawyer or nothing like that. It's time for us to go. We see how they treat us here. They shoot us down in the streets. Then we got to march just to vote next to. It's not right. You know what I mean? So it's time to go, and I'm gonna chime back into the chat.
Well, no, I want you to stay there. I want you to stay there for a second, brother. Just give me 1 second, because you kind of scared me, because I thought about this earlier. I was riding down the freeway earlier, and I thought about. Matter of fact, I was listening to Dr. King's speech.
Happy birthday, Dr. King. Matter of fact,
yes,
today.
Shout out Dr. King. Happy birthday. Rest up. And I was listening to NPR, and they played the Dr. King speech, the original I Have a Dream speech that he delivered on the mall, but he did it first in Detroit. and I was listening to Dr. King, and I after he, free at last, and after he delivered it, a godly man, a man who, without a doubt, had the Spirit of God all over him. But as I'm listening, and when it ended, I said, and that's why you scared me, because I was just thinking this. I said, really, that was a dreadful speech. That was a dark speech. It was dark because we have the luxury in hindsight of knowing everything that he talked about as it pertains to little white boys and little white girls holding hands and us coming together. It was a dark, dark, dreadful speech, because now we know what he dreamed was nothing but a nightmare, and that it will never come to fruition. So
Right.
when I thought about that, I said to myself, in that speech, he talked about Emmett Till, Medgar Evers, and he talked about the slain deaths and the lynchings, and I'm listening to this. And then I thought about his last speech when he talked about he had been to the mountaintop, and he talked about how God had allowed him to look over. And he says to black people in America, he says, I won't get there with you. I may not get there with you, but my eyes have seen the coming of the glory of the Lord. God allowed me to look over the mountaintop, and guess what? I saw y'all, and y'all gonna make it. Longevity has its place. I want to live to be an old man, but I'm not gonna make it. Do you think that man was just talking? That man was telling the truth that God allowed him. I don't know if it was in a dream or what, but God allowed him to look over into the promised land. And I said to myself, I said, you know what? That's so funny this brother came on and said that. I said, we have to leave America, whether we like it or not.
Yes, yes.
And I thought about the book of Genesis, I believe, or Deuteronomy, when God told Abraham that they're going to afflict them and they're going to serve these strange people for 400 years. After that, I'm going to come and they will be buried in a good old age back home, back to their native country. But what I wanted to say to you, brother, Black Panther, is that, and to brother Jojo, as men, how do we remedy that when we've been taught from children that Africa's a jungle, that Africa is full of people with bones in their nose, and Africa is a bunch of savages and cannibals that'll eat you, and they got lions and this, the picture that they have painted for us, for our homeland, is so horrific that 98% of the people black people in America, when they think of Africa, they think of horrible conditions. But I guarantee you, brother, if we were to go back and wake up and feel that sun and see that ground and see our DNA, where we came from, it would be probably one of the most magnificent things. And Rob has ties in Africa. He met Mandela. When he went over there, you see how they embraced him with open arms.
Yes.
And that may just be God's plan for him to return to Africa, because if he go, I'm going for damn sure. I'm going back. You feel me?
Yeah.
And I'll just say that to you, that I don't want you to think that your words fell on deaf ears. I am at the right time going to mention that to him, because it is so funny, brother Jojo, how this country has really convinced us that we are living, that we are enjoying the luxuries of the most highly technological country in the world and shit. This place ain't shit. But let me be quiet and let y'all talk.
No. I want both of you gentlemen and even Angie to chime in when she feels free to do so. But yes, that's exactly what they do. I mean, that's what makes them stay in power. It gives them the luxury to be what? Not only what they feel like they are our creator, but our teachers on a higher level that we don't understand from a standpoint because we so much in a rat race to what? Achieve what we feel that makes us comfortable as a people. These people, and I'm not talking about just a certain demographic of people. I'm talking about the ones that practice this shit, the ones that we don't see, the ones that's never seen but heard. And when I say heard, when they come down the line and tell people and give those orders to do this and that, this is the way it is played out, whether you guys know it or not. I'm telling you how it works. And how I can be definitive by saying that, study it, look at it. The ones that's always making the laws are nowhere around when the laws are being what? Executed, formulated in a sense that you're going to have to follow it as they what? Designed it to be so. I don't want to hear about nobody voting on no legislation for no law because they got it written so pervasive that it's going to always work for them. You're going to have to rid the system. This is what I keep trying to tell people. It's a system. And what we get caught up in that system is what they showed us, how they put their system together to confuse you. A confused person is a dominated person. So I don't want to hear about you going to school, learning about their laws that they created and put a couple of spooks or melanated people, as we're saying it these days,
Matador.
on the board to say, oh, you had a voice in this. That is the illusion for inclusion. They know how to work this system. That's why I don't call it nothing other but a system that is propagated, created by them. Because here's the facts. Why, JoJo, you say that? Who create this shit? Who are able to tell you you could do this or do that? Who are able to say you can trail over these seas that the creator have made, but we have took dominion over it? You can't roll a tugboat over there unless they'll blow you out the sky if you don't get their permission. Stop playing with me. You can't have a rowboat over there unless you get permission. Who are you going to permission to get it from? You're not going to no person of melanated descent. You're going to them. Now, that's a hard pill to swallow. But when you go looking for greater achievements, who are you going to? Now, someone tell me why I'm going wrong yet.
You got it. You got it. But
You're
what
not.
they don't tell what they don't tell us, real quick, I'll say this, is that their advancement, their so-called knowledge, them being seen by the world as being the pinnacle of knowledge and civilization. What they don't tell us is that the ones that they recognize, Socrates and them, sat at the foot of black men in Africa.
Absolutely.
But those black men in Africa were not concerned with materialism. They used that knowledge from Africa, from those great philosophers, to rule the world through the absconsion, murder, death, rape, killings, pillaging of the material. You got it. You
That's
feel
why
me?
I said, you know what? That's crazy you about that. And I know Black Panther, you might have something to say on this. I said this maybe 2 years ago. I say, who are our greatest teachers? No one had an answer for that. No one had an answer. And
Wow.
I put it in such a goddamn sophisticated way. And when I say sophisticated, I'm not talking about I'm smarter than you guys. Sophisticated is something that you don't understand, and what I do better than you. That's all it means.
Right.
Yeah.
You did.
Yep.
So don't go like saying I'm thinking I'm better than you. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Well, even if you are saying you better than you, you will not be saying nothing wrong, because you are indeed their mother and their father. You know, so we are better than them.
He was saying
when
the
they
brothers
say-
and sisters. He didn't want to offend the brothers and
I
sisters.
didn't want
Oh,
to
okay.
offend nobody.
I thought he was talking about that other.
offend no one.
Yeah,
I
the
thought
brothers
he
and
was talking
sisters.
about the other man,
We wear our hat on our sleeves, and I understand that, and I
Okay.
get it, and I understand why one would feel like that.
Okay. Like for instance, we love Dr. King. We love for him sacrificing his life. You know, his vision was a little blurry. With all due respect to Dr. King, he made a mistake. He made a mistake because he tried to judge
Made a huge mistake.
these people from his pure good heart. You cannot judge them from your pure good heart. You know what I mean? Because they have an agenda. And since we've been over here, we see their agenda. They call us 3/5 of a man and all this or whatever, but
No,
he set us
it's
back.
less than that. It's less than that, brother.
Yeah, he set us back pretty much. He set us back years. You know what I mean? Like 50 years he set us back. But we love him for his sacrifices he made. We always gonna love him for his giving his life for what he thought was right. But he didn't learn how he was being taught wrong until he met with Elijah Muhammad. Once he met with Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he set him right. You know
That's
what I mean?
right.
And my family don't even know that. They're like, because my aunt was so disappointed when she found out Dr. King had outside affairs with other women. She said, I was so hurt. Why would you be hurt? He's still a man. She said, yeah, but he wasn't supposed to be doing that. He's a man. If he's sitting here fighting for the black nation, you think he can't have a right? When he go home, and Coretta's probably, oh, Martin didn't take out the garbage today. You still out there marching all day. He's like, Coretta, why don't you be quiet for a minute? Coretta, I need some peace in my home. I don't know what he argued about. You know what I mean? But what man don't have a right to have an extramarital affair? You dealing with one of our greatest leaders in here in America. So he's not able to have an extra affair or 2 or 3 outside of his home. But in Africa, Kelly gonna love in Africa because I got 2 wives, like I told Sister Angie before. I got 2 wives in Ghana. So when R. Kelly go out there, I know he can have 50 wives in Africa. And they're not gonna say nothing because guess what? It don't take much money to make them Africans very happy. You know what I mean? So I think I love it. I can't wait till I'm done dealing with what I'm dealing with in America. And that way I can just live over there.
Well, hey, you know what? Let me make you laugh. I can't say shit about that shit.
You can't say nothing about what? You can't say nothing about what?
No. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
was a joke.
But
I mean,
let me
yeah,
say
but
that.
it's the truth, though. I mean, because
I understand the culture. You're talking
Yeah.
about how it's culturally driven, and I get that. But
Yeah.
see, that's what I mean when I come back, and I want you to expound on this, Levi. When I say who create these laws, they will say, do as I say, not as I do. You know what I'm saying? And if you look back in time and look in their history books, not our history books, their history books, and look at the crimes that if we were in power, that we could say, well, wait a minute. Didn't your fellow man just do the same thing? Come on, man. Let's keep this shit a thought wow. They create these laws in order for it to work for them.
Yeah.
And that's what I said, man. When Levi, when you was in the kitchen talking about this shit, and I don't want you to go there. Please don't go there. I'm begging you not to. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
So this shit is just surface level shit that we looking at, man.
Yes, and I'll say this because a lot of black women they get offended and they turned off by the brother said he had 2 wives. The first thing, and once again, see, we're in a society where we think sex. But what is so funny is that black folks sit up in church every Sunday and Wednesday. Go look at the number of wives that King Solomon had and concubines.
What?
Look at go read your book.
He was one of the richest men under God.
Man.
But what I'm saying, I asked myself when I read it, I said, well, damn, how was he able to sleep with all of them? I think he had 1,000. Like, hold on. But 365 days in a year. And he had 1,000 or within 1,000. Like, he had concubines and wives. But we think sex. But Jojo asked the question about who created the laws. Well, let's go to in the 60s. The number one enforcer of the law, the top federal enforcer, was J. Edgar Hoover.
Right.
He wore dresses. He cross-dressed and put on goddamn lipstick.
Was a strange homosexual.
That's right. He cross-dressed and put on lipstick. So what we must wrestle with is the natural and the unnatural. What we must wrestle with and acknowledge is the fact that we fulfilled Bible prophecy by coming into what God told Abraham straight up. Count the number of the seeds, of the sand grains in the sea and the stars. Your people, there is going to be a strange people. And they're going to be in a strange land with a strange people. Listen, man. We now don't even see their behavior as being strange. We don't see their behavior as being strange. That's really
they made it normal.
They made it normal to us. So, Brother Jojo, the brother, and whoever is over 45, 50 years old, you must agree with me. When we was children, excuse my language, Ms. Walker, I got to keep it real. When we were children, black men didn't even admit publicly to eating pussy. They kept that to themselves.
That's a big old bam. Go ahead.
They kept that to themselves. Were they doing it? Hell yeah, but they wasn't bragging about it. But guess what, Brother Jojo? And you will bear witness to this. The white men were talking about it then. They were bragging about it.
They bragged about it. That's what I keep saying. They brag about it. Levi. And I want you to keep going. I want you to keep speaking. They brag about it. That's what I say. They are putting this shit out here. They propagated this goddamn gay sex. And no offense to anybody that's gay out here. I'm not the LGBT and Q and Z, because they're going to add some other letters to it. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Newsflash. Bestiality is coming next.
You better believe it.
Mark my word.
You better believe it.
It's already a woman got married to her cat and left them billions. You think I'm bullshit? Look it up.
Absolutely.
So you don't think that cat was licking on the cat? Okay, I'm moving right along. You did? No, this is real shit, Levi.
Yes, sir. Yes,
bro.
That's in their nature.
When you be giving these stories, man, my first year in college, I was in Dallas, Texas. Man, it was a goddamn, I don't know what they call these dogs. That dog stood like damn near 5 feet high, man. And it was a white lady, man. This dog guarded her in a sense that it was her man. And this is when the light bulb started going out to me, to like how these people do all kind of shit, and they introduce it to us. This is what they do. They would have themselves do it, not all of them, but the one that's practiced this shit. And they will make it common. And they will participate in these practices and allow blacks or melanated people to follow along with it. And then here's the thing about us. We go along with anything because we feel like something new is always good. This is real shit. Man, that dog, I was a freshman in college.
Was it a big dog? Was it a
Man, it was a big ass dog. He looked like a Great Dane.
a Great Dane? Okay, a Great Dane, right?
Big ass motherfucking dogs, man. That dog looked at me like you bet not look at her in no other way. Nigga, go over there and move that furniture. I'm like, and it was some strange shit to me because the way he looked at her and he always was sniffing her. I say, oh, big old bam. He's sniffing her because y'all know the rest. Levi, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Without me getting too vocal over here.
Absolutely.
Hey, y'all, let me finish this little section because it explains a little bit more, and then I can jump in with the what I really wanted to settle. So, but let me finish this little section, and then because the rest of it is just the attorney Majera already explained FA on down. So, but let me read C through E. So y'all can it just reaffirms what I just said. So C says a court may entertain and determine such motion without requiring the production of the prisoner at hearing. D says an appeal may be taken to the Court of Appeals from the order entered on the motion as from a final judgment on application for a writ of habeas corpus. E says an application for a writ of habeas corpus in behalf of a prisoner who is authorized to apply for relief by motion pursuant to his section shall not be entertained if it appears that the applicant has failed to apply for relief by motion to the court which sentenced him, or that such court has denied him relief unless it also appears that the remedy by motion is inadequate or ineffective to test the legality of his detention. So remember, I was telling y'all that, you have with a lot of these laws, when there is an objection filed to it, and just say, like when they're talking about severance and things of that nature, you have prongs that must be satisfied. You see prongs pop up in a lot of case law. You also see test, right? Test to determine whether or not a severance should be granted in certain cases. So, and that's where you see where they set the thresholds, very high for for the defendant to overcome. So
Absolutely.
that's why I want to go through that in some detail. Like I said, y'all just put in habeas corpus or appeals. When I talk about appeals, I usually talk about habeas corpus because I always knew that's going to be the final. But with all the with all the arguments that now R. Kelly has on different people, whatever, maybe I think that this would be the best vehicle if you're on Team Kells, y'all be like, hooray, that, for as freedom, right? Or getting in front of a body of people that can make a decision with regards to his imprisonment, right? Because now
Yeah.
they're forced to they're going to determine whether or not his imprisonment is lawful. And like they said, they'll make adjustments to the sentence, vacated or what have you, order new trial, what have you. Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about is pretty much the extension what we kind of left off. And we were talking about what's that noise?
I'm gonna mute my phone and make sure it ain't me.
Is it you? Hold on. Hello? Could be New Black. I don't
No,
know.
I hear you. A man ain't doing
Oh,
nothing.
okay.
I hear you.
Okay. So we were talking about the witness tampering, right? 18 USC 1512, right?
Yes.
And we loosely talked about it. We threw some things out there, but now we have to put it more in a legal form. When I read exactly what 18 USC means, right? So pretty much to sum it all up, it's like witness tampering either you're trying to, coerce or force illegally a witness from either taking a stand, and you do those things by, I don't know, by threatening, things of that nature. You can present something incorrectly, things that have no merit, that causes a person, a victim witness or a witness, not to testify or to
Ma-
give a false testimony. You
yes,
know,
may I say this, Ms. Walker, real quick, because
go ahead.
I've been thinking about it for 24 hours, and that is, would you agree that what you read, because I've been doing some reading also, that it more or less speaks to, if you read how it's written, when they think of witness tampering, is like you said, to prevent. So they're coming from that slant, and I say that because I want you to recognize, or I would like for you to recognize, that what transpired in the case of Wood Robert, what transpired as it pertains to his personal communications being stolen, this, that, and the third. It is unprecedented as far as what we've seen in cases. I'm not saying it has never happened before. I'm saying as far as what we've been able to see. So I want you to keep in mind that it's not a simple remedy as written, because they're coming from a point where they say witness tampering, people trying to stop a witness from testifying. But what happened with him was individuals producing these private communications of his in order to cause a witness to testify. And you used the word a minute ago, and that was, I forgot what the word was, but you spoke to it in one word, but the way it's written up is quite naturally they're going to address what occurs the most, and that is people trying to prevent a witness from testifying, as opposed to individuals saying, "Oh, she might be on the verge of testifying against him. Let's see what we can do to push that envelope, to push her towards testifying." And I'll be quiet on this. I just wanted to throw that in there, if you would agree or
Right,
disagree.
right. So yeah, so persuade to testify, to testify maybe like, falsely, falsifying information, during the testimony, or to, not to testify at all. But here's what I want y'all to understand, right? Okay. So when you look at under 18 USC 1512, when you read it, right, it is coming from, let me give you the actual heading. Hold on. Because we went through it. We didn't go through all of it. We went through a good portion of it. It says tampering with the witness, victim, or informant, right? Now, that normally, that is not conclusive or whatever, but it's normally coming by way of the from the side of the defendant, okay? Because it's okay. It's kind of, because I'm gonna separate the two, because I need to separate the two, because I need to show you when because you guys are talking about the witness tampering from the authority, okay? It's something totally different. I'm talking about what 18 USC 1512 layout. It doesn't mean that it can't include the authorities, but it usually takes a different route. It's usually um a different law that they fall up under when it comes from what you guys are saying from the authorities, okay? And you guys are including, which is, the BOP does fall up under the Department of Justice. But I need to separate something, okay? When we're talking about 18 USC 1512, it does apply to anybody, all right? However, if you are a member of the court, Okay, it's
Yes.
different. It falls up under prosecutorial misconduct. Now, but see how it's separated. Now, if I say it falls upon prosecutorial misconduct, where does the BOP fall under that? So it is not a defense witness. Okay, although it, I mean, you could say, oh well, if she wasn't flipped and whatever, she could have been a defense witness, what have you. Then that it still doesn't fall either as a defense witness or and fall under prosecutorial misconduct. It lies in an area which doesn't have a name for it, right? And it most
Yes.
likely doesn't have a name for it because it doesn't. It's not an infraction of a governing law. It was an infraction of a procedure and rules and regulations, right, of the BOP. So you guys have the task to making that infraction at the BOP a prosecutorial misconduct infraction. How do you get that leap from one there to there?
Let me tell you how, if I may interject.
Go ahead.
When you said it doesn't have a name for it, it goes back to what I said. I think that you must first agree that the laws governing this land, when you look at all of the different facets and the different crimes and not only the multitude of crimes, but if you look at the complexity of crimes and shit, I think you would agree that they don't cover everything now. Sometimes it's gonna be some shit that like, wait, what the fuck is this? You heard me? So,
Right. That's why it's interpreted. And when you don't cover it,
absolutely,
and it gets interpreted. Go ahead.
absolutely. So I would ask you this because I've been thinking about it. I said, matter of fact, this morning I said I'm gonna hit Ms. Walker with this one. I think in order to bring into focus and into scope what we're dealing with here, I would ask that, hypothetically speaking, if, first of all, let me say this. I don't believe that the BOP officer motive was to give that to Tasha K to flip Azriel. I don't believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me start there. However, it fell into the hands of a blogger, and then it fell into the hands of the potential witnesses, witness victims, parents, and then down that chain, down that line, somebody said, which I believe it was the parent of Azriel Clary, I can use this to turn her against R. Kelly. Okay. So I'm asking you, if Azriel Clary, once she was presented with those illegally obtained documents, because they gave it to her in the print form, it was all printed out. I'm asking you, and I want to know, because I don't know the answer to this, but I'm asking, what do you think? If Azriel had said to whoever gave them to her, which I assume it was her parents or parents, okay, so what? I'm not going to testify against him. I'm not going to turn on him. No, I don't give a fuck. And then she woke up the next day and took those documents, and I would imagine it had to be about 300 or 400, 500, 600, might have been 1,000 goddamn pages. We're talking about visitors lists, telephone communications, what was said, and his emails. So, and I'm of the belief now, because Tasha K said back then, Levi don't know R. Kelly. Why y'all keep saying that? Levi is not R. Kelly's cousin. I done already told you I got the goddamn communication. If he was communicating with, see, I'm thinking now, if he was communicating with R. Kelly, then I would know. Either she was lying or she didn't have them all. Because if she had them all, she would have confirmed way back then I was communicating with him. However, if Azriel, this is the question, Ms. Walker, if Azriel had woke up the next morning and said, you know what, fuck this, and taken those illegally obtained emails, communications, thus and so, to the federal authorities, put it on their desk, and said, my boyfriend Robert, his communications were stolen. And somebody, be it a parent or whoever, just tried to use these fucking documents. Here you go. To make me turn on him. I need to know from you, Ms. Walker. Do you think there would have been prosecutions taking place? Or would they have been charged? Or I'm quite naturally an investigation. But what do you think would have ensued? And I'll be quiet and listen. What do you think would have ensued from that point? Now she's giving them to the feds, saying, look, they just stole his shit, trying to get me to flip. You have it. What would have been the investigations? What would have been the charges, if any? What do you think?
Well, the prosecution has an obligation, or at least a ethical obligation to, report the what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in this instance, changing your mind is not a crime about testifying.
Oh my God, Miss Walker.
No, listen, you have to find somebody that coerced her. You have to find, even it has to be, set forth in an outline as done as under 18 USC 1512, right?
Yes.
If not, and if you do find those things, right, and just say, fine, it's a violation that happened. The most that will most likely happen, and I'm speaking absolutes, but I'm pretty sure of this, is that it will create indictments for those persons. It will not have a bearing.
Okay, let me ask you this, Nancy. Let me ask you this. It's interesting that you said that. You said it wouldn't have a bearing. So you are actually saying that what she have testified to versus what she actually mean, it just insignificant. Because if in order for you follow me with this, and for order you to say that and be definitive as you saying it, that means her testimony is none and void.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
No. Wait a minute. Because I didn't say that's not what you're saying. But I'm telling you to look at it as a human standpoint from an individual that's listening to this individual testify.
Right.
She's testifying this. So we're dealing with humanality right now.
Right.
So if you are saying based upon the law, see, that's why I go back to saying that law-based shit that you crooked ass lawyers deal with. No, because I want you to follow me on this. In other words, you're saying it stands firm in this aspect, but it has no merit over here. When it's already being applied as it's being determined that she's saying this because it works for us. Come on now. I mean, that should be unconstitutional. And here's why I'm going to support what I'm saying. Because if it works for you in that aspect, it should work for you against it.
That's all exactly.
Okay, but listen to what I'm trying to tell you. As the law is written, it's not unconstitutional.
I see. There you go. See, you know what you just said. You know what you just did. You know what you just did. How it's written.
But that's all we can go by. It's
I know
unfair.
that.
It's not unconstitutional. It's unfair. And the human element.
Angie, that's not what he asked you, though. That's not what he asked you. See, what you did, you took what he asked you and you filibustered back to what the law is written as such.
Okay, but that's the only way that he is getting out is under the rules of the law. I can't say just because
that's exactly what we're arguing. That's exactly what we're arguing. Okay. Because a higher court is going to see it the way it's being presented. Come on now.
Okay.
Yes, but they still got the fault. They still got to rule based on the rules
The
of the
law.
law. There
Okay.
is no other way around that.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Walker, here we go.
Yeah.
I communicate with the man through email. Let's just say back then, he emailed me. And he emailed these words to me. Contact her and tell her she better not testify against me, or that $1 million that I had put up for her, she will never get it. I took that email, which I'm able to do. I can go on my computer right now and print out every email my cousin has ever sent me. And I print it out. And I go to her. And I say, just in case you think I'm lying, here's the goddamn Coral Links email from my cousin. And she reads it. And she decides to go away, don't testify. Now, check this out. He's found not guilty. They find out after he's found not guilty, 3 months later, that I took that email to her. They go to her and they say, did somebody bring you this email? Yes, he did. Are you trying to tell me, Ms. Walker, they would not retry him for witness fucking tampering? Excuse me, for swearing.
Yes.
That's witness tampering. Would they retry him?
But you and he would fall up under 18 USC 1512.
But Tasha K and the BOP doesn't.
Tasha K. All y'all, if that was the case, all y'all could fall up under 18 USC 1512. And that would be a new trial.
Yes, sir.
Like I explained. Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
Like I explained, that's coming from the side of the defense. That's why I started off that way. Because I knew y'all was going to give me all the examples.
It's not so much an example. We're talking about how the Constitution is written. See, a lot of people are not going to deal with it in that aspect. They're going to say this is wrong and this is wrong and this is right. We're dealing with constitutional right. And I asked someone, wait a minute. Wait. Let me finish. Who do you think is going to make the decision? A judge or somebody that's in authority, or just somebody, one of us? Exactly. I'm glad you said that, because this is my next argument based upon which I knew you was going to come with. I said, I asked the people this a long time ago. I said, I need y'all to go back and look at appeal and appellate process laws and how it is presented in court. I don't think no one remembered. I should have remembered and got that law. I said, y'all need to go do this. I mean, it is totally different. Totally different. I said this on your live. I said, you need to go look at laws under the appellate process and how it is presented and what is allowed. I mean, come on now. Wow. I was shocked. Oh, hear more. And not only hear more, I mean, the questionnaire that they had towards the opposition. I mean, when I say opposition, I'm not talking about anyone that's opposing it. The one that presented it, rather. They like, you didn't know this? You didn't know that? I'm listening to this. I'm like, wow, this is strange. I've never heard it presented in such a sense.
But if it was the prosecution that was compelling and persuading and all of that, then that would be prosecutorial misconduct. But
Ms. Walker,
it's not them though.
George, I'm gonna tell you,
you have a scenario. I'm sorry, you have a scenario that falls somewhere without a governing law. You got, what you
had a governing law. You had a governing law, which what they was arguing. Come on now.
I'm talking about that scenario. Hold on. I'm talking about the scenario about the BOP emails, whatever. How, you tell me, How
That
does
is, I'm
this
not.
fall
This is what
under?
I don't want. This is what I don't want a
I
lot of
can't
people
get
to
it
get.
out, Jojo. Let me get it out.
No, I don't want you
Let me
to
get
get
it
it
out.
out. I don't want you
Right,
to get
No,
it
I'm
right,
gonna get it out.
right. Right. Well, get it out.
Let me get it out.
out. Well, you know
I'm
what?
trying to tell
The
you.
person
You
I
gonna have to.
heard,
You gotta
the
put it
person I'm
under.
really talking
It
to,
gotta
don't
fall
get it
up
out.
under a category. It just
Hey,
you just can't. It just can't
okay,
be willy
Miss
nilly.
Walker.
And just because
No,
you
no,
feel
no.
that the
No,
law
no,
was
no,
broken,
no,
then it
no, no,
affects
no, no, Miss
what
Walker.
happened.
That's not what I'm saying. Miss Walker, that's not what I'm saying. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna put it in this aspect. Listen, I get it, and I gather everything you said. I said this, and I keep saying it. I don't think people pay attention to what I'm saying. I said it's going to have to be based upon the law because of where we at this standpoint. But here again, this is what I present to the people that's really fighting. Don't get it out.
Right. Right. And see, Miss Walker, I said it before, and no disrespect, and it's not even your fault because this is what it's not your fault that you've been indoctrinated. Your indoctrination teaches you, with all due respect, to look at everything through the prism of them being right. Listen, and being somewhat infallible, where they can't fail. Now, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And if you agree that I would have been prosecuted for bringing her that information, then you must agree that means that there was criminal activity involved. So if it was that's right. So if it was criminal activity involved that ultimately caused him to be found not guilty, why can't we go back and show criminal activity involved that found him to be guilty? That's all I'm saying is that, and I understand what you're saying as it pertains to the law. The law is not. You say basically what you're saying is you have to be able to hang your hat on a law. And what I'm saying is that no, we have to be able to construct or invent our own goddamn hook, because these are not normal circumstances. That's all I'm saying is that.
Okay. So I'm sorry to cut you off. So when I don't think that the law is infallible or unable to be penetrated. Reason being is because even if there is something that goes wrong, whatever, there is a workaround. There's something, a safety net and all that type of shit built in. Okay, that's already built in for those situations that may occur. So of course it's not going to go as written and whatever. And if the law wasn't flexible, then there would be no interpretations, right? There would be no case law. That's how we
Right.
get case law, because the law is flexible, because it is subject to be interpreted. Because if the statute or whatever isn't clearly defined or whatever, that means somebody, a trial of fact, or the same as a judge. That's one trial of fact. The judge can have to go in and interpret the language of the law, then make its ruling, right?
Well, see,
So
that
what
you
I'm
did
saying,
with the humanality. But go ahead.
it's all based on humans, okay? Because I told you, in my opinion,
well, see,
our legal rights.
Because I know where you be going.
Yeah,
I dealt with someone. I was at a gala, and it was just a bunch of people. And I'm gonna make this story real short. And it was someone from the justice system that didn't want to go over there and talk to him. They said, "Oh no, you don't." And I told the story before. They said, "Oh no, you don't want to go over there. He's bored. He's from the justice." I said, "That's exactly who I want to talk to."
Right.
And I asked him this question, this one fundamental question. I say, what is justice? What is justice? He said, justice is what the Supreme Court determined it is.
Ain't that something?
Listen to that.
That's perfect. That's a perfect analogy of what you just said.
And listen, I ain't making this shit up. I told this story before, maybe twice. He said justice, and he's from the justice system. He said justice has no clear definition.
Absolutely.
He said justice is what the Supreme Court says it is.
Absolutely.
So, well, let me tell you this. So, if you don't like that, so you really ain't gonna like this. Okay. So, listen. Then you have to prove what you allege. Because right now, in the state is in, what y'all saying, it's gonna be shut down based on speculation. They're gonna consider it speculation.
What?
You overcome all.
Hey, you take the words right out of my. I'm gonna let you handle this. Go ahead, bro.
Speculation, Ms. Walker.
Yes, you speculating.
But let me tell you let me tell you what you're doing. And you did it the last time, and that's why I be like, listen, you're right when you say, well, there is no law against changing a witness's mind, whether she's gonna testify or he or whatever. You speak of it as if a witness or potential witness's girlfriend, boyfriend, mother, father says, you know what? You know he ain't no good. You need to go testify against him. And she goes to testify. Then the person comes back and say, her father told her to testify against me. There's no law against that. There's nothing criminal there.
Right.
But you speak of the fact that tangible, illegal information from a United States federal defendant, and I stress federal because they guard that shit like Fort Knox. Mm-hmm. They guard what you say, what you do like Fort Knox. Come on now. A person can be literally arrested for speaking on those federal phones saying certain things. Right. You've heard people on YouTube say, Levi, you were there, or Levi, you weren't there. Ain't nobody never heard of you, Levi. What do I say? Exactly. Good. Trying to bait me to say some shit. Trying to bait me to talk about some shit. I'm like, oh, okay, good. I always say I'm from Detroit. You feel me? No, they didn't. Everything in this RICO and this federal shit, I always tell you guys, is like Ebola, COVID, is very infectious. So if you know that they guard federal communication so closely, that means if the wrong thing is said or the wrong thing is done, that's considered to be a federal crime. So you cannot, or I can't say you cannot, you should not speak as if Azriel was flipped because someone got in her ear. No, we allege. We don't know if it's 100% true, but we are alleging that those illegally obtained communications influenced her. Was there? Oh, I got you. Oh, it just came to me. I got you. It just came to me. When a person takes a plea, whether it's federal or state, listen, JoJo, doesn't the judge say, were you influenced to take this plea? Did anyone threaten you? Did they make sure that if you're going to take the plea, you're doing it under your own admonition, your own is you speaking with no outside influences. Now, if you stand there in front of that judge and say, well, I was influenced to take the plea because so-and-so told me I better take a plea. Oh, he's not going to accept the plea because you have to be the one that says, I admit my guilt. And after you admit your guilt, the judge says, now tell me what you did. So if in federal and state court, a judge doesn't accept the person's plea, if that plea has any outside influences, how can you convince me, Ms. Walker, that a witness testifying in a federal trial can sit there and testify, and it is obvious, tangibly, that that witness, or should I say, there is a possibility that that witness's testimony was influenced by stolen, illegal material from the defendant. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, but you are mixing apples and oranges. When he asks, you are mixing apples and oranges. When he asks that, if he asks the defendant, was your plea influenced or pressured or coerced or whatever the spill is, okay? When he asks that, and if he says yes, it was, he is admitting yes, it was. In the court of law, to the judge, he's like, yeah, it was influenced. And then they're going to go into it a little bit and whatever, and the judge is going to decide whether he's going to accept the plea or not. Okay? If the guy wants to, if the person still wants to plead guilty or not. You're assuming that, and here's the thing, your allegations, one has to be proven. And even if it's proven, because here's the thing, and I'm going to tell you how you can test to see what I'm saying is if it's correct or not. Have they moved on anything with regards to this BOP investigation? No, nobody has even been indicted. Nobody has even been arrested. None of that. So how are you going to take that leap? And they haven't even dealt with it from the standpoint of the BOP, where the rules and regulations were, violated there, to all of a sudden making an issue in a case where it really had no bearings. You want to say that it had bearings because you allege that it, angered the victim witness, and she flipped. Again, you got to prove that. But two, it could have been something else that angered her. It could be, it could be some other kind of pressure that came her way, right?
Yeah, but does that always constitute that it wasn't done now, that it won't be done later?
That's right. In addition to that, in addition to what JoJo just said, you just made me and JoJo's point. You said, you didn't say this, I'm just paraphrasing. You can't give much credence to it or credit to it because those white folks ain't done nothing about it. See? You see the indoctrination? You're saying it's not solidified until they say it is. And JoJo and I are saying, you feel me? And JoJo and I are saying,
you see how quick she said no? Because see, they have already indoctrinated her on what to say behind if that happens.
Because
see, I'm asking you this from a humanality standpoint, not training. I'm asking you this. Just because it wasn't done now, I'm just asking you.
Yeah.
Does that solidify that it won't be done?
No.
Based upon, wait a minute, let me finish. Based upon findings and knowing what to act on.
Okay. Even if it's done later, even just say they say some indictments come out of this, right? They indict, they find that it's, it has broken a actual law of the land, right? Okay, it has moved out of violation of procedure to a violation of the law of the land, right? They get some indictments and what have you. That still doesn't mean that it impacts R. Kelly's case.
Oh, absolutely it does.
Okay.
Absolutely it does.
How?
Absolutely it does. Because see, you have to go back to if they're using anything under the pretext of listening to that, where they went back and have to indict based upon what someone said, when they use what someone said against them. Come on,
hold on. Who is using it? See, this is where it moved from one from one thing to the next extreme, from one extreme to the next. Who is using it to get her to flip. This is
the
where
federal government. The federal government, because
With
you
the
going,
prosecution,
I'm the prosecution and the listen to what I'm saying. You're not allowing me to finish.
Go ahead.
If they're going to use it against them, and they found fallacy in it after they did further investigation, how could
Absolutely.
it not work in
Absolutely.
the favor? I mean,
Absolutely.
I don't understand this shit.
Listen, but these are all allegations. You're making it up
Okay.
as you go.
Allegations
no.
came to what? Allegations that
up.
came to what, Angie?
Jojo. Jojo.
Man.
Wasn't it allegations that put him in the goddamn thing?
Absolutely, man.
If allegations were good enough, what they say he did, they didn't have no at the beginning when the indictments were served. It was grand jury testimony, which were allegations that caused them to serve the indictments, to have him arrested, detained, denied bond.
Absolutely.
And so why now are allegations?
No, it's diminished.
No, but didn't discovery come up that turned into evidence that supported the claim?
No, we using other abstract words.
Bringing up all of these
because what you're doing,
scenarios,
you're being abstract. You're being abstract right now.
And I'm just telling you.
Let me tell you something. Discovery.
You give me the situation. I'm giving you the process.
And I want you to take this that we argue. But discovery will be what they found.
And there you go, Jojo. Jojo just said it. Jojo just said it. Now, Jojo just said it, and it speaks to my point. Jojo, let's talk about the discovery.
This is some crazy shit, man.
No. Let's talk about this discovery.
Levi, I'm letting you handle it because I'm scratching my head over here. Bro. Go ahead.
Let's talk about this discovery that Ms. Walker just talked about. Were it not so, isn't it factual that in that discovery, the same people that you place stock in to a certain extent, the same people in that discovery discovered that through the text messages, from all appearances, the parent or parents of Jane Doe number five were the ones who were doing the coercing and enticing the child to go out of town and screw this older man. But the prosecutors did not bring that up. What they did was charge the defendant, Robert Kelly, with coercion and enticement, knowing, according to what they had in their own goddamn discovery, they were the ones encouraging her and convincing her and pushing her to go and leave town with this man. And from my vantage point, screw him. Now, see, so
you are not going to you're not going to put me on crack by Thursday. That was the same argument that Jabo tried to raise in that motion that that revealed those text messages. That was shot down because there is a legal, and I ain't write the shit. I just have to follow it.
Well, Andrew, let me ask you something.
Hold on. There is a legal analyzation that goes through that. There's a test, there is elements and all those, and then the fact that they're saying that she could not consent, therefore she could not coerce none of that shit.
We're not talking about legality.
Y'all keep bringing up these scenarios.
No. Let me ask you this. Is it not proven or not been said that they said we cannot give him or his legal team all of the evidence over because it would help him? Did you not hear that?
They cannot.
I'm making this up. They could not.
Yeah, because it could be. You said they could not give them all the evidence. No. You know what? I think y'all going back to that 3500 material.
You got them straight, and that's probably part of it.
Woo.
Have you ever thought about that?
Okay, Ms. Walker, it's kind of simple.
It didn't go exactly like
that. It's kind of simple. You just made
it didn't go exactly like that.
I didn't say. I said, wasn't that stated? I didn't say it went exactly.
No, but not exactly like that. It wasn't stated for those purposes.
Oh my God.
Jojo, can I finish?
Yes, but please
you
answer
saying
my
it in
question.
a way
I'm
No,
saying
but
it in a way
I'm
they're
gonna mute
being. No, why you would mute me?
because you won't let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're saying it in a way where, okay, well, they said they ain't gonna give them the information because it might help them. They didn't say it like that. They're saying
Well, that's exactly what they said.
No, they saying due to all of the obstruction and all of that stuff, the 3,500 material that consists of people's names who's testifying, all of that. They gave that.
Now we flipping it.
That
Now we
is the
flipping it.
Jinx
But go ahead.
material. Oh my God, that's the Jinx Act.
Hey man, if Levi take over, you can have
Hold
after
on.
this.
And they waited to the least they waited till the and they can do that. They can wait to turn that information over
That's
to
right.
the attorney. They can wait to
That's
do that.
right.
There's nothing illegal about that.
That's right, Ms. Walker. So you just gave me, this is why I be telling y'all, when you engage in these intellectual discussions, you just gave me a totally renewed faith in what I'm doing because I forgot about that.
Man, I ain't gonna let you forget about it.
Yeah, that's deep that JoJo asked that because now I didn't listen.
Anybody got some
Basically,
crack?
they use
Crack. What the hell?
no. This
I need it.
this is the I didn't factor that in.
That's what they said. That's what they said. And you
I
know
didn't
what's
factor
so
that in.
interesting? You know what's so interesting about that, Levi? They was mentioning that on Angie's live, and I just sat back. I said, it's gonna come back to bite.
I forgot about that.
I went through that and I went and found exactly how it was stated, and it wasn't stated like that for that particular purpose.
Okay, so could you explain how it was stated? How was it stated? How was it stated?
Accusations of obstruction and fucking with the witnesses and stuff like that. What's up?
Which means, Ms. Walker, one could interpret that, and this is the angle this is the angle I'm going, y'all.
That's what they do.
I never thought about this. So they even used what the terrorists were doing as it pertains to the obstruction and the harassment. They used that, what the terrorists were doing, to pad their argument to say we're going to withhold this confidential 3,500 material.
Information.
Absolutely. Wow, I forgot about that.
So Levi, so you're gonna hook that to the situation with the attorneys.
Ain't that what they do?
We dealing with black and white, ain't we? That's what you.
I know you're going. I know you're going. I got you.
Yeah, that I didn't think about that.
That's what they do.
That's how you work it through.
Absolutely.
You look at every crevice and cover every corner. I'm not playing around. If it ain't about Rob, I don't give a fuck about none of this shit.
Story, yeah.
That's what they do. They pay their story.
Damn, I didn't think about that.
Man,
wow.
That type of game. That's what it is, man. If it ain't about Rob, I don't give a fuck. And on that note, I'm going on mute and let y'all have that shit, man. Because I know what I heard. And it's not, listen, since y'all like reading transcripts and shit, that shit is in the transcripts.
But before you go, let me ask this question. Didn't we hear on Gayle King where it was stated that he was indicted based upon based upon what they thought he did? They had no actual proof.
But let me tell you, when you're dealing with Gayle King, none of that is admissible. All of that is just transparent. All of that is just, that's persuade the general public.
Well, I'm saying, but what I'm saying, even before he wasn't indicted, before he was indicted, it was and even when I went to New York, they literally stated if they were looking for information, they did not have proof of anything. They had no proof.
Hey, Nisimo, are you one of the terrorists? Nisimo, with all due respect to Angie's channel, aren't you one of the terrorist followers?
I'm not a terrorist. No.
Okay,
no, I'm not a terrorist.
I'll double checking. With all due respect, no offense.
No. No, when you bring a case to court, most cases are circumstantial. Okay, I mean they don't have the smoking, they don't have direct evidence. So it's going to be relied heavily upon testimony, which is evidence, and whatever other category of evidence they have.
But they had no proof, Angie. They had no proof.
They had
Accusation.
testimony, and they had whatever is in.
So you trying to tell me I can go to court and say Angie beat the hell out of me, and I ain't never laid eyes on you, don't know who you are,
well,
but
happening. Yeah, you can, and that's when you got to go through the process. You know, and here's the thing: the prosecutor's duty as well is also to investigate to see if the defendant is innocent. They're not just
Oh my Jojo, did you hear that, Jojo? Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
So if it's the prosecution's responsibility, why did they take the prosecutor off the case? Why did they take the prosecutor off the case?
Sometimes it has nothing to do with the process. But listen, what's up, Sir Miguel? Listen to what I'm saying. When they uncover evidence that is favorable to the defendant, that's what's called exculpatory evidence. It's exculpatory.
Absolutely.
That's why those text messages, although they weren't used, ended up in discovery because the prosecutor turned it in.
Ms. Walker, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there, Ms. Walker.
Material.
Okay, Ms. Walker. Let me say this. Two things, and I'll let Sir Miguel speak. Two things for one. And to Nisi, let me say this. For one, let's not avoid the truth. Let's deal with what they said in the beginning. And I can pull it up on my computer and send it to you, Ms. Walker. That prosecutor, one of the prosecutors in the beginning, as it pertains to the grand jury, he said, we started our investigation of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly after a documentary surfaced. They admit that's what he said, that what prompted us to look into this was a documentary. So let's go to the root of it now. So a theatrical piece, a reality show, is what moved the federal prosecutors to investigate. No, it was propaganda. It was a propaganda-led assault on Robert. Now, in addition to that, Ms. Walker, when you say, I'm sorry, but when you tell me that the prosecutor's job also is to find a nigga innocent, or try no, I'm black. I'm a big black nigga. I've been in America way too long to think the prosecutors give a fuck about me being innocent.
Yeah, but that's emotion. That's human feelings. I'm just giving you the process of procedure. What's up, sir? The Mexican Muslim is in the building.
Assalamu alaikum.
A Mexican Muslim is in here.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Go ahead, brother.
My thing is, and just listen to what everybody was saying. I always had a question about the grand jury. And it's amazing to me that it's always one-sided. And to me, that presents a bit of a problem for anyone who's being indicted by whether it's the state or the federal government. Because that's basically saying hearsay, when there's no real actual evidence, can be used against the person, so they have an uphill battle. And to me, if you look at this case overall, it's based on hearsay, because at the end of the day, if somebody was really doing something, they would at least go to the police. They wouldn't be looking for money or anything of that nature. So it sort of bothers me that we're in an area now where it's almost like saying, well, such and such did this to me 10 years ago. You can go after them. You can stop them from being able to defend themselves because you close off their money. How is a person supposed to defend themselves if they don't have the finances to support themselves in their defense, but the federal government can use all their resources to basically damn your conviction?
Because, brother, they were working in congruency, in concert with Me Too, the LBGT agenda.
Time's up.
They were working in concert. All of them were working together in a conspiratorial effort, for one. For two, my dear brother, Sir Miguel, is nothing else to talk about that our federal government, the Justice Department, walked to the beat of a group of editors and producers, white editors, producers at Lifetime, who constructed a theatrical piece that incited the Justice Department to convene a fucking federal grand jury against a United States citizen. These things are unprecedented. It doesn't happen. We normally see documentaries after a person has been caught, like Jeffrey Dahmer and shit. After the person's been caught, that's when you see documentaries, not before. I'm sorry, brother. I'll be quiet and listen.
My question. Oh, no. You answered my question, but see, that's the thing. How is it that you stated that Homeland Security, whoever it was, said, well, they want to investigate after the documentary, when we know for a fact that that's even one-sided when you put the theatrics and the music and all this stuff together?
That's right.
To make it feel like this man was so
like he was a
monstrous and demeaning and so forth and so on. So I'm scratching my head because I had to sit back and had to think about this for a minute. There has to be a law somewhere saying, you can't use a documentary to really go after somebody, especially if it's one-sided. There has to be something somewhere or something, because to me, that's putting the cart before the horse. You didn't do it with the Epstein. You didn't do it with the Epstein dude. You didn't do it with whoever else. Weinstein, of course.
So I can explain this again. Okay.
And what's the other dude? That Seventh Heaven guy. Now,
yeah, I know you're talking about, yeah.
So I'm just a little bit perplexed.
Well, here's the thing, right? And they I guess they don't expect to have to explain internal, language and how this goes or whatever. I'm almost certain, I'm pretty, and somebody did come out and say it, now it's known, okay, that they didn't do and start a serious investigation and all of that until Surviving R. Kelly came out and all of that. But they had a file, they had something already open with regards to him due to all those different complaints and things of that nature. Case in point, Tim Savage pretty much said it himself. And another guy that came, one of those FBI people that was on Blade, I don't know his name, but he kind of told how the procedure works, okay? Which I explained several times. All right. I can tell you this, and I don't know who else went down there to the FBI or whatever, but I can know for a fact that Tim Savage went down there and kept filing, kept starting with his local police, making claims, this, that, and other, whatever. Those claims, they don't just throw them away. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Angie, did you see Tim on the stand with the preacher, Jamal Bryant? Gerald Griggs was speaking. Gerald Griggs said, yeah, Tim, you had came to me 2 years ago and I told you now wasn't the right time, that you needed to wait. And Tim said, yeah, I remember. And so that's when Gerald Griggs turned around and said, Yeah, and so that's when we had to, because everyone was of age, we had to change the narrative. And so that's when he told Tim to go and start, running his reports on whatever he needed to run his reports on regarding Robert.
Yes,
Well,
and
he
Miss
was
Walker.
of age. I mean, his daughter was of age because he come out his mouth and said she was 19. So, and I've always said, and this is not to the savages or whatever. I believe that they somehow, because I know they said they were getting frustrated because they kept making reports and nothing wasn't happening. Okay, and I believe that he somehow got hold of the way to make them investigate. When you start talking about people being kidnapped, held against their will,
Yes.
not being fed,
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Yes.
say. When he
Okay.
said we got to change the narrative.
That's
Okay.
gonna make them move, and that happened prior to surviving R. Kelly. So
Miss
it was
Walker.
Okay, well,
already open. He had civil claims in there, whatever. That stuff just don't go away.
But you only give further credence to what we're saying when you say that. I'm gonna tell you why. Let me, I'm not saying you're accurate, but what you're doing is basically substantiating our claims in a sense that
Right.
if what you're saying is true, and I believe it, that Tim Savage was the one who prompted. You talked about prior to surviving R. Kelly, there was a file, and you pointed to Tim Savage, the complaints. Well, if in the final production, the final product, which was his conviction, if throughout that whole judicial process there was no mention of any criminality perpetrated towards Tim Savage or his daughter, that makes the whole goddamn thing more egregious. That
Absolutely.
That's all I got to say. Thank you.
So
That's
what
it.
happened? So this is how this happened. So he goes down there, he makes all these complaints or whatever. Then at some point, he I guess notifies Mr. Clare, whatever. He allegedly has a underage, daughter, whatever. Now, and
Hold on,
now,
Angie. Hold on. You skipped the piece. You skipped the piece. You skipped the piece.
I mean,
Because
it's like these motherfuckers got some kind of dossier set up.
He said, okay, you remember, y'all, he said he called the federal government. The federal government came out, they did an investigation, didn't find no nothing. Next thing he said, well, he had a friend or somebody work for Homeland Security, and that's how it prompted to get him arrested.
Which means,
I can. Well, and here's the thing, and I understand. But listen, when they go to investigate and they start finding this and that, and they got these allegations, and the people supposed to be alleged underage or
Well,
whatever.
see, Andrew, when you say this and that, if I go look and search on you, I'm gonna find this and that. They go look and search on me. Well, let me tell you something. You spoke on this as if they got some, not you particularly, but the ones that's involved with this bullshit. It's like they created some dossier, like they watching this man and creating. And see,
again, if the federal government went, how they didn't find nothing?
Wait, well, let me say this. Let me say this, Sandra. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. This shit is way bigger than what we're looking at.
Absolutely.
When I say dossier, go look up what a dossier is.
Absolutely.
Like they sit back and study your motherfucking ass. They follow you. They know when you go buy a goddamn Subway sandwich, and they will find out a way to put it against you. But see, these common ass motherfuckers that's in the thread, me, these goddamn supporters, and these opposers, they don't understand this shit, and they know they don't understand.
Absolutely.
There is no way using a complex vehicle to indict somebody, such as a RICO. There is no way that it took a couple of days for them to go back and say, okay, we got to find our predicate. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. There's no way that they're going to sit up there and take a couple days or right when the after the docuseries happens or whatever, to sit
That's
there
not
and say,
how
okay.
it happened, Angie.
Oh,
That's
I
not
know
what
it's
I'm
not.
saying.
Can I finish? They had to go back and find the predicate acts, which now they got to find two things. They got to find the predicate act that led to the crime that eventually happened. So they got to go back and find the predicate act. Then they got to make sure that they fall within the time allowed, the 5 years or the 10 years. I'm not sure. I forgot which one it is from each other. Then they got to find. Then they got to make sure they got all the elements of all of that, whatever.
You don't understand white supremacy. You don't understand it.
I don't want to talk about no white supremacy. I'm talking about
you don't understand it. They will study your ass to a science. And listen, let me tell y'all something. Let me ask y'all something, right? Geronda Pace. Let me ask y'all something, and then I'm going to shut the fuck up, and I'm not saying shit else tonight. How is it that she was the most prevalent one in that last case that he beat? How was it that they used those pictures up to the day?
That's right. That means somebody was.
I'm gonna tell you how.
Wait. No, please let me express this, because I want them to really conceptualize this. How is it? I mean, because goddamn Ron was at his damn near peak right there. How is it that they just grabbed her to cultivate those pictures? Man, y'all
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm done with it. I'm done with this stuff, man.
They ain't just closed all those.
Negroes are dumb, man. Negroes
They
are
got
dumb.
civil actions down there. They got, you can say they got the case from 2008 and stuff like that. You always, whether you know it or not, they can close. Listen, they can close a file, but ain't nothing to open it right back up. All you gotta do is
not what I just asked. That's not what I just asked.
What JoJo is speaking to is that it was conspiratorial from the beginning.
Right.
And the fact that and the fact that you now see pictures with the young lady who attended the trial in 2008, which I was with him a few days. Yeah, it was conspiratorial.
How the fuck they get these pictures and they this prevalent to the day? I mean, Negroes are fucking. Like I said,
you might but you proving my point. So I'm just saying, even when they say and investigate, that just simply means, hold on, that just simply means that after the surviving, it doesn't mean that he was never on the radar. It means after surviving R. Kelly, they were able to get approval from somebody to get manpower, some money, go and try to find set up a line for the people to call
doesn't make it right.
No, not only does it not make it right. I want you guys to listen to me very closely. Listen. I'm gonna tell you. Here's the deal. What speaks to the conspiratorial aspect of what JoJo just talked about is simple, and that is this. Ever since we were children in America, all our lives in America, we've always held the FBI, now Homeland Security, we've always held them at a higher standard, people. Listen, whenever there was alleged, whenever there has been alleged corruption within local police departments or with mayors or judges or anyone who works within the government or the various state and local governments, I don't care if they accuse the Detroit police, which they did, of shaking down drug dealers. I don't care if they accuse the state police or the state troopers in Indiana for racial profiling and shaking down people and taking drugs. What is the last line of defense that we all have as Americans? And that is the FBI, the feds, because we hold them to a higher standard. That's right. And without a doubt, they come in and investigate local and state municipalities, whether it's the fucking what's his name, Marion Barry in D.C. You feel me? Anything that goes on, the mayor Coleman Young in Detroit, they'll come in and conduct their investigation. So we hold them to a higher standard. So you're trying to tell me in America that the federal Justice Department, the FBI, has stooped that goddamn low where they are marching and acting at the dictates of a goddamn documentary?
Hey,
Levi,
that should tell you it's a conspiracy, like JoJo said. It doesn't happen.
But listen, if the authorities can conduct sting operations and it's perfectly legal, should I say anymore?
Can I ask you a question? I have one question.
Let me ask you this. And go ahead, Nisa, after this. Who justify as it being legal what they're doing? Who does it? Who does it? It's them.
Well, it's the only thing they got, Lord, the law of the land. JoJo, you can't just, they're not just going to throw them out the law just because nobody agrees with them. I mean,
okay, I'm glad you said
because
that.
You don't think it's right, that's okay, that's tough titty. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm glad you said that. Now, my question coincides with what he just said. Okay, now everything was not factual that they found when it came to Robert's case. They have no evidence. But in case of this, the owner, there were evidence. There were rooms and rooms of people that this man have brought from China, other countries, into the United States. But nothing happened to this man. They were pissing and pooping in buckets. And that was right there in Florida. He was caught red-handed, but nothing happened to this man. His case is now closed.
You're right. And I'm going to tell you where you and JoJo are right on point. And y'all going to learn this. Everyone's going to learn this. The docuseries was designed to sway public opinion. They had been watching Robert. They had been wanting Robert. They were given a directive from some so-called powers that be to get Robert. And the docuseries was only to persuade public opinion for them to do what they had planned to do in any goddamn way. So now you have a situation where you have black people calling him a pedophile, calling him this, calling him that, when really at the end of the day, there was no real see, Miss Walker, it's interesting how you want to put the legal cart before the legal horse. And I understand what you're saying. Everything you're saying is sound. You're right, as far as they have a right to investigate. I get that. However, Ms. Walker, and I think JoJo and Miguel and any black man listening to this will understand. When we are racially profiled as black men, pulled over by a rogue, goddamn corrupt, racist motherfucking cop, we understand one thing about that situation when we're in it. If this motherfucking cop is that corrupt to come from the other side of the goddamn highway to pull me over because he saw my black face, he's capable of anything. He's capable of planting drugs, planting a gun, blowing my fucking brains out because he's a corrupt fucking cop. That applies to the federal Justice Department in this case. The fact that they walked and stepped to the dictates of a documentary, you cannot expect nothing but corruption, prosecutorial misconduct, sleight of hand tricks. They did every fucking thing in the world to get him. And if the beginning was corrupt, the ending is going to be corrupt. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's all corrupt.
And I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead, Mr. Miguel.
Because at the end of the day, if anybody is telling the truth, and I don't care what jurisdiction you're in, you don't need immunity to tell the truth. The truth should stand on its own. But if the federal government is giving immunity to 50, 60 people, or whatever the number is, that tells me that they're allowing people who actually committing crimes get away with it and say, you know what, do this for me and I'll do this for you. Whether it may seem right in the eye of the law, no, that's not right. It's not fair. And at the end of the day, it undercuts and undermines the true nature of what the law was intended to do.
Yes,
so
sir.
If the truth, so at the end of the day, if it's the truth, then stand on the truth. Don't give nobody immunity to so you can come out on the upper side of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what you just said, brother, is absolutely correct. But I want you to revisit what JoJo said. He asked the guy who worked in the Justice Department when he walked over to him and asked him, "What is justice?" And he said, "Justice is what the Supreme Court says it is. When the truth is, justice is truth." Do you follow me? Justice is truth. Justice is truth, right? So when y'all say Levi goes hard on the terrorists, I gotta say this. Really, if you listen to Levi, I'm going harder on those attorneys who were dealing with the terrorists and messing with the terrorists, because what we just talked about, what Sir Miguel just talked about, when did you hear any of his attorneys stand out on those federal courthouse steps during a press conference and say, our client, Robert Kelly, is the victim of a media-led propaganda goddamn assault that the government has joined on to? They didn't talk like that.
Nope.
Because they were too busy fucking with YouTube bloggers and on YouTube, and this is all I've been saying, y'all.
But we did hear the attorney say, find my client guilty.
Absolutely. That's not funny. I'm laughing when you said it, but absolutely. That's the most craziest, ludicrous shit in the world. So to say to Sir Miguel, what trumps everything is the truth. Everything. And now that the truth is coming out about the text messages, the truth is coming out about his information being stolen, now he has a chance, because the truth is now being spoken. And there's so many other things that I know about. You feel me? That I will never talk about. There's so many other things that transpired. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
This has never happened before, and y'all don't understand. Now I see him different. Like, damn, why would these people go through all of this shit to do this to him?
Bro, that's what I was trying to tell you on a live that Angie had. I said I need to ask him a serious question. These people don't understand. If it could have been different, they would have killed him already.
Thank you.
I don't think people understand this magnitude. And then you're going to have this sector of people that don't give a fuck. And then when it happened, it'd have been fucked up. But you got some people to say he deserved it, and it's all good. And that's fine. And I'm cool with that. See, this is how y'all gotta know my evolution and my growth. I can speak with the people that feels like that about him. Before I couldn't. I thank God for evolution.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was one of the ones like, I ain't no way I'm finna fuck with them people. Just like you tried to study us, I studied y'all.
That's right.
Big old bag. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Absolutely.
You did? So, moving right along, shit, who y'all think y'all fucking with? I'm not a nigga you can come find on no beach in the bottom.
And you had to study some of these on this side. You better ask somebody.
Let me speak on this broom. Shit, I ain't the average. And I'm glad you took me for it. Number love, though. And let's see where the love lies. You dig?
Absolutely.
If it's like that, and if it's like this, and it's like what was said, okay. No love lost. You did? Don't think I don't listen and hear nothing that ain't being said. I'm not, and I have the goddamn fortitude to understand how this shit works. Do you understand this shit, what I'm saying to y'all?
Absolutely.
If it ain't about Rob,
amen.
And I said this shit, and I'm gonna continue to say it. A lot of niggas get out here and say it's about Rob, but that's some bullshit.
That's right.
Because listen, I can dispel this shit at a blink of an eye, and they know I can. Stop playing with me.
Absolutely.
That's why they don't fuck with me.
And
I'm going on record saying it. Yes. Listen, moving along with this shit, man. This shit is so crazy. I've never experienced nothing like this in my life, man.
Ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna tone it down because I was finna go somewhere.
Yes, sir. Joe, yes, sir.
You already know.
No.
See, cause when I say this, Levi, this is what they do.
Yeah,
like Levi and Joe, they be like Levi and JoJo been along with this shit a long time ago. See, I understand this feeble-minded thinking shit. No, motherfucker, no dumb motherfucker. It's about the fight in the struggle. If Levi ain't who he say he is, Levi ain't who he is.
Absolutely.
That don't stop me from doing what the fuck I'm saying I'm gonna come here to do.
Absolutely.
As we walk this weary road, as we see that's what it is.
Absolutely.
It'll be found out that he ain't who he is. The goddamn man that self-fed. Charge him to the game if he ain't who he say he is.
Absolutely.
And if he ain't doing what he want, what he's supposed to come out here to do. Goddamn. That's what you should be focused on.
Absolutely. And if I can say this to that point, I said it before subtly to people, which I don't care how people feel about me. I really don't. But I've offered this analogy before. If you walk outside of a club and you see your loved one being beaten by four cats, 4 dudes are all one, beating them. They could beat them to death. And as you walk to help that person, if someone jumps in your way talking shit, you're not going to play with the person who's then jumped in your way trying to stop you from getting to the person that you're trying to help, your loved one. And this is all I've been saying from day one. When niggas started shit with me, you're taking the focus off of him. They're trying to kill Robert.
I said that fucking shit.
So you want to direct people's attention towards Levi and all that bullshit. This is why I made it clear. Had I shown up to a rally, I can almost guarantee you it would have been a goddamn tragedy. Because I'm here to fight for a man that I love. And you keep fucking with me. I'm not bothering you. I'm sitting with this man, formulating, talking, offering him spiritual upliftment, keeping his morale up, trying to do everything I can. But the whole goddamn YouTube streets then turned into some Levi shit. Then the man comes out and says, a man I call my cousin, who I'm very close to, listen to my cousin Levi. But niggas want a goddamn DNA test now. They want a DNA. Oh, now you got to get the DNA test. Man, look, did you hear what he said? I'm in a goddamn casket. I'm in a casket.
I mean, they ain't focusing on that shit, man. That shit hurt me to my core.
You didn't hear that? They didn't hear that, though.
Oh, I heard it, baby, and I cried.
A man is telling you out of his own mouth, I'm experiencing health problems. I've had COVID twice.
I'm gonna go farther, Levi. He said I would take a roast to help me.
Absolutely.
What's wrong with you, motherfuckers?
Absolutely. A man comes and lets you know out of his own mouth, they are trying to kill me in here.
I already know it. I've been knowing it.
And you take all of the things he said and you focus on Levi, my cousin. What the fuck is you talking about? Here's a man telling, yes, ma'am.
I've been said this.
My brother, listen at this here. Hear what you just said. And I know you because we've had this discussion before. Think about when they was marching Jesus to Calvary. How they was distracting, doing everything. They knew where he was going. They was going to kill him. But they was doing everything in their power to distract and do everything other than what that he was going there to. He knew what his role was.
Exactly.
Rob know why he's where he's at, but he don't need the distraction out here on YouTube.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Robert said it when he come out of the jail for the state. He said this is a God thing.
That's right.
But woe unto those that feel like you're doing something big and bad when you're going against the man of God.
Absolutely.
Robert is nothing is going to happen to him because he's covered.
Absolutely.
But we've been seeing death after death after death. People better stop.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Nisi. Absolutely. And what I want you to understand is that the Bible also says, thou shalt not tempt God.
That's what it said.
You know, and this is a serious life and death fight. And JoJo is one of the few who remember when I first came on YouTube, January of 2019. That's all I talked about is they trying to kill him. And to be honest with y'all, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I have to say this on here. As God is my witness, I did not know Robert was as strong as he is.
Robert didn't know he was as strong as he is.
I thought, listen, man, for that first 2 months, I would get a call 2 a.m. I would jump up because I thought Rob was gone. I would look at the phone and be like, oh, hell no. I didn't know that man was as strong. I'm going to put it to y'all like this. I thought I was stronger than Robert. I'm the kind of nigga, you put me in there, I'm going to make it do what it do. Shit. I don't want to be in there. But when he was in there, I said, oh my God. And I couldn't believe, listen, Nisi. I'm speaking to Nisi and only Nisi. Friday night, I can't enjoy my weekend. I'll get a call from Robert. I'm in a bad mood. That nigga will call me and I'm listening. And the times he called me where he's laughing, oh my God. My girl said, you act like you just Christmas time because I could feel better. I can function now because he's laughing. Listen to me, y'all. I want y'all to listen to me. Not long ago, I wrote the nigga. I didn't know the emails could go that far, but I wrote that nigga 10 pages. And he called me while I was in the store. 3 days later, he called me. 4 days later. And I said, I'm feeling down. I said, what's up, man? And I got to tell y'all this. The first thing he says was, what's up, boy, big boy? He said, look, that long email that you sent me, I couldn't read that shit.
That's him. That's him. That's him.
He said, wait, that long email you sent me? Tom asked if I said, what's up, man? That long email you sent me, I couldn't read that shit. That shit was all them big words and shit. So listen, this is what he said. So that was a waste of time. What's up? That nigga said, so that was a waste of time. That nigga said, you sat there typing all that was a waste of time. So, and he started laughing and I started laughing. That was on a Friday. When he started laughing, we laughed for about 10 seconds. I said, oh shit. He said, that was a waste. Oh, you just wasted your goddamn. This is what he said. He said, it's like, what's the name of the movie with Eddie Murphy? Eddie Murphy and when they were in jail, what's the name of that movie?
Life.
Trading Places.
Life. He said, I had 4 niggas around me trying to read them big words and shit. He said, we couldn't read that shit. He said, this is like the movie Life in this motherfucker. And he started laughing and I started laughing. That encourages me because it tells me, oh my God, God is with him. The angels are protecting him. For him to be able to crack a joke, it's like, oh my, the sun just shines like, oh my God. There's been times where he's not like that, but when he's like that, y'all don't, let me be quiet, but man, look, when the 23rd Psalm says, and he restored my soul.
Leads me.
I've witnessed it. Where that man will be down, I talk to him 3, 4, 5 days later, and he sounds different. I said, you sound good. He said, oh yeah, I'm straight. That's God restoring his soul, his ability and will to fight. I've witnessed it, and I just feel so good to know that God has placed an angel there with him in that shit, in that, excuse me, God for swearing, in that dungeon to cool the flames, to calm him down. But once again, don't lose sight of it, anyone, that they're trying to kill him. But like JoJo said, they didn't want to take him out like that. Their design is different. And my mother taught me, my blessed mother taught me from a child, when everybody is against one person, that's a special person.
That's a special.
That's what
What did Mama Joanne call him?
That's right.
A special child.
That's a special person. And I just didn't know how special Robert was till this shit happened. I said, wait a minute. These people spend millions of dollars and going through all this shit. You understand? So I didn't want to, I'm sorry to bring up those stories, y'all, but I have to say that I don't respond. I don't give a damn.
You got to speak on it. You got to speak on it. But
yes, sir.
It ain't about nobody, man.
Hey, before y'all finish.
Let Jeff go. Go ahead, Jeff.
Before Levi finish, and I want to, anything that we do, if it's not in accordance with God, I want to do one thing, and I hope nobody have no problem with what I'm gonna do. I want to say a prayer for everybody that's on the panel, that's in the chat, that may be watching, that's in the bushes. I want to say a prayer. Heavenly Lord, I thank you and I bless you and I appreciate you for having us. And I appreciate you for blessing us with another day of life. And I want to make sure that we acknowledge you, Lord, for being in your presence and being able to breathe and be able to experience life and to show love to our brothers and sisters. And I want to exonerate you as the God of our life, and also all our brothers and sisters, that we express love to one another and we lead in love. and also that we understand the level of understanding, wisdom, and knowledge, that we can also understand the knowledge of forgiveness, and we
Yes.
can lead in the love in the life, and what you the same path that you laid for us, that we could follow in that same path,
Yes, Lord.
Lord. So we want to follow your steps, Lord. So everything that we do, we exonerate you, Lord. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? We praise your name, God. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And I don't have anything but love and nothing but peace and blessing for all of my brothers and sisters that
Thank you.
are under the sound of my voice, Lord. And
Thank you.
I bless you for waking me up today. And
Thank you.
and I will be more even gracious if you wake me up tomorrow, Lord. And and I and I say that for all my brothers and sisters that's on the panel and in the chat. You know what
In
I'm
Jesus'
saying?
name.
So, and with that, much peace and blessings to everybody. And that's what we on. Amen.
In Jesus'
Amen.
name, amen. In Jesus' name. Hey,
In
Brother
Jesus'
Miguel,
name.
I guess Brother Miguel be like, wait a minute, Levi said, Assalamu alaikum. Did he say in Jesus' name? I know what
It's
you're
all
thinking.
good.
You're like,
All
wait,
good, baby.
did he say in Jesus' name, Brother Miguel?
And Allah name too. You feel
That's
me?
right, that's right.
All good.
And Brother Miguel, listen to me. There's one God, and I just want you to know this, because you're a spiritual brother. And I want you to know that there's only one truth, one God, one Son, one baptism, one. And I, being raised Muslim, never rejected Christianity, or not the white man's Christianity, but that Christianity that Yeshua brought. Excuse me, the truth that Yeshua brought. I never rejected it because it wasn't Allah, it wasn't Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah, peace be upon him. It wasn't any of those entities, which are one, that our ancestors called on.
They called on the name of Jesus.
That's right. So I have to, I honor them. When I say Jesus, I honor them because that's who they called on, not absent of my love for the Supreme Being. And let me say this to you, Brother Miguel, because I'm about to get off, but I want to leave you with something. You can learn from anybody or anything. And I heard there's a Jewish sect, a small sect of Jews. Now, we know who the original Jews are. We know how that go. But this is a small sect of Jews. And when they're asked, most Jews say God is Yahweh. But they said, I was reading this years ago, 15 years ago. I was in a doctor's office, a dentist office. And I was reading this thing, and it was like a small sect of Jews. And they were asked, what is God's name? And they said, God's name is too pure to pronounce. Ooh, I was sitting in the dentist. I said, that is so true. I believe that his purity, his righteousness is so pure that he allows us to say Jesus, Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh. He allows that. But if you go back to the book in the Bible where he says, the children of Israel knew me as Almighty God. They knew me as Almighty God. I think he's talking to I forgot who he's talking to, but he says, my name is Jehovah. But they knew me as Almighty God. So I think that he will give a name so we can recognize them. But what those people said is right on point. God's name is too pure for us to even put in our mouths and our lips. I believe that. As a child, if y'all remember, I'm sorry, I got to say this before I go. Do you remember as a child when you would look out the window when it was a big snowfall at night? You were a kid. I remember, I could speak for myself being in Michigan. I remember being in the window, I'm 7, 8, 9 years old, and I look outside and it'll start to snow. Then you go back to the window and it's snow covering everything. And that
I've
snow is
experienced that.
there. You look at that, the purity of that snow. We don't even get the same snowfalls no more. If y'all
No,
notice,
we don't even get the same rain.
we don't get the same rain no more. But back then, that snow was thick. It just blanketed the whole block, and it was beautiful and it was pure. God's name, I believe, is too pure for us to even announce, to even pronounce. Like it's who is God. God is just we wouldn't even be able to conceive His name and who He
Hey,
is.
bro, let me give you an example, bro. And Levi is absolutely correct. Me, traveling all over the country, because every state is like its own country. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I've been, I would say, out of 40 states, just being a truck driver, just going and seeing different plantations and different aspects of life and experiencing different just it's different. You know what I'm saying? And
Absolutely.
coming from a city environment and going to the country was just a revelation for it in itself. And it's really just it's really breathtaking. And a lot of people don't get a chance to experience that. And I encourage people, if you ain't got to get on no airplane, you ain't got on, just, if you could take a bus ride, just get out your own environment, get out your 8-block radius and go somewhere to experience a different light. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And man, that's where life begins, just experiencing different experiences. You know what I'm saying? With this whole thing that we were talking about, just to get back into the conversation and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, what Levi was touching on, Angie, Sir Miguel, JoJo, man, salute to y'all, Nisimo, you know what I'm saying? Shout out, sis, you know what I'm saying? Progress was good. I want to just first of all say, man, Happy New Year to everybody. You know what I'm
Thank
saying?
you, brother.
Happy New Year to everybody, man. Peace and blessings. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like this, man, regardless of what side or whatever you deal with or whatever, at the end of the day, we all black people. We all family at the end of the day, man. I feel like this. If we at odds with one another, then you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be all this different, distractions and everything like that. And that's gonna be that. People gonna have their differences. But at the end of the day, man, I salute everybody on the chat, everybody on the panel, and I just want to show love and peace and blessings to everybody. And man, you know what I'm saying? We can have a healthy dialogue without the drama. You feel me?
Thank you, brother. And I want to say to you, brother, thank you for that prayer. And what people don't know, that prayer that the brother said earlier, tomorrow when you get in your ride or you're making a right turn, God may lead you this way, or this may happen, or your child, something will be prevented by this brother just saying a prayer over us.
Yes.
Do you follow me? So we have to learn to value, which JoJo and I talked about earlier, that which is odd. And this is a black man. He comes on here. We talking about all these subjects. He said, "I want to pray for y'all." We have to start embracing and valuing simple things like that. The book tells us it's the simple life that counts and that means something. And when God says, "Lean not onto your own understanding," hey, God has a sense of humor, y'all. God
said, "Acknowledge me."
Let me tell you what God is saying. He has a sense of humor, y'all. Because we have senses of humor, right? So God made us in His image and life, so He has a sense of humor. So God says it, He puts it politely, lean not onto your own understanding, meaning you don't know nothing. God is basically saying you don't know nothing compared to what I know. You don't know nothing. Be quiet and quit thinking about your own thoughts. You
Just
understand?
trust the plans that I have for you.
That is correct. Absolutely. I have to go, y'all, but
But let me tell you this real quick. So basically,
Yes.
what I be trying to tell y'all is that your argument has to be based on law, or it has to be, or it can be interpreted from a law that's already in place. So that's automatically going to rule out your emotions and all that the human as we're all human, of course. Humanity plays a part in all of it, of course, because I mean that we are living things. But what I'm talking about, just when it's geared to the law and your argument, gotta be
Yes,
based
ma'am.
on the law, or can be interpreted from a law that's already in place.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the
But
what's the argument, Angie? What's the argument? Hi,
Well,
Happy New Year to you.
you know how Levi do. He want to take the VOP thing and 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 turn it into something. You know how he give his support and stuff, whatever. And I'm just trying to, every time he throw one
But he
scenario and
right though.
he turn it right, left, this, that, and the third. I'm trying to tell him, okay, but the law is gonna stop you here, this, that, and the third. So you're gonna have to, take what you're saying and fit it just in that narrow thing. I didn't make it. I'm just telling you how it go. Just telling you
yes,
how it's
ma'am.
Okay, well, I have a
I'm telling you
question
how it's
before.
administered, how the law is administered. That's all I'm telling you.
Okay, I have a
Go
question. Based upon what, Levi just stated regarding the BOP and everything that happened in that situation, that's something totally different. Okay, based upon what everyone have been seeing that's been channeled across the news everywhere regarding these documents that Trump had, now this sitting president have. They want us to believe that they're going to there are criminal charges that could possibly come. That's what they want us to believe.
Yes.
Why is it that they want us to believe that when they know that that's not going to ever take place?
Well, because here's the deal, niece. Here's the deal, sister. JoJo talks about this. Listen, y'all. I'm gonna say something. There is no such thing as prison for the white and the wealthy in America.
Say it again, my brother.
There is no such thing as what we know as prison for the white and wealthy of America.
Say that one more
In other words, if we live in what they say is a capitalist society, he who pays the piper calls the goddamn tune. So I'm gonna prove my point. I got a cousin in federal goddamn lockup. Every black person damn near in America got some kind of relative, friend, somebody they know through somebody that's in federal lockup, especially the rappers. When have you ever heard a nigga say, oh yeah, Harvey Weinstein's in the same prison as me?
Say it again, my brother.
When have you ever heard a nigga say, oh, by the way, Harvey Weinstein is in this motherfucker?
And he's on my block. I'm going Harvey Weinstein.
Thank you. No white rich man is going to no goddamn prison. That man is somewhere on an island eating, drinking, screwing, doing whatever he want to do. So when you ask that question, I don't consider it that Donald Trump's text messages. What Ms. Walker talks about as it pertains to the law, I told Ms. Walker, I say you are an idealist, and that's fine.
No,
but at the end, but no, you are. No. But at the end of the day, listen to what the white attorney, when I first came in, you was playing that white attorney. He was talking about the law, Ms. Walker. Play it back. And when he talked about habeas corpus, what did he say? Some attorneys feel that you have 90 days after you've exhausted all of your appeals. Some say you don't. I choose to err, I'm paraphrasing, I choose to err on the side of caution, and I don't go with the 90-day theory. Well, goddamn, Ms. Walker, if it's a law, why is he, what do you mean some say this, some say that? If it's a law, it should be a law. But like JoJo said, he who makes the law can break the law. And that's the end of it.
And that's
they
why
make the
I
law,
stated we need to abolish the laws.
absolutely.
Then we'll have a lawless land. It's a
It's lawless
year.
now. No, I'm
Yeah,
joking.
but
Go
it's
ahead.
a year. It's a year. It's a
Shit.
year. But in certain exceptions, you have 90 days. That's what he said. In certain,
No, he said, and so he's
90 days. You have an extra 90 days.
if you play it back, he said some attorneys believe that 90 days is concrete. I don't take those chances. Listen, laws are to be interpreted. You know this. Laws are not absolute.
That's procedure. When you talk about timely filing and things of that nature, that's procedure. So what he was saying is pretty much, if it's a year, okay, go with the year. Don't depend on getting an exception approved by the judge, because if you don't get an exception approved, then you pretty much fall outside of the time to filing, and then it's no good. That's what he's pretty much telling you. He erred on the side of caution. He just rather work with less time instead of trying to depend on getting something approved due to an exception, because those exceptions aren't always granted. Even when it comes to exception, you just can't rely on that. You got, and that what you put as your persuading argument with regards to your hearsay or whatever, your hearsay exception, that they're going to accept it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yes, but
I want to know, why was he denied bond?
Well, what Ms. Walker just talked about, they rely. You say Ms. Walker, you say, oh shit, huh?
Okay. Denied bond because pretty much of his charges. One, the obstruction of justice would do it. Two, anything dealing with, minors, alleged minors. And when they categorized him as dangerous to be on the streets, when they used him, when they painted him as a sadomasochist, then that translates in the legal terms that he is a danger to be on the street.
Okay, but I can go murder 4 or 5 people and get a bond.
Listen, Nisi, listen. Right. Listen, hold on. Once again,
the feds don't give out bond.
Once again, Ms. Walker gave a watered down version of why he was denied bond. When we let me tell you now, I got all the files now. I got a whole 2 cabinets full of files. When we revisit what the judge said in Chicago and New York. If you remember, the judge in Chicago basically said, well, I'm going to rely on what the New York judge says in order to make my determination on bond. So that means what Ms. Walker just said doesn't hold water, because if it was clear cut. I'm telling you, Ms. Walker.
The man said, okay, he's relying on what somebody say. A judge can do that. A bond is not a right. It is
I understand.
Not a right. It is, but listen, because when you write something up like that, and this was already confirmed by Greenberg now, so I ain't making this up. He said it after I said it. When they said, when you have obstruction charges, when you have anything dealing with minors, and then they added a cherry on the top to consider
Hey Angie, Happy New Year. I'm gonna get up out of here.
All right, brother. Peace, brother.
Hey, peace. I just want to holler at Levi right quick before I bounce.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, man, peace and blessings.
One love, peace and blessings. One love, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, just because.
But Angie, I'm asking that question because here in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, right now, this guy, they claim he obstructed justice, and he molested 3 children. He raped. He didn't molest. He didn't do anything. He raped, and it was found to be factual. This man got a bond.
I ain't finished my demo.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Man, hey, Levi, much love and plenty blessings.
Same
But
to you, bro.
yes, sir, man. What I want to see, bro, you know what I'm saying? Just to keep everything official, because
Yes, sir.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? You know, we had conversations before, so
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to keep it 100 with you. The same energy that we got, you know what I'm saying, that you got for these, you know,
Terrorists.
yeah. You say, hey, you say the terrorists and everything like that. Whole
Yes.
time, man, that energy could be redirected to these same people that's going against your cousin, bro. Like the same way that they trying to block this BOP situation. You see it, we see it. It's in our eyes. It's just, you know, we see it, so it's just hit different, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like the
Yes,
same
sir.
people that you call the terrorists, bro. I was with them people and they wasn't terrorists, bro. They was really supporting Kales. They wasn't no terrorist shit. I'm in Chicago. I'm out here, and I see what none terroristic, nothing that wasn't the intention. You know what I'm saying? I seen like different situations where we just trying to support Kales. It wasn't nothing like that. It wasn't nothing to be no terroristic thing or nothing like that. We
Yes,
just
sir.
trying to support Kales, bro.
Yes,
And
sir.
I respect you as a man. I respect you
Yes,
as
sir.
Kales' cousin and whatever the fuck it is. You know, I don't even give a fuck. But at the
Exactly.
end of the day, if you speak enough for Kales and that's what it is, that's what it is. I'm gonna ride with you, bro. 10 toes down, bro.
Yes,
You know
sir.
what I'm saying? So that's all I was just trying to
Yes,
say
sir.
to you, bro. And I'm gonna get up out of here,
But no,
man.
bro. Please listen to me, brother. Please listen to me. You know, we cannot rewrite history. I want you to listen to me, my brother.
Yes, sir.
I could tell by your voice, your words, that you are a sincere supporter of Robert Kelly. Forget about the cousin stuff. You are a sincere supporter of a man that I love.
Yes, sir.
However, I want you to understand this, that when you love someone and you are a civil person, you are the kind of person where you're not going to agree with everybody. No, you know, people don't agree. Most people don't agree with one another on everything.
Right.
The problem I have, my dear brother, is that I don't want you to follow anyone like me. When I say even myself, I make sure that I don't follow anyone blindly. I follow God and I follow truth. So what I don't want you to do
I'm listening.
Is lose sight of the fact that we had a man back then who was being denied bond, which Nisi just asked about. She said, why was he denied bond? During that time period, when he was being denied bond, the people who were leading the protest rallies, I'm going to give you an example, brother. What's your name again, brother?
Jeff.
Jeff. Listen to me, Jeff. I never heard of the pap smear lady. I never seen her, never heard of her.
The who?
I never heard her
He
name.
said Pat Smith, man.
No, I don't like to call names, but
Progress. Go ahead.
As God is my witness, I got the text messages in my old phone. I'm receiving text messages, brother Jeff.
Oh no! Hold on, bro. Before you go no further, and I always do respect. She was down there, 10 toes down.
Oh yes.
You talk about one papoose. She was. I went to one of her
Okay,
rallies.
let me tell you about the 10 toes. See, you can't listen, bro. You cannot listen, Jeff. You come to my city, Detroit, and I show you around the city. And we having a nice time. But you don't know that I robbed some people on the east side, tied their kids up, tied their mama up. You leave Detroit and you say, Levi showed me a real nice time. We went to the casino and he's a nice guy. But you don't know that I didn't rob some people and tie them up. Now you come back to Detroit and we hanging out for the weekend. Hey, bro, what's up? And we sit in the car and somebody shoots the goddamn car up.
You a snake then, because you supposed to let me know that before it happened.
But wait a minute, hold on. Now,
hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
You're gonna learn, not you per se, but in that instance, God forbid something happens to you, and then your loved ones find out, damn, he was hanging with Levi in Detroit, and he didn't know that Levi had robbed some people on the east side and tied their kids up and shit. Our father, our nephew, our brother, our son was killed hanging with the wrong goddamn people. Now, I say that to say, I have the chronological, real emails, text messages. You cannot deny, Brother Jeff, that when these people came on to so-called advocate for my cousin, they came on with two objectives. We're going to advocate for R. Kelly, supposedly. But in order for us to be prominent in this, we have to attack those who have the most followers, those who have the most attention. We have to go at them. Now,
hey, bro.
Did it happen or did it not? Yes or no?
Hey, you know what? You got a point.
Okay, listen. Let me say this. So if I'm minding my business and I get text messages saying, who is this lady talking about you? The woman don't know me from a can of paint.
But
bro,
I can't speak on that lady as it pertains to that particular situation because she never been on that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, she was on that with me.
Well, hold on. Let me speak regarding that.
How can you tell me?
Jeff, there's a difference between what you and I actually saw on when we came from our various places, our homes. I drove night and day. When we got there to come to the rally, yes, there may have been people there for other reasons. We don't know, and I won't ever know. They may have come back to YouTube on another thing. I don't know. Care.
I don't know. I can't
because
speak
my
on that.
thing is, and your thing was, we're fighting, and I'm going to continue to fight for Robert. Period.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all I've been about. That's all I've been about, bro.
Absolutely, and I respect and love you guys for that. All I'm saying to you is when someone comes to me and say, well, Levi, you should direct that energy towards just fighting for your cousin. I respect that, but at the same time, you can't tell me how to respond to someone who has started shit with me for no reason. That's all I'm saying. You can't say, well, Levi, you shouldn't. Listen, these people, you know this, Jeff, because you've seen enough of it. Without any proof, nothing, came on social media for 3 goddamn years, lying and slandering me. I said to myself, that's fine. Tell your lies, talk your shit. But you fucking with the wrong motherfucker. Listen to me, bro. No. Bro, you got to hear me out, bro. You got to hear me out, bro.
Go ahead.
You got to hear me out.
Go ahead, bro.
I don't bother people. I didn't sit for 5.5 months at a computer to help my cousin trying to chase clout or be seen. I've never been the kind of person who gave a damn about celebrity and his celebrity or none of that. I mind my business. That's all I was doing was working for my cousin. But these people, their desire to dethrone Dana J, to dethrone me. They sat and they lied on me and slandered me. But I'm the kind of person, if you lie on me and slander me, you have to pay a motherfucking price for it. Listen to me, brother.
I'm listening.
You have to pay a price for fucking with me.
I'm listening.
Is it personal? You goddamn right. I'm gonna tell you why it's personal. Instead of you coming on YouTube advocating for R. Kelly, they turned this into a nigger show. They turned this. You talk about the rallies, but you don't talk about them at the rallies, talking about walking over Levi's mama's grave. You don't talk. Listen to me, bro. I can send you, if you give me email me again, I'll send you the email. Days before or weeks before the rally, the super fan and the baby killer did a video.
Come on, we ain't got to do that.
No. If we gonna speak truth, let's speak truth. Did we talk about R. Kelly? Forget about Levi. Forget about Levi. Let's talk about R. Kelly.
I'm just saying, bro. We gonna talk.
Let's talk about R. Kelly.
We ain't got to do the name thing.
No.
Hold
on. You asked me a question. I was about to leave. You asked me a question. Let me answer. In that video, I will send you. They're standing there saying, if Bozo, Levi, whoever show up to the rally, we gonna lock down blocks. We gonna jump on motorcycles and kill motherfuckers. Now, you think Levi is some kind of goddamn cheerleader? Or some motherfucker you could threaten? Jeff, you're going to learn in life. Certain people you can't threaten. In my life, as a child in my city, we were taught leave people alone because you never know who you fucking encounter. Now,
hey,
what
bro,
if
I'm going to tell you something.
Go ahead,
bro. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you do your thing.
I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
No, Levi. I respect you as an OG, bro. You older than me, bro. Like I'm listening to you and I'm registering everything you saying, bro. And I feel where you coming from, and I respect you as an OG, bro. I'm not taking nothing away from you, bro, at all, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever had your life threatened?
Absolutely.
Okay. When that threat was issued, did you take it lightly?
Never.
Okay.
Listen.
Go ahead.
The first time my life was threatened was at 17 years old.
Okay. The person who threatened your life, would you have a conversation if they were to walk up to you?
Never.
You got down. Now we talking. When you make that, listen, bro. When you make that, see, in Chicago with the drill rappers, I want you to notice something, Brother Jeff. In Chicago, I watch it all. I watch Lil Durk. I've been watching Bibby and all. I've been watching all them niggas from children. I've tuned into the Chicago drill shit. I watch it. But notice something. The drill rappers,
they after my generation, bro.
But you still know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
They threaten, I'm gonna lay you down, catch you in traffic, I'm gonna kill you. Notice something about the Detroit rappers, the T Grizzlies, the Sada Babies, that generation that comes after your generation and my generation.
That's my little cousin in them. That's my little cousin in them.
But in Detroit, you never hear the Detroit rappers threatening.
Oh no, I got family in Detroit. Man,
But Levi, what about when we was being threatened? We were being threatened at the rally.
I got a lot of family in Detroit. That's next to city. That's the next city over. Gary, Detroit, Chicago.
Yes,
we
sir.
Midwest.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? We right here.
Yes, sir.
So what's the conclusion?
The conclusion is this: if I threaten someone and I set it off, and you're with, a lot of people have lost their lives like this, being with people who start shit with people, and then when the shit pops off, then all of a sudden, well, they did this, they know. The key, I'm gonna say it to you, Sister Nisi, and to Jeff. When you heard, no, I wouldn't have attended no rallies knowing that the people who were
Levi, I want you to understand this, bro. Like, from day one, when I came into like watching this R. Kelly thing, before you finish, I always had the deepest respect for you, bro.
So
Before
did
you
I.
even finish. And I want everybody to hear this, because the way that you speak and the way that you articulate yourself and the points that you always stated. And one thing that you always said, like, man, morally, I don't agree. But legally, that man's not guilty. Like Levi did that. He laid that outline out. So for people were saying, like, man, that's major. Like, people need to peep game to what Levi said on that. That's heavy game,
yes,
heavy
sir.
drip. So no, salute to
Yes,
you,
sir.
bro. Like, oh, some OG.
Thank you, brother. But
But
what
how
I'm
can
saying to you, you have to be careful with the company that you keep. Listen to me. What I'm saying to you is that Levi ain't been outside in about 20 years. I ain't been outside in 18 years. I ain't been outside. But what I'm saying to you, Brother Jeff, as God is my witness, my mother, my blessed mother, raised me. I want you to listen to me. No cap. And she converted a lot of street diggers to Islam. Listen. When members of your group who were leading those rallies made disparaging comments about my mother, if I wasn't a decent man, all I had to do was play that shit for certain individuals in my city, and I guarantee you, on my mama, as God, my right hand to the Most High God, it would have been a caravan coming down 94, because they see my mother as their mama. And I say that to say, let's not erase history. What I'm saying to you, my dear brother, I'm not going to no party. I'm not going to no rally. I'm not going anywhere with anyone who is threatening people, because they may have threatened the wrong person. And when some shit pop off, now it's some innocent people caught in between what these people have done. You, Sister Nisi, or no one else can erase the fact that these people were sitting on YouTube for no reason. I didn't know them. I didn't bother them, making threats and death threats towards a nigga. Now listen to me, for one reason only, because I'm R. Kelly's cousin. And they want to know R. Kelly. They want to be his cousin. They want to be the one next to him. So I'm going to hate the motherfucker that really knows him. And I'm going to threaten the one that really knows him. And I'm going to talk about walking over his mama's grave, not knowing Levi's goddamn motherfucking record outside, nigga. I'm talking street talk to you now. I was a very serious man outside, bro. No cap. But at the same time, I'm a civilized man now. And guess what, Brother Jeff? I knew had anything popped off, it would have fell back on my cousin. So then nothing happened. But I'm gonna tell you again, I don't give a fuck if it's my cousin, my brother, my sister, my this or that, whoever. If you out here starting shit with people, I ain't rolling to the store with you. I ain't going to the mall with you. I ain't going downtown with you. I'm not hanging out with you, because you starting shit with people and some shit can pop off.
Well, I did say that, Levi. I did state that, and Jeff, you can attest to that. Joe, you can attest. I kept saying, please, all of this nonsense that's falling back on Robert.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not a good look.
It's
I don't
really
like
not.
it.
It's really not. And I hear what you're saying, brother, and I have no rebuttal to that, bro. Like, for real. Like, I mean, you know, I respect what you just said, bro, 100%. I ain't on none of that.
Y'all two should have led the rallies. Y'all are civilized, decent people who really love my cousin, who really support my cousin. They needed leaders like y'all. They needed leaders like y'all. They needed people leading the rallies who were civilized and not concerned with whether Levi was R. Kelly's cousin and starting shit with people. Listen, brother, Jeff, hear me, bro. Life is fragile, brother. And remember one thing for the rest of your life. Don't you ever forget what I'm saying to you. It is easy to die. That goes for me, you, and everybody on this panel, and everybody that's listening. It's easy to die. And when a person is falling to the ground with their blood and their life fleeting from them,
you can't turn the other cheek.
See, you can't turn the other cheek with a goddamn terrorist. No, I'm
My
keeping it
whole
real
thing
with
was
you, bro.
always trying to find a way that we can find a way to like try to coexist.
Nick.
Yeah,
It could never. It
the
could
Bible
never.
said the Bible said turn the other cheek.
No, listen,
But see, but
I'm
you
just
got
trying
to
to find a way,
understand. You
like,
got to
where we
understand
all
about
black
You beefing
people,
with
bro.
people in
We
another
all black
state.
people, bro.
you got to understand about coexistence. Coexistence requires people who are civilized, people who are
Thank you. Thank you.
civilian around other humans. We don't have that. We are mixed in with animals and shit like that. So
You right. But ain't no
you,
need for me to keep saying argue with a nigga I ain't gonna never see in life.
exactly. My
No,
point
but
is
what I'm saying, progress. Detroit and Chicago are twin cities. I can promise you on my life, progress. 15, 12 years ago, had the same threats and talking about walking over my mama's grave 12 years ago had existed. I'm saying 10, 12 years ago. Had that taken place on social media, I can promise you on my life, it would have been a tragedy. I'm telling you.
So you would left all the way from Detroit and went all the way over to Chicago.
I don't know
for
if it's
that
a
bullshit.
thing, but you heard how many stories my daughter done told you. I done put her in the passenger seat. I would do 5 hours to beat your ass. Now I ain't done no more than 5.
But listen,
come on, man, it ain't work.
You do that 5 hours, I'm gonna clap your ass.
This
That's
is
a waste
what
of
y'all
gas.
missing. Y'all missing it. You missing it. You missing it.
I would get in my car to beat your ass. I have no problems with that.
But they're missing it. Everybody that was raised in the hood, you've seen easygoing people in the hood, like they're easygoing. But guess what, brother Jeff and brother Progress? That person that's easygoing that you starting shit with may have a brother or a cousin or a block or a bunch of niggas that's not fucking easygoing. And when that person informed these people of what's going down or what was said, ain't nothing you can say to them to stop them.
But you know what?
Does that make sense, bro?
Yeah, it do make sense. But you know what? My thing is though, I wouldn't even put my family, my cousin, or whoever in that predicament over some shit.
Sometimes you don't have
I
to
would
put
never
them in
see.
it.
That's what I keep trying to tell the man.
See you in life. I never see you in life.
Bro, listen,
And
I keep trying to tell you that, Progress. Did anything pop off?
Nope.
See, okay, let's not rewrite history. I want to ask everybody on the panel a question. Did Will Eady say or do anything to the super fan in Bolingbrook? Did he say something to him? Did he do something to him? Did he talk about? He didn't say. He didn't even know that dude. But did you see Will Eady go to live and say, "I'm at 7410 out west. If you show up, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a problem."
Right, but we don't know what they talk about.
Hold on, Progress and brother Jeff. Why would you say to Will Eady was about love and forgiveness and this, that, and the third, and a stranger is talking about running up in his mama's church and daddy's church harming people? You out your mind. You out your mind, bro. The bottom line is that there are repercussions for what the fuck people say. People die every day over what they say. Just words spoken. You out your mind if you think you're going to wave my picture across the screen and say I got $2,000 on his head. Listen, I expect it from these young kids. But these motherfuckers are in their goddamn 40s and 50s, man. I'm telling you, I'm talking to you. When you get a certain age and you out here threatening people, whatever motherfucking happens to you happens to you. Because I've never done it. I don't play those games. What did Brother Will Edie do to that motherfucker that he would talk about running up in his mama's church and harming his fucking pastor and mama, first lady of the church? He didn't do nothing to that man. But I tell y'all this. No, I'm going to tell you something. I look in people's eyes and I'm telling you, had he shown up there on some motherfucking rah-rah shit, you, Miss Angie, Skylife, Brother Jeff, everybody on this YouTube would have witnessed a fucking tragedy that could have been prevented by people leaving people the fuck alone. Now you can say that you do that, so don't talk to Levi. Don't talk to Brother Will Edie.
They might have had a conversation behind the scenes. We don't know.
Talk. I'm sorry, y'all. 1 second.
Well, yeah. No, only thing I was saying is this, and I'm gonna get up out of here on this note. None of this is worth the tragedy. None of this is worth anybody losing their freedom or their life behind anything nefarious on YouTube, or it's just not worth it. And I feel like people, especially Black people coming up, we have a dominant society that is against us. We have a common enemy that wants to see us oppressed. And I would ask this question: if we can all find a way to get along and find a way to put petty differences aside and try to coincide with one another, I think that the youth will benefit from it. I think that the future would benefit from it, because it's all a bunch of bullshit at the end of the day.
It ain't gonna happen.
It will never happen.
It ain't gonna happen.
Listen,
somebody
to me.
gonna always have a difference.
No,
ain't nobody gonna get along.
Brother Progress, let me say this. I learned, Brother Jeff, when I was about 12 or 13, that there are certain people that you can't reason with, that you can't be civil with. There's certain people, when they say some shit, let's get down. Fine, it is what it is. I'm not bulletproof, but I'm going to tell you from my heart, God knows my heart, it will never happen with me, because I don't bother people. But I tell you this, on my mama, you fuck with me, you didn't fuck with the wrong motherfucker. And
you just ain't gonna let it go.
Ever in life. Ever in, this is what, you know what? I'm gonna say this to y'all. I'm gonna ask Jeff. Did you ever think for a second that you were being placed in harm's way going to a rally with people who were leading it that was out here threatening people? Did you ever stop and think about that?
I never thought that I would be.
You never thought you would be placed in harm's way with a person and people that's out here literally threatening people, talking about walking over their mama's grave. See, Brother Jeff, with all due respect, you just come from a different city. I ain't gonna disrespect. I'm not gonna disrespect your city. But what I'm saying to you, brother, is that I come from a city, Brother Jeff, I've seen it several times. If you walk up starting some shit with someone, they will fucking take your life. I've seen a nigga outside a club with his old lady walking to his car, and some niggas walked up starting some strange niggas. Hey girl, what's up, baby? Boop, 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 boop. I've seen niggas in traffic on the side of niggas, and niggas, what you looking at, nigga? And I saw the nigga get out, one of my homies. The nigga got out, the car, went to the trunk, they shot off and fired the whole clip at him. In Detroit, we don't bother people. We don't mess with people. We don't start stuff with people because the fuse is too short. You'll lose your life. So that shit that I saw on YouTube was foreign to me. I couldn't believe it. I said, wait a goddamn minute. You threatening me? But
I understand what you're saying. 100%. I
okay, so you
understand.
should talk to them. You listen. What I'm saying is that you support my cousin.
100%.
The sister, that Nisi supports my cousin.
I'm 1000%, honey.
But I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Y'all would have to be insane to roll with people and to be in close proximity to people.
Well, let me say this. A lot of things
people.
that took place at the first rally, when we went to the first rally, if some things happened, because we were not on YouTube like that, like we are now. The first rally, it did a lot of that stuff that we started to hear, we did not hear. And even some of the stuff that happened at the rally, if somebody was saying this, that, and the other, or what
Ain't
have
got
you,
nothing to do with none of that
didn't
shit.
have nothing to do with none of that. None of that. Because what I ain't drive that far to be sitting up here playing these games. And I made it perfectly clear.
I get it.
I roll with mine, and I'm a roll. I take mine everywhere I go.
Okay.
And what I'm not gonna do is play these kind of games.
Yes,
I come
ma'am.
here
Yes,
to
ma'am.
support and fight for the injustice of what has happened with
Yes,
Robert.
ma'am.
And Robert don't need anything falling back on him.
Yes,
and if
ma'am.
anything falls back up on him under my watch, it's gonna
Yes,
be some
ma'am.
repercussion. And I
Yes,
meant
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am. But guess what, ma'am? With all due respect, you, the brother Jeff, should have walked on the other side of the street about a mile down and held your own rallies, because I'm going to tell you something. So many people, Sister Nisi, have lost their lives over this kind of shit. I said it and I mean it. I said there's going to be a tragedy over this R. Kelly YouTube shit. I get it when you're 18, 17, 16 on the internet going back and forth with people. But do your research. Do your research of how many people have grown people have lost their lives over YouTube. Do your research.
Well, how many?
Oh man,
Too
it has to
many.
be. It's definitely in the thousands.
Jesus.
Because we
I
don't
don't
even
know.
know what goes on in Birmingham, Alabama, and play. It's in the tens of thousands, probably tens of thousands. Because people, listen, it's simple, bro. I'm gonna say it again. I'm not bulletproof, but at the same time, I thank God that I've matured. I thank God that I'm not the same Levi I was 10, 12 years ago. Because I swear for God on to my right hand to God, you threaten me, I'm gonna come see you, Jack. I'm coming to see you.
Somebody sleep.
I'm coming to see you, nigga. That's mandatory.
Somebody snoring like hell.
Have no idea.
So don't take my words as being I'm a gangster or I welcome violence, brother Jeff. But if you walk into your car minding your business, somebody walk up to you to rob you with a gun.
Sleep?
Oh no. I'm all for like, we're gonna defend ourselves 100%. You know what I'm saying? That's not that go without a question. That's without any type of anything that would be like, no. We somebody trying to harm you, that's what it is. You're gonna defend yourself. But what I'm saying is this: I don't see this particular situation having to be in that serious unless people make it that serious. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm seeing now is just, people having a difference of opinion and taking it farther than where it need to go. You know what I'm saying?
You don't get two shots, bro. Listen to me, my brother. You don't get two chance. You don't get that area that you just talked about, from not seeing it too serious until somebody makes it that serious, is a smaller buffer area there. And by the time you discover that they've made it that serious, you may be on the ground with blood draining out your fucking body. So we don't take it. We don't give a. Let's say, yo, the threat is the threat. That's how that's how I was raised. The threat's the threat, nigga.
So what's the conclusion? I mean,
Well,
what's
the conclusion is what I'm doing. I'm working for my cousin, minding my business. I'm, on this legal stuff. That's the conclusion. The conclusion is that there was no tragedy. Nothing happened. That's the conclusion. Because
Thank
Levi
God.
was more concerned about how it would play in the media and my cousin. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. But at the same time, just know that when you see these people,
so y'all can't squash it.
Man, listen, how the fuck I'ma squash some shit with a nigga that raped his own goddamn daughters?
See,
A nigga, no, hold on,
come
no,
on, man.
A nigga
Come on, bro.
who
We don't
raped
know
his,
that.
I'm a squat. What, we don't? We don't?
I don't know that shit.
Well,
That's
they told you, didn't they? Did they tell you he did?
I mean, you can't squash it with the man.
Did they tell you he did?
Y'all
So what do
niggas
you mean
sound
you
like
don't
y'all
know
need
it?
a hug or some shit.
No, I don't need. Listen, bro. I'm gonna say it to you again. You can't squash shit with animals. You can't squash shit with a nigga who has a criminal record of blowing up cars and stalking motherfuckers. If you a goddamn stalker, you a stalker. All I can say is, nigga, stalk me, nigga. Stalk. No. Stalk me, nigga.
But nah, man, y'all niggas get together, man, and goddamn would just squash it, man. Like, yo, fuck it, man. This YouTube shit. I mean, goddamn, let's leave it alone.
Bro,
I just feel like that this side, the support, that what we were doing, this was supposed to be so huge to where we should have been able to support and help other men that we know that's going to be coming down the pipeline and help them and bring awareness about this the injustice of the law, because he was unjustly violated on every level. Robert was, but nobody will believe that based upon all of the nonsense that's been going on YouTube. This makes no sense.
Miss, listen. Let's not rewrite history.
If
You cannot advocate. Listen, you cannot advocate for a man who has been accused of heinous crimes, sexual crimes towards women and female young adults, and you're sitting on your YouTube channel talking about sodomizing people's daughters. Give that ass back. Give that boobs back. I'm going to catch a man act. Y'all come to the rally. I'm going to fuck everybody at the rally. It's all about fucking. Get the fuck. Come on, bro. Let's stop it. Let's not pretend that these people were the best people to represent for my cousin. Let's not do that. These are motherfucking criminals. One of the niggas killed the baby. The other nigga got been to fucking jail every goddamn year of his life, and y'all chose to allow criminal despot motherfuckers who ain't got shit going on in their lives, don't own their own houses, ain't got a goddamn thing going on. You all chose to let them lead the rallies and lead this shit, as opposed to starting your own, saying, no, we ain't messing with them. Listen, you can never tell me, when you see a 40-year-old and a 50-year-old man attacking young girls, talking up under their clothes, that they're decent people. I've only dealt and hung around decent people all my life. I don't have to worry about no shit because I'm not dealing with despot, low-life ass people. I hear that woman over there trying to erase history like this motherfucker was some kind of leader and he was some kind of noble man, when the motherfucker was up there talking about fucking children in the ass and raping people's kids and wives and
Wow.
Well, I be damned.
Hold on for a minute. Miss A. Peasy. Hello? Progress.
Huh?
Miss A.
I'm here.
Peasy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I don't hear nobody else.
Well, I say this, like
there we go.
everybody not gonna be on one accord. You're gonna have people that disagree, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we got one particular goal, and that's freeing R. Kelly. And I think that should be the main goal. However you go about it, you know what I'm saying? People gonna have their different opinions about different people, and that's this and that. But at the end of the day, man, if you support Kels, I support you. I support your movement, and let's free R. Kelly. At the end of the day, he said that it's a BOP officer that violated his rights. That's what's more important. I don't care who the cousin, I don't care who the uncle.
That's me, Jeff.
I don't care who, you know what I'm saying, none of that shit. I just want to bring awareness to what we need to bring awareness to. And I don't have any vitriol
I mean,
towards my
first of all,
brothers
we did
or
not
my sisters.
do no background check on nobody. I wasn't trying to do no background check on nobody. Only thing I know that my fight was then and is still now is fighting for the injustice of this, what's happened to this man. Did I like a lot of things that happened uh, while we was at the rally? I don't know what happened while we was there because I wasn't attentive to a lot of things that supposedly happened. Did I see things that happened when while the rally was
That's
going
not even
on?
important.
That wasn't important because what was important is what we was fighting for and why we was bringing and to make it known when we went there to do what we went there to do, and we didn't just stay in that vicinity of with everybody. We went out into our other areas, where we needed to go. We were still bringing awareness, letting people know we're fighting for the injustice of this man. And granted, while we were doing that, I have to say, a lot of people in Chicago did not know this man was still locked up. They thought he was home. They didn't know he was locked up. And even the officers, they wanted to know what happened, what's going on. So once we began to explain to the officers that was actually leading us, making sure that the rally was done in a decent manner, they wanted to know, give them some information about what happened, what's going on, why are we fighting for him? And we told them, and they were like, wow, are you kidding me? They got this man locked up for this?
That's all that matter. We try to bring awareness, and that's all that we were trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Is just try to bring awareness to the injustice of the whole situation, because at the end of the day, there could be anybody. It could be me, you, um, any one of our brothers or sisters that could be violated, their rights being violated. That's what we want to bring awareness to. And I just hope that we could get it together and find a way to just focus on what need to be focused on, and what R. Kelly said that we need to be focused on is his rights being violated at the end of the day.
And he's given us the key of where he wants us to stay and where he wants us to continue on. And that's what we need to do, is let's stay focused on that and let God do the rest. And I believe that the rest is it's in God's hand, and he's going to prevail. He's going to prevail. And I know a lot of us, we get upset when we hear, Levi saying, calling us terrorists. But for me, I know I'm not a terrorist. It doesn't bother me. I know I'm not a terrorist. I know what I know who I am. It's anybody call me a bitch. Now I might answer to that because there are some days I may be a bitch, but it just depends on what day it is. But
Man, I'm gonna tell you like this: that brother got a right to. He got a right to report whatever he want to report. You know what I'm saying? That's his human right. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any fear of that, because I know that I'm not a terrorist. I haven't done anything that was a terroristic threat to anybody. So that don't have anything to do with me. I just want to shed light on the fact that R. Kelly has been done wrong. And that's just how I feel, if people feel the same way I feel, they gonna rock with me. If they do, if they don't, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've had fallout from our own family. because of our beliefs until we show them the why we're fighting for what we're fighting for. And then they have a change of heart, some, and some don't. But it is what it is. But my fight is still going to remain. And my fight will always be my fight for what I'm fighting. I'm not just, and as I've stated before, my fight is not just for Robert. I have a grandson. I have male men in my family that I have to leave behind. And I need to know that when I close my eyes for the last time, that I have fought hard enough for some laws to be changed.
Yes, indeed.
Can I say something real quick? Hey, y'all. Hey,
Go ahead.
everybody.
Hey, baby.
Everybody in the chat. I just wanted to say this because it's been a long-standing thing of minimizing people's position in this R. Kelly fight. I don't feel like the rally needs to be the focus point or the validator of who is or who ain't a true Kel supporter because they didn't attend a goddamn rally. It's so many people that are so ignorant and they want to minimize people's position and put little comments like, oh yeah, but they ain't never show up at the court. They ain't never show up at the rally. Who gives a damn? Why does that make somebody less than because they didn't show up to the goddamn rally? See, people are not smart enough to understand when you're engaging in a war, okay? And this is a war that we're having against the people who are prosecuting Kels. You don't see the president and the generals on the fucking ground level beating their feet on the ground, okay? Everybody has a position to play. And people want to try to basically disrespect other people instead of giving them respect. I mean, we're so disjointed on so many levels, and people don't understand how this fight really should go. Everybody has a role, everybody has a place, and instead of minimizing people, try to embrace them. I never understood it, but time after time, he didn't show up to the rally, or he didn't show up to the rally. What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? People taking their time and effort online, staying up nights and hours, you know what I'm saying, reading stuff, up here, communicating with people, arguing with people, and putting their effort towards the fight against Kels. You know, I'm tired of people trying to minimize other people's work. And that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that though? And you raise a excellent point because, you know, when I look at the Bill Cosby movement, right? They didn't do no rally or nothing like that. They stayed in the comfort of their own home, and they made way more of an impact than the R. Kelly movement did, just staying in the comfort of their own home. So you don't have to.
No, they didn't, Jeff. They actually, what they did, they didn't do rallies, but I guarantee you, they had about 6 to 7 busloads of people to show up for his whenever he had to go to court. They
made their numbers count. You know what I'm saying? When it
where
counted.
it mattered.
Where it matters. So it's all about being strategic. You know what I'm saying? If you got a strategy and you can make your strategy impactful, that's where it matters. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to come to a rally to show your support. You could do it online. You know, the World Wide Web is at your fingertips. You could do whatever you need to do in the comfort of your own home to make sure that you make your impact. But if you came to a rally, I went to rallies, I went to birthday parties, but that don't make me no bigger or no nothing than anybody that didn't. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, just go ahead and make your voice be known how you gonna make it. Even if it's on your own social media platform, your own social media platform could be your own, Facebook post or Instagram post. Just share the information to let it be known what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And people people gonna see what we talking about. Just share the live. Just go ahead and speak your mind. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta do the extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a position to play, and I'm not gonna try to downplay anybody's position, at all. You know what I'm saying? Because I appreciate everybody, and I'm pretty sure Kels really appreciate it. You feel me?
Yeah, I mean, you smart enough to know better. You know what I'm saying? And people like you, but it's some people that steady always trying to cause controversy, and they want
Yeah.
everybody to be sheep. Get behind me, I'll be your leader, and at the same time, you have no leadership skills or ability. I'll never follow you. Not to heaven or hell. You see what I'm saying? And let's be real
Yeah,
about it.
it's about control and stuff like that. Hello, Justice for Kels. Hold on.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I tried to join under my page, but I couldn't. So I had to come on my husband's phone. So I want to say hello to everybody in the chat.
Hey,
Jeff, Skylife,
Hey, what's going on, Joshua? Hill? How you feeling?
Bellissimo, Sir McGill,
Good
Hey.
evening.
Angie, most definitely. I've been around for a long time, but I'm not one for the no trouble. But I just had to come on here and say one thing to uh Levi, but he gone. But just in case he's listening, because I know he metaphorically speak, So I think a lot of people on the Kel side respect him, when he on topic, as far as fighting for Kels. And I think the disconnect come from his association with the other side, because you have simple words with the Kel supporters, and there's no turning back. So metaphorically, I just want to give him an example. Okay, you with your gang on the block, okay, cool, and then y'all have words over some stuff. So you mean to tell me you gonna go turn your back on your crew and go get in the car with the people that's on their way to kill your people?
Hmm.
That just don't make sense to us as supporters, and that is the strife that we have against him. And on my behalf, I like listening to him when he on point with kills. It's just the amount of um grudge and hate and unforgiveness when it come down to the people that love his cousin, the people that's out there in rain, sleet, hail, and snow, hungry, thirsty, tired for his cousin. And there's no turning back. But you can ride with the people that's got knives and guns and swords on their way to carry your cousin to the cross.
Hmm.
You know, that's 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 what needs to be, and it's about accountability on that. He never explained it. He always say, I got respect for them. You know who the enemy is, and at the end of the game, you shake hands with your opponent and things of that nature. And I get that. But these are the same people that don't have no sympathy for Kels. None. Wish him a
Mm-mm.
thousand years, wish him a thousand deaths, but these who you choose to ride with, other than some people that you had words with. And I just want to make one more point as far as the dancing on his grave. Because at the end of the day, the reason why I had to come on here and speak is because this is the reason why he called us a terrorist group. One of the reasons why he called us a terrorist group. Because somebody referred to his mother's grave, and I feel like he should have had enough respect not to be out here saying, on my mama grave, it won't be no rally. On my mama grave, you gonna be in jail. So when you say on my mama's grave, it won't be no rally, and then somebody turn around and say, okay, well, hey, we gonna have this rally on your mama grave. We gonna walk, we gonna stomp, we gonna shout, we gonna do this on your mama grave. But the original point is that you said on my mama grave. So take that out your vocabulary if you don't want people making comments on your mother grave. And I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down, because I'm not here to, make no big fuss about nothing. I just wanted to say my piece to that brother, that man, you know what I'm saying, about those points. And I really think if he get back to what's important, and focus on Kels, he on to something. Very smart, very articulate. You know.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I feel a lot. I feel a lot of what you're saying, whatever, and that, you know, that puts me in a unique position because, you know, I got love for, you know, both of those guys. You know, of course, we know who he's talking about or what have you. You know, and then some things cross the line, and then when you cross the line, you know, it's just really no crossing back. Now, I'm gonna take out the I'm gonna take out Debosky, right? I'm gonna take him out the equation. And I'm not speaking for Levi or anything like that, but I'm gonna take Debosky out the equation, right? So if and I understand that you know all you guys collectively are fighting for R. Kelly. That's fine, right? So and you do have you know some people on the other side, not all of them, but some of them on the other side that's I didn't say the other side. I mean the opposite of you know the people that want to lock them up. You have some of them that uh you know, did wish R. Kelly bad or whatever, and but for the most part, a lot of them didn't. Okay, but I think is some of those people didn't cross the line, and I think that's where people get it mixed up. You can bicker back and forth, whatever, that's fine, but when you cross the line, that's it. You understand what I'm saying? And I think at that point in time, you no longer begin, okay, this just one group, or I can overlook them because they're fighting for a particular clause. Now you become that individual. And I got a problem with you. I don't think Levi has a problem with everybody that support his cousin, whatever, that even hang with some of the people that he considered terrorists. Then he has a problem with individual people. You understand? And when you start looking at them as individual, you pull Larry out of this whatever, you look at him as an individual. You pull whomever out of whatever, you look at him as an individual. And I think when you cross the line at that point, because certain you who knows what people line is, you know,
I
where they
mean,
line. You understand what I'm saying?
excuse me. Yeah, I
Go ahead.
understand exactly what you mean, but we can't forget that Larry is the driver of the car that Levi choose to get in and ride with the people that's on their way to execute his cousin. Larry is the driver of that vehicle. So you got into it with your fellow men over here, and instead of you going to cool off, take a walk, smoke a cigarette or a blunt, or take a shot, you like, man, forget the whole crew, you know what I'm saying? Forget them niggas, you know what I'm saying? I'm man, I'm going to ride with them. Like that just don't make sense to a lot of Kel supporters because, like I said, we have spent our money with on plane tickets, you know, outfits, food, gas, you know what I'm saying, out there during a pandemic, cold, tired, sleepy, hungry, sick. We
But
have laid a lot down, you know, and we don't deserve to be represented or shot down as a terrorist group. I mean,
I don't think it's calling everybody no
have your
terrorist.
selected people that you dealing, you know, that you got your issues with, but to group us up as terrorist people, that's not even a good word to even add in your cousin's case.
Right. But I
Well,
don't think
can I?
Larry ever, you know, came at Levi in a way where he crossed the line. You understand what I'm saying? I don't
So him being responsible for the one who put Kels in where he's at, that's not crossing the line.
You know what? Y'all give too much credit to him, Larry,
Because he
for
said it. I did it. I did it. I'm the one. I'm the
okay,
one
well,
did
you know
this.
how people just talk. What the paper say? What the paper say? Because if he was that prevalent in that case, his ass would have been up there.
Well,
You understand?
Angie,
They
I'm just speaking on it as far as the
I
YouTube
get
go,
it.
as far
I
as the
get it.
YouTube
I get what
conversation.
you're
I'm not
saying.
talking about the court case. I'm talking about on YouTube, in the YouTube streets, in this sector, as far as who you associate with and who you don't. I don't understand how he can, we don't understand how and I don't want to keep driving and driving because I think I
Yeah.
made, it very clear,
Yeah, you did.
but because I don't, I definitely don't want to argue and challenge nobody about it, but if it's gonna help him have clarity as to, why we feel the way we feel and stuff like that, it's just like it's really just time to take accountability for the things that he started, some of the stuff too. He, could have humbled himself or still can humble himself and be a man and, do some things too. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, I mean, he's not a victim in this situation. It's been a lot that's been said and done. And like I said, if he wouldn't have been out here putting everything on his mama's grave, then would nobody spoke on that.
Can I say something real quick? And this is not to defend anybody. I'm
But
speaking
you
for
haven't,
Sky Life
like,
in my own experience. Okay.
we done went through that whole
The
legal. Now, hold on for a minute, Scott. Trevor, I done went through that whole legal spiel about flipping ads, whatever. And you got to be
That's why I
honest.
didn't want to do
You
that.
got to be honest when you start talking about flipping people. If somebody just say if somebody flip, okay, just say somebody flip, no matter who flip them, they go and they talk and they submit evidence that lead to a conviction. Uh, that kind of means that there was something there that could lead to a conviction. You understand what I'm saying? So if
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying, so I hate when y'all use the terminology flip because that's kind of indicating that person is guilty. You understand what I'm saying? So I really like to stay away from that. You can say, and I'm not telling nobody what to say or whatever, but you can say, maybe caused her to, testify, whatever. But that's just one person in the situation. Even though Larry, talk a lot of shit or whatever, but you got to look at his actual role in the whole thing. Where was he that prevalent, that important, that it caused, like it caused R. Kelly to be found guilty. Larry I don't think he ever met R. Kelly. I don't think that he ever generated a piece of evidence that could have been even, caused him. When I say, now I ain't saying that he turned nothing in. I ain't saying that. But if there was nothing to turn in, then it wouldn't have been turned in. You understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of,
Right.
I don't like to use the verbiage that will say, okay, that person is guilty. I just don't like that. I leave that for the courts to say that.
okay.
And that's why I didn't go into the legal case.
Yeah.
I was just speaking on the association on YouTube,
Oh, I get
because this is where it goes, down at. And, like I said, you get into it with your fellow men over here, just some words. It was words in the beginning. That's all it was, words. And it's like he kind of just turned his back on the whole sector or most of the sector, 85% of the sector, and went and got in the car with the people that went and picked his cousin up and drove him to the cross and put him up there, pinned him up there and all that. And that's the disconnect between him and the Kill supporters.
Okay.
it.
Let me say
Right,
something
I
real
get
quick.
it.
And I'm
It's
talking about
optics as
specifically
well.
you. And I gotta add some names to this. Y'all don't be mad at me on the panel, but I gotta do it. Okay, it's time for us to be honest. Okay, everybody knows Sky Life was an avid Kill supporter from day one 4 years ago. Okay, people watched motherfuckers cross me out on live. Fuck Sky Life. Okay, didn't do anything to him. Okay, that happened from a Kill supporter. It wasn't Larry. It wasn't nobody on the other side. Same difference. A motherfucker attacking me, uh another Kale supporter, okay, telling me
Mhm.
Sky Life is as fake as they come. You know what I'm saying? Trying to fuck with my channel. You saw me on live trying to get these people to come into a group and fall back. Okay. The person that attacked Jeff was a Kale supporter. The person that attacked Nisimo was a Kale supporter. And people still to this day still support these same people and won't identify what it is that they did or is doing. Okay, so I'm saying if we gonna play that card, it gotta be across the board, and accountability gotta be for everybody, and it gotta be responsibility for everybody. That's all I'm saying. If we gonna point fingers, we need to point them in all directions.
God life, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and as you can see, well, I don't know if you can see it, but a lot of the A1 day one good kill supporters like myself
Mm-hmm.
have fell back because of the beefs, and
Mm-hmm.
some of us is just messy as hell.
Yep.
And so, the real ones, the A1 day ones, that's like, okay, you know what, if I can't mediate the situation, I'm just gonna stay out of it. you
Yeah.
know. So I really cannot speak for those who still support, the ones that's out here, wreaking havoc and things of that nature, because I'm not I'm not one of them.
Oh
I
yeah.
was
Yeah.
just really because I think Levi is a really big important piece to this puzzle because he is a man that Kels recognized, and he do have communication with Kels, and so that's why I just wanted to speak on that, and maybe it'll help him have some type of clarity or change of heart, or just to focus on him.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
appreciate you saying that, but
just publicly.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I appreciate you
But
saying.
a
yeah.
lot of us have fell back. A lot of us are still here, but we way deep off in the
You right.
woods. We ain't in the bushes. We in the woods.
Yeah, you right.
Hmm.
You
What
right.
the hell? But
For
you
that
know what?
same reason.
One of the tests I use is that I look at who is coming to bring information. It doesn't matter what side you support. If you're coming to bring information about more about what you support, then these bloggers, then I can tell that you are about your mission and you're about what you're saying. But if you come into talking about other people more than you talking about what you support,
Mm.
I know you on bullshit. You understand what
Hey,
I'm
you
saying?
know what?
Yes.
Your intentions weren't pure from the start. Your intentions was something
Yes.
else.
Yes. I totally
Hey, Angie,
agree.
Angie, what you said
Huh?
that just rang true right there to me. And what she just said, it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey Jeff, this A Peasy. Hey, Skylight.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
APZ
I
in the
know it's
building.
Hey, Peasy.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I
I ain't
couldn't get
even know
through on
that
my
was
phone, so
sis.
I had to get my husband phone.
yeah. I know it's you.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
What APC just said rang true. Like, man, what Levi bring to the table, I love it. Cause he bring a common sense approach and a legal mind that is very appreciated. So what he brings to the table, we appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? When it's on the topic, man, it's beautiful. And,
And he
and
dilute himself a lot by going with, that other route.
right. And I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? If we could politic on that, and I know it's a lot of back and forth, it's a lot of vitriol amongst our people that I wish didn't exist. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, we got a great dialogue, and this is a conversation that the community needs to have because it opens up doors for other dialogues that we need to have in our community. And I'm so excited for that type of conversation to be had because we need the intelligent conversation to push the pen forward. And as a people, how can we, because I'm just here to learn, you know what I'm saying? If I can learn, I feel like I accomplished a goal, you know what I'm saying? Because if I can teach, if I can learn, if we can push some type of agenda, how can we move this conversation forward towards a right direction that because we got children that are looking at this situation like what can they get from it? You know what I'm saying?
And see, I understand when people say, that, you can't expect everybody to get along and it's never going to happen. And I get that, but I think it's worth a shot on Levi's behalf to feel how he want to feel and do what he want to do to address his threats and everything like that. But I think it's worth a shot to keep it behind the scenes in his personal life. Then when he come on to this YouTube sector in these YouTube streets, to only keep it focused on kills. Ain't nobody asking him, that's his heart. If he want to not wake up tomorrow and he got all that hatred on his heart, hey, that's on him. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's worth a shot. If he love his cousin the way he say he love his cousin, then leave it off YouTube. File your paperwork, make your phone calls, do whatever you doing behind the scenes, But why, he dilute himself a lot when he go in that direction publicly, though. That's all I'm saying. Because I get when he say, when y'all say, hey, everybody gonna get along, it ain't never gonna happen. I'm not here to force no relationships, because when I'm done with a person, I'm done with a person. So I
Right.
get it. But why keep bringing it public, though? It's like, if you act like a clown, you become part of the circus. So, and he, like I said, he's a major part of this puzzle because he know Kels. He's, recognized by Kels. He got communication with Kels. So yeah, I think it's worth a shot to leave that extra stuff that we all trying to get away from. Leave it off the scene.
But
Definitely, man.
sometimes
Definitely.
people won't allow it, and you just have to make up your mind. What are you going to address? What and why you, and I had to make me a schedule. I'm like, okay, these people I wouldn't even talk to in real life. We have nothing in common to talk about. I would never even talk to you. Why am I arguing
Hey,
with you? Who the fuck are
hey,
you?
Angie, I
Huh?
got a feeling you probably wouldn't talk to none of us in real life.
No, yes, I would.
Don't
No.
talk to
And
me,
see,
goddammit.
I get
He
that.
gonna
I get
talk to
that.
me too.
I get that when
He
you
ain't got no other
no,
choice but to talk to me.
I get that before when people originally meet me, they'll say, okay, she thinks she conceited or she mean until they meet me or whatever. See, y'all have to realize I did 14 years in the hood before I even did 14 and a half years in anybody's school. So understand that. So yes, Jeff, I would ride with you. Yes, shotgun with my shotgun. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yes, I would ride with that. Oh, you crazy?
That wasn't
I'm
funny
going
though. That was
all
funny to
day.
me.
I don't play them. No, And then I be cutting my eyes and all that shit at my arrogant bougie ass friends. I be like, because they will. I mean, they be like, And then they'll question me. Why do you still hang with those people? And oh my God, why are they here to the gathering and shit? Because I was in the gang. That was my part of my life.
Like daddy's little girl Angie. Are you messing with the driver? Are you dating the driver? Really?
Girl. Yeah, baby, I would come out them hills, honey. Don't play. Yeah. So but it's some people that make shit, make word, don't know when words plural and all shit. I ain't about to be arguing with your motherfucking ass. I ain't finna go through that. You go argue with somebody in the 5th grade because they don't understand what the hell you talking about, because I don't. I ain't got time for that. I don't,
But
argue goddamn long. I have other things to
Say
do.
this real quick. Okay, now I gotta speak for Levi, okay? And we gotta be honest. People,
Yeah.
APZ people still saying his name and saying stuff. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So you can't expect him not to strike back when people steady saying his name. Now, I was in a little spat the other day, okay? Miscommunication. Next thing I know, I got people watering me down, disrespecting my gangster and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Just for, I guess, the fun of it. You know what I'm saying? But when you say people name, you can't expect them not to say nothing back. You see what I'm saying? Because we all saw when the whole Storm Moreau thing came, Levi name
Yes.
all over that.
Yes.
So you got to think if that was you, how would you respond? If that was me, how would I respond?
Yeah.
So
I
when you
mean, well,
got
I have to refer back to how I try and raise my kids in school, because my kids cannot get suspended for arguing every point. And when you teach your kids at a young age, you grow up to learn that you can't let people bait you into everything. You have to pick and choose your battles,
Yes, girl.
and I tell my kids, hey, listen, when they run up, that's your opportunity. Say what you got to say and leave it alone before you get in trouble, on some words, on some argument, and stuff
Right.
like that. But keep your head on the swivel, because if they run up, we're going to take that suspension, that expulsion. We're going to take that on the chin. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not raising nobody to bully my kids. And so I was raised like that. I'm not going to argue with any and everybody because people will drag you like that. So what I'm saying is, it's a such thing as being a bigger person and realizing when some things that went far and when some things is detrimental. And I think, like I said, Levi is a major, major part of this puzzle when it pertains to Kels. Kels is the reason why we're here. He's the reason for the season. So if you love him and care about the mission to get him out of there, as smart as he is, as strong as he is, as bullheaded as he is, because I've been here the whole time.
Yes,
You
we
mean to
have.
tell me he can't ignore some typed words, some unfamiliar faces? Because
You know
even
what?
if the
I
rest of
get
the
a lot
people
of.
don't do it, we don't know
Hold
Kels.
on, sis. Hold on, sis. I get a lot of flack because I tell people I love Levi. I really like his personality. I really fuck with Levi. I
And
really fuck with
I
Levi.
hope people hear that in my voice because I'm saying the same thing.
but it
Yeah,
gets
I
to a
really
certain
fuck with
point.
Levi.
Okay, it gets to a certain point, and everybody has their levels. Mine is when everybody has a level of respect that can't be crossed. Okay, and if you go, especially if you go personal with me, it's not. I'm not tolerating it. Okay, so everybody has their level of when they feel disrespected, and that's when they're gonna react. You're correct. It's a bunch of words. It's somebody saying stuff, but if somebody tries to assassinate your character or is trying to, minimize your image,
Yes.
you got to stand up for yourself.
You better stand up.
So I understand what you're saying. We not kids and we are in control of ourselves. But it's
And
certain things.
he has stood up for himself. But at some point, you know, I mean, he can't do what he got to do behind the scenes. He got to
Well,
just
what
come out
she's
here and
literally
just let
saying is
everybody
it's not
know, like, I
not
got
enough
my
us
guns
all in
loaded.
that.
I'm doing this.
Yeah,
I'm doing that.
but
No, that's what's that's
one
what's
thing I
keeping the back
don't
and
like,
forth.
one thing I can't co-sign is trying to lock up Kale supporters and shit. Like I don't like that shit. I can't condone trying to lock motherfuckers up,
Like
but
nobody took action on what they, what they said, and they didn't actually go walk on his mama grave and all of that, So I mean, to do the
yeah,
indictments and
I never
all of
was a
that,
fan of it.
that's just that's a little unhinged for me. It's given unhinged.
Well, hold on, wait a minute, because to me, families are off limit. Okay, and I'm talking about you go somebody's going at your family. I ain't talking about somebody going at you, and then you try to put it off like, oh, they're going after my kids and shit like that. No. I'm talking about when you start bringing other people, families and stuff like that, whatever. That's crossing the line because you shouldn't be a weakling and go after. You should keep it with the person and a different, depending on who it is, they are people, that's when you cross the line times two. I remember back in the day, I done seen, especially boys, I done seen boys get beat down when somebody say your mama, that was it. And they was popping, they was beating them down to the ground. So you can't, you can't really say, okay, well, you should just let it go. Some people can do that, but you can't
So
expect
I guess our biggest
yeah.
question is for him is, okay, if you gonna have that energy for Kale supporters, why don't you have that same energy for the other side? That's just
And
that's
that's a good question though.
behooving to me. And
That's
a
a good
lot of
question.
us, you know what I'm saying? If you gonna put us indictments, there's a lot of stuff that he could do to the driver of that car. Because he did a lot of things while he was out on bond.
I have to agree.
He did a lot of things that, you know, that he did while he was out on bond, and he's on parole to this day. So that's a simple lick right there to go ahead and, you know, hold him accountable for the things that he did to cousin Kells. Go ahead and put him back where Kells at, because that's exactly where it looked like it's going. But I don't see him hitting the gas on none of that. He pushing brakes on it. You know, he can keep it Kells when it come down to the other side, but when it come down to the Kells supporters, it's like, oh no, anything y'all do, no, no, and no again.
Hey, I got my sister on here, APZ in the building.
Let me say this real quick. And I need to talk to Jeff. Okay, we both, all of us from the same place now. Okay. Now, you throw a rock at somebody's window and break it. We all know you cannot tell the person how to retaliate. Okay. If they want to come back and walk you down and take you all the way through it, guess what? You got to go through it because you threw that first rock. So if that's their tactic to put you behind them walls, Jeff, don't you got to go?
You're right. You actually, hey Sky, you absolutely right, and I'm happy you here too because you absolutely right. But why go through it when you don't have to?
Look,
I think that there's a bigger purpose, and that's Kells. And if he love him so much, why keep that going? You know, it's like if somebody you got beef with shooting up your mama house, you mean tell me you gonna keep gunning for him? Like, at what point do you move your mama out the hood, or at what point do you try and protect your mother and dead it, or you know, move out the city, or you know, move across town or something? You just not gonna keep, oh, you shot up my mama house. I mean, she's still living, but now I'm going to shoot up your baby mama house. They coming back. So it's like a back and forth thing. Like, at what point do you say, you know what, I need to keep this, you know, away from my mama? I'm not telling him to just fold and bend, you know, and stretch and, you know, all that. I'm not telling, but he can keep that off of YouTube. He can keep that out the public's view because there is officials that's watching this.
Okay, but understand, there is no end. It's your fault if you picked the wrong opponent. Okay, and we already know what you just said is the sick tale of Chicago. It's never gonna end. I'm not gonna stop as long as you shot up my mama house, killed my brother. It's till death. Okay, till I'm in the casket. You know how it is, APZ now. But I see what you're saying.
I'm not saying I didn't say I was asking him to stop. I said I'm asking him to stop publicly.
Oh, okay. Well,
on this platform, because that's where we having our trouble at. That's where we trying to get focused on Kells. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's a different type of reputation than you are, than I am, than Jeff are, than Angie is, because we don't know Kells. We not involved in that part of Kells' life. He is.
But are we also asking the people that's doing stuff to him to stop? You see what I'm saying? It's got to be.
We don't know him. So that's why we can't focus on them. That's why the focus is on the cousin, because he is the reputation. You know what I'm saying? He's the representation of Kells out here in this sector.
Doing it. I'm saying we know who's doing it, and I'm saying
I think everybody should stop it if that's the case. Just everybody.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Of course, and that's why Jeff be out here speaking the way he speak. You know, I mean, it'd be good people like Sir Miguel that be out here calling peace, you know, Black CEO, you know, Big Vi, you know. I mean, it'd be a lot of brothers out here trying to, you know, get a truce going on. You know, and if that's not going to work, you know, it's not going to work. I get that. You know what I'm saying? Because some people is just messy like that. Everybody ain't going to fall back like I did, like YT24 did. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Indy's finest did. Rest in peace to her. It's a lot of Kells A1 Day 1 supporters that's in the woods, not the bushes. We in the woods.
That's true.
And we've
correct.
lost a lot of people in this
We
fight due to
have.
the drama. So I definitely is not condoning the drama. I'm definitely not condoning the drama.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to sit back and watch the people that just continue to
But
keep
we
stuff
definitely
going.
look more. We expect more out of Levi. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I got you. Now I can
All
understand.
right. Excuse me.
We
Uh,
expect more out of Levi. It's like your
I,
child. When your
but
child is getting C's and D's in school, it's like, nah. I don't care what them other kids doing in that class, but I know you better than that, and I know you can do better than that, and you better do better than that. You know?
I expect more from people that's over 35. I mean, I can really pull the number back loaded, but I mean, over 35. Are you serious? And then people
Well,
expect you
I
to turn
expect
your
more from
pressure
people
up,
at
have a
20.
stroke, and you can't put your hands on them. You can't, and they can't put your hands on. It's like that's crazy. And people are sick, okay, and they want you to help feed their mental illness and shit by keeping shit going and whatever. And it's like but everybody don't have that discipline or whatever as some of us do to be like, you know what, let me ignore your ass, to want to
Yeah, a
respect
lot of
that.
us have failed back because it's when it's in you to not stir the pot. My grandmother used to say all the time, the more you stir it, the more it's gonna stink. And so yeah,
Okay.
when you cooking them chitlins, the more you stir them, the more they gonna stink. You know,
Grandma
so
said, just let them cook. Just let the
Okay.
pot sit. Huh?
yeah, so at some point, yes, it's a lot. Like I said, 85% of the Kel supporters and Oak Cove is messy, but the real ones, the ones that's peaceful, the ones that don't want no drama, have fell back off the scenes, and that speaks towards the people that's still on the scenes.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, hold fast, sis. Do y'all think a motherfucker gave a fuck when Kels came out and said, Levi my cousin and all that old goof ass shit? Real Kels supporters didn't get no fuck?
No,
Didn't.
we sure
Right.
did not because
Didn't.
Right.
we didn't care.
Didn't.
Right. Because that wasn't the focus. See,
That
that's
was
what I'm talking about. That wasn't the focus. But when the focus, you see how the people who you just paid attention and said, okay, I see what that person is on. I see what that person is on. I mean, people was acting like they calling to make sure their policy was paid up because they were gonna die in 2 days. I'm like, what is
they
the
did.
problem?
And then called the man and sending him letters stressing him out about
Yep.
the issue.
Stressing them out.
Pitiful. That is
And that
pitiful. Like
Russell
the man
Storm wrote,
said,
baby, that's mental health. I don't
And
give a
and
fuck
not only
what
does
nobody say.
they was calling Rob
Yeah.
that's what I'm
more or less
talking about. I'm
telling
saying
Rob
call
he's a
the Kels.
lie.
Yeah.
He's a lie. Telling the man he's a lie. How you gonna tell that man he's a lie?
How you gonna tell that man who he gonna say who his cousin is? Man, y'all goofy as hell.
But at the end of the day, okay, I really didn't come on here to get that deep, but at the end of the day, since y'all brought it up and I'm on here, right? He argued Kale's brother down on choke, no joke, and was arguing the fact that he was his blood cousin. Come on now, y'all. Levi could have been said a long time ago, no, I'm not his blood cousin. I am a guy, I knew him, blah, 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 and blah, blah. Levi represented himself for a very long time as his blood cousin. And it just came out that he's not.
I don't
Come
give a fuck
on,
if he blood
y'all.
But
cousin or
what
And it
third
don't
cousin.
matter.
what
At the end of the day, it don't matter. But a lot of people donated to him in the name of him being Kel's blood cousin, and that wasn't right.
but
That
what
was not right. He argued Kel's blood brother down.
but it has nothing. See, let me say this. In my opinion, why does he owe somebody an explanation of it? Okay, it's
Because you out here getting money. You out here getting these people hard
who
earned
not getting
money.
money
I
though.
don't think
Every
these
No,
people
I'm
out
blogger,
saying
here getting
he
people
was.
money
He
because of our
was.
cousin.
yeah,
I don't
but
think these people
I
getting
I
money
got
because of
money on my
our cousin.
channel, and I'm not related to Kels. Every blogger,
But you never came out here and said you was. So people donated to you based on what you said.
mm-hmm.
Based on who you said you were, based on you not having no relations, based on you just being Skylife and Skylife alone. What was the problem with him coming on here saying, this is my dog, this my cuz, this my, I known him for a very long time. He respect me, I respect him, and he called me his cuz, and that's my cousin, and I'm gonna fight for my cousin, and let it be known off the rip. What was so wrong with that?
But Pisa, well, why did he have to sit up there and say, okay, well, we don't have a DNA test, but we call each other cuz and all that? Why isn't that even deep? And I don't think he's soliciting money saying I'm his cousin, so give me money. I don't
No,
think
I'm
it went that
saying,
way.
why come on here and represent yourself as the blood cousin when you know that you not? What was the point of that? And then when everybody came out here and challenged them and said, man, ain't no way that you moving with the driver of that car like that. And ain't no way you gonna go hop in that car right there and you his cousin. So when people started calling him out as far as not being his blood cousin, he never came on here and verified. Listen, 4 years is a long time. 4 years is a long time. I can see if it's been 6 months, then he don't owe nobody nothing. But 4 years, you didn't beef with people that's been saying you not his blood cousin. And you mean tell me it didn't even stop when he got on Choke No Joke and argued Bruce Kelly down?
But that the thing is this. I think that's irrelevant anyway, because you have all type of broken families, okay? And only in very few situations where you have half brothers and sisters do people know your other people from your family members on that other side, okay? So that very well could stand.
Could have
But
been a
I remember
situation
him
like
coming
that,
on saying that this is
Well,
my cousin, okay? Not that this is my blood, because I remember him saying my cousin, but at the same time, I don't see why it matters, because I have people that I call cousin. I have a
But
guy I
when
call
people came out and challenged him and said, dude, you is not his blood cousin been in there for a long time. So he
knows
could have
nobody.
been said, no, that's not my blood cousin, but that's my cousin, and addressed it how we call cousin. Yeah, we do that all the time.
Yeah, but
But let that be
hey,
known.
why does he have to give
I
somebody an
don't
I'm
explanation?
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I
think,
just want to interject if I can.
go ahead.
I always looked at the whole cousin thing like this. I never gave a fuck when people used to ask me like, "You think Levi Kale's cousin?" I'm like, "I don't give no fuck." It just never just like was
Right.
like
It's
a
just
thing to me. Like,
irrelevant.
it was just irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? So I do feel like if they not blood cut, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I still to this day I don't care. All I know is
Okay.
R. Kelly was on a record like, yeah, I call him cousin. That's all I need to hear. You know what I'm saying? To me, if R. Kelly or not, because if R. Kelly didn't know the nigga, if R. Kelly didn't know the nigga, he would have been like, man, I don't know that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But he said, hey, that's my cousin. Whatever. I knew them since
So
whatever
so
year.
so let me ask you a question. Let me ask the panel a question, right? You at the grocery store, and you see a man laying on the ground, funky, filthy, nasty, holy socks, one sock on, one sock off, right? Asking for money, right? And let's just say you blessed enough and you drop $500 in his cup. Like, you know what? I'm gonna bless him because should nobody have to go through that. But then as you pulling in the next day and pulling out the next day, you see this man hop up and go get in a 2020 Escalade on you. How that's gonna make you feel? You see this man.
Well,
How that's gonna make you feel?
when
Is
I
you gonna feel like you was played?
Can I
Come
answer
on.
that? I would
no,
I
go
would
ahead.
Oh, you
feel
did it for the heart. You did it
Yeah,
from the heart, so it don't matter. Oh God.
yeah, yeah. I just don't worry about insignificant bullshit. That's never gonna keep me up all night. I never worry about whether the sisters were the sisters. I'm not worrying about whether nobody cousin is the cousin, and I'm not worried
Facts,
about
Exactly.
whether
Angie.
the cook is the cook. I'm not worried
But
about none of that.
yeah, yeah, but nobody say nothing about the fake sisters. Just go around talking about, oh, I'm R. Kelly's sister, and they not his
It's a
sisters.
lot that's been said about the sisters.
But not as much y'all talk about Levi, talk about, but
Well,
it's
we was
irrelevant.
talking
But
about.
it's
I'm sorry, we was
irrelevant
talking about
though.
Levi, but that's going down the rabbit hole, and I didn't come on here for that. So I want to, before I dilute my message, because this is my first time, and I definitely don't want to join the circus. So let me excuse myself. But thank you, Angie, for letting me on. Skylife,
Say something before
Jeff.
you APZ. Let me just,
Hey, I appreciate you,
I'm
APZ,
glad you
sis.
came up, but let me just say this. When somebody is not in support of you, okay, and I'm speaking for myself now. I don't care what you ask me. If you're challenging me in any type of way and you're not in support of me, I'm telling you, fuck you, or I'm not gonna say nothing at all. Because if you are in opposition to me, I'm not giving you no explanation. You see what I'm saying? And that's just me, But if it's somebody who is in support of me and you come ask me a question, you know how I am on the straight up, then I might give you an answer. But when people come with force, like you gon', strong arm me to get this answer out, it's less likely that they're gonna get a appropriate response. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, man,
I'm just
listen.
real laid back. I don't care either way. I don't care.
I just
Right,
don't
you know what I'm
see.
saying?
I just didn't see the point in the beginning coming on here as his blood cousin. I don't. I just didn't understand that from the beginning. Because I was on here and Levi was one of the ones. I remember him sitting in the mall, food court, and all that. And he was even saying to the point where they looked alike because they was blood cousins. So yes, it's irrelevant, and I was just speaking on it just because it was a topic, because it
I
really
get
don't matter to me. I'm not sending my money to
Oh
nobody.
no, no, you're right though, sis. Like,
I ain't
if
sending
they
my money
not,
to nobody.
if he was claiming blood relation or whatever the case may be, I never really paid too much attention. But I do remember him saying he the, what I'm saying, that's his cousin. That's all I knew. And but if he was saying that and that's not the case, and that is like, damn, bro, like, woo, woo, if y'all just family, like, on the
It come
strength
off a
type
little
shit. Cause I got a
fraudish.
lot of cousins like that to this day that we not blood relation, but you can't tell me that ain't
We
my
all
cousin.
do.
You feel me? So I understand. You know what I'm
We
saying?
all do. But when you like, I look like them, and I remember I was here, I was here. Levi was one of the first ones on the scene, sitting in the food court at the mall with his shades on, not directly looking at the camera. I was here. And yeah, he did come on here as Kel's blood cousin. And from the gate, a lot of people wanted to know, was he the real cousin? And he's been asked that question, not only challenged, not only attacked, he's been genuinely asked that question. And he did not put it out there that no, we not blood. What was so wrong with saying to the people that just genuinely asked, no, we not blood? We just been
Right,
knowing each
right.
other for a long time, and that's cuz. I'm cuz, that's cuz, and go on about your business.
True.
I,
I
I
feel
just
you.
don't understand why that was so hard. And what was his mission? It come off a little fraudish.
Yeah, it's like shit. Keep it a buck. Shit, if we just
I mean, we
100, if we
all
just
sis and
cool,
bro
it is
around
what
here.
it
You know what
is.
I'm saying?
But at the end of the day, he could have said that, but I don't look at him no different. If Kale stamped him, he stamped him, and if that's just
Exactly.
what it is. But
But
shit,
he could have been
you
getting that
know,
from the gate.
right?
Now
So
he looked like a fraud for lying.
why you lie?
Why?
Why?
Why? Cuz
But
I gotta go.
add too.
Cause Skylar, I'm silly. Well, maybe you don't, but I'm
Nah,
silly
but
like
say
Skylar.
nah. Man,
Look,
big shout out to Levi, man. It's all gravy, baby. I'm just saying,
I hope
like,
he don't come back and rip me, rip me up too bad, cause I don't want to miss it. But I hate that he was gone, because I was trying to get on here when he was here, but you know, I hope he don't come back and do me too bad. You know what I'm saying? Cause I ain't do him too bad. Cause like I said, when he on kills, I can listen to his whole 23 silent speech.
But look, let me get on record, okay, and say that there's a lot of bloggers that's fake as fuck. You see what I'm saying? They present themselves to be this and all type of that. And we done seen
Right.
that they don't raise to the potential that they've stated. So I'm saying there's a lot of people in question. Not to take up for nobody. I just got to put that on the good table.
Hey, you right, Skylife. What up, cuz?
You know, but a lot, like I said, he's in a different position. And that, you know, I made the decision a long time ago that I wasn't giving my money to nobody.
So you saying APZ, I see what you're saying. You saying because he's the cousin, you expect more from him. You want
No, because he's in direct contact with Kels. He's you know, he was represented as his cousin. He filing paperwork. You know, he in the mix. You know what I'm saying? So it's important that he move. It's like the pastor of the church. You got all type of sinners in the congregation and in the pulpit too. But when you that pastor of that church, you got to move differently. No matter what you're doing behind the scenes in your business, in your own personal business. But when you're in front of that church, you have to move different. That's my point. Because I'm not telling him, oh, squash the bee, leave it alone, you know, forgive this person and kumbaya. And, you know, I'm not asking of that. You know, I'm just saying, why do it in front of church?
I got you. In front of the church people. I got you.
Well, it probably
messing up the church's money. You messing up the church's money.
But probably because it's being done to him in front of the church. You understand what I'm saying? If it was some behind, because here's the thing, I done offered several people, hey, you know, take it offline, and you know, and I can whatever I tell you offline, I'm guaranteeing you're gonna run back online, and then you're gonna get a police report because I'm gonna threaten your life, right?
So
Offline.
it's okay for the pastor to go at a member back and forth in the church. Ooh, we not attending.
No. But it ain't all right for the member to go at the pastor.
You got to excuse him. Let him on out the church. The door to the church is open. Bye.
No, y'all got the whole.
You know, APZ is fair exchange. Ain't no robbery now.
You know,
if you put it out, you got to get it back. But I see what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying. Okay, that you expect more because he has a position of leadership, and people want to rally behind him.
Yes.
They just have some questions in regards to some things that he's doing. That's
period.
I got you.
Oh, hey, Skylife, you said it, baby. Hey, that's exactly what it is, because anytime you in a position of power, you always have to lead by example. You have to always make sure you put your best foot forward, because you serve an example for the people that follow you. You know what I'm saying?
You do.
No matter what you do at home in your drawers.
I think y'all are assuming that he wants to be a leader and that he needs.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
No, I ain't saying that he want to be a leader.
We just respect him as a leader. We respect him as a leader.
Yeah, we just hey, if you say that you are, we're gonna give you your respect as a leader. If you say that you are this man, we are supporting this man. You this man family, we gonna respect you as such, and we gonna follow you, and we gonna respect you as such. If you say that that's what you is, that's what it you is, and not to say that you gonna lose that, because I still gonna respect Levi. I don't give a fuck if you with blood cousin or play cut. It don't matter to me.
Because I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get up out of here. But I think if Kels really knew and was able to see, if they allowed them to have YouTube access, and if he was able to see the Kiki with the driver of that car over there, you know, I think Kels would disassociate himself with him too. I don't think Kels would put his life in his hands.
Oh,
so you can't blame other people for.
Yeah, I can't.
You know,
I mean, like some people gonna feel some type of way. Now, with that being said, and I don't want to, because I know people move different. It's chestnut checkers, so I don't want to say too much on that. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah. So, we don't agree just with that perspective, because I don't throw the whole Levi away, it's just that when he on his, when he on that bullshit, what I'm saying, I get up, I just be like, I can't do that. But when he talking that case, what I'm saying, he, he the man. But he dilute himself a lot with that trash. He really do. With the association over there, you can go over there and be polite and, respectful and, all of that. And if you putting them efforts in for that driver of that car and all the members in that car against the opposition, then you can put a little bit more effort over here too.
I get what you're saying, but when you have done so much shit to a person, and if they don't like you, they just don't like
So
you.
you saying Kale supporters then did more to Kale's or more to him than what Oko did, what Team Truth did?
More to him than what they've done. Yeah,
But it's supposed to be about Kales. What about what they did to Kales? They got Kales living in the bathroom, in the casket, kicking.
They shouldn't have been attacking Levi. They should they shouldn't be attacking each other. I put it like that because I don't know who strike first or whatever. I don't know about all that, okay? Because I don't want to get into that. They shouldn't have been attacking each other. It should have been, the focus should have never been on a YouTube or whatever. I don't give a damn whether they, however they, perceive them to be or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Should have never been on them. If they find out that person isn't, moving right, whatever, fuck them. Leave them to the side or whatever. Let them, go at this journey by themselves. It should have always been on R. Kelly, whether you are for or against. Should have never been on nobody else but him.
Right, and that's what I think everybody is trying to get back to, and I just can't imagine him holding our feet to the fire. I'm not even gonna say our feet because I haven't done nothing to that man or nobody in these YouTube streets. I come in, I say, hey, Sky Life chat and moderators, and anybody speak back to me personally, I speak back to them, and then I do my moderating job and I get up out the way. That's my role in these YouTube streets. It's been my role in these YouTube streets. But the BS, I'm not. I'm not supporting that at all. I'm really not. I'm not condoning any other foolery. What Dr. Rogers say? But what she say, Jeff?
Bufale.
Bufale, right? I ain't supporting none of that. But I don't know. I just hope that he have a change of heart, and I'm not saying that he need to leave it alone, but if he just leave it behind the scenes.
Yeah. I agree. I
and
totally
not come
agree.
like a donkey in front of the church as a pastor.
Hey, we all need to take notes of what you just said, sis. Yeah. We all, and not just anybody in particular, but I could take a note for what you just said and apply it to my my life.
I'm still a work in progress too. I'm really still a work in progress.
I fell the other day. Tripped and fell. I'm telling you, I was riding my bike.
Hey, Sky, I say just Sky. I say, hey. She said, I fell short of the glory today. Don't need trip. You feel me? I say, you go on
in. She allowed to get some legs in about 5 minutes.
But I'll be provoked. Y'all know I don't go around starting with nobody.
We already know. We already know.
I don't. And I be cool on most days. It just be sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this.
Yes,
I gotta go watch my eyelids. So anyway, it's been a pleasure. It's been real. I respect everybody's opinion. And at the end of the day, as the young lady said, you gotta move a certain way. You gotta do things a certain way. But even as a leader, you have to know your own limitations. And you also have to know your own behaviors, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, in order for you to lead. So when you fuck up, admit you fucked up. If you're right, you're right. And if it's different, it's different. With that being said, be blessed. Have a wonderful morning. And guess what? I'll see y'all in 2 and 2.
Man, something good right on time, baby.
All right, the
Good
Mexican
night,
mover.
Sir
He has
Miguel.
spoken.
He has
And the
spoken, right?
doors to the church is open. I'm gone
Right.
too. With my finger up.
Somebody get the collection plate.
Your finger
Post
up.
the cash
Oh,
app.
go ahead, Doug.
Pass it around one more time for the plumbing of the building.
Man, it's
Oh,
been a pleasure, man.
For
I'm gonna
sure.
tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I haven't talked to all of y'all since the new year began, but I do want to make sure that I let all of you know Happy New Year and many blessings to all that, not only on the panel, in the chat, whoever under the sound of my voice. Happy New Year and many blessings to you all. We all are Black people. We all cousins. You
For
feel
sure.
me?
Yeah.
And I love you all. And I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here. And I want you to all have a blessed night. And I love you all, okay?
Love y'all.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Now hold on, Jeff. Jeff, I'm leaving with you. I want you to walk me to my car. Don't leave me up here. Thank you,
I
Angie.
got you, sis. I got
Look,
you.
I'm out.
Thank you, Angie, for letting me up. Sir Miguel, I'm
Thank you,
glad you
Angie.
spoke before I left from up here. Skylife, I'm
Absolutely.
gone.
All right.
Sky
Everybody
Life.
in the chat.
Pieces.
APZ out.
All right.
all right.
right,
Thank
y'all.
you, ma'am. I like our
Yeah.
conversations up here because everybody be giving good perspective. We got prayer today. We got you know, all kind of comments in the chat. They were real interactive and be making sense and stuff. Y'all be so smart. I appreciate it. 'Cause y'all give my pressure a break, honey. You know what I'm saying? You know, intelligent people and
Yeah, that
people
was a
that
great conversation.
people that's in tune with what's going on.
Yeah.
That's what means the most. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm glad that people are tired of the bullshit.
And that's why
You know, that unnecessary commentary. I can't. Shit. People can't even hardly pronounce the words. Shit, I'm not gonna do that. Nope. Nope. Why? Where would I meet you at? Well, in where? Would you be in my class? Would we have been in college together? In the same class then? Would I be your teacher? None of that would apply. None of it.
Yeah.
Would we be in the same social circle? No.
Hey, Hail Mary. Hey,
I'm
y'all.
not doing none of that. Fuck all that. I'm not doing it.
I just want everybody to be honest. Like, I mean, and I ain't trying to say nobody's name, but I just got to use the example, because I went back and listened to the live, and it was almost like I was being put out like I'm a goofy. Like I'm your fucking send-off person, and I'm going around the internet letting people have it on your behalf. Like you just disrespecting my gangster. You just watered me down. You just gotta lose my shit.
Girl, yeah, like what kind of shit?
Like I'm a goofy. Yeah, like I need.
And like I need to send somebody. What the fuck does that happen?
And then like I'm gonna go.
Yeah, girl, I need you to. Everybody got to. I'm trying to tell you that. Let me tell you, some people be on that bullshit and be on that mental health shit. Girl, ain't nobody got time for that. I got time to, with the narratives, all kinds of bullshit. I can't even. I'm not even trying to keep up with the motherfucking ridiculous ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, a buzzard or something will land on your motherfucking windshield and do me a goddamn favor. Shit. Run your ass around a wall or something. Ain't nobody got time for this shit. It's crazy.
People just be a sneak diss.
I am getting mushy, Lavelle. Huh?
It be a sneak diss and that's why I'm like, well, why are we doing this? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's to me, it's about mutual respect. That's it. That's all.
It's about control too. People want to control you. They can control you.
Yeah.
They got to go to, and they only got limited skills. Because they know in the grand scheme of things, if you was my next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Hey, ladies.
Hey.
Hey, 312.
What's going on, girlie?
Nothing. I took a nap. Now I'm up like a fool.
Oh, no.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Oh, no, girl.
I heard y'all talking and I was chatting because you had a whole backyard full of people, and I'm too little to be in backyard with them big old folks. Y'all some big old people up
That
there.
girl said a backyard full of people. You're trying to figure
I,
out like what
I
the
have to
hell is.
wait till the yard clear out first.
And you got to admit it to yourself. Anybody who is committed to keeping up bullshit, when somebody ain't fucking with them, or they just keeping up bullshit, period, for years, something is wrong with you. And ain't nothing you can do about it. I can do about it, whatever. A doctor
Oh
can
yeah,
try.
yeah it is, yeah it is. Let it keep going. Let it keep going.
You talking about busting
I'm
cap?
on your train. Look, Angie, I'm right on that train. Look, let it keep going. It's a freight train you riding right now, and I'm right on the tail end of it. Let it keep going.
Okay, but
Okay.
that's if they in your circumference. You know, you can. Well, but I'm talking about motherfuckers miles and days away and shit. I'm talking about like what's the problem? All you gonna do is run your pressure up.
Okay, let it keep going though. Somebody else pressure gonna get ran up. Let it keep on going. Pop goes the motherfucking weasel. I'm sick of that shit.
They don't want that though. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
sick of that shit. It's gonna be pop goes the motherfucking weasel. I'm gonna make your mama cry. Keep on going.
312, no.
I know y'all heard them lives. I done been the most humblest as possible. Cause I don't like headaches. And I don't do bitches like that. I don't have that energy no more for it. It's just so played out and stale. You know, when shit sit in the corner so long, it just stops smelling. So, but I got one for a bitch. I'm gonna say it. I'm on Angie channel.
Next thing, I'm telling you, look, everybody know. Everybody I talk to.
Don't leave it. Don't leave the circumference
Back,
now.
girl. Listen, I done heard. I'm on Angie Chan. I done ran back. I done missed the whole segment. I'm out of breath. What you saying? Hey, because I can't trust y'all. I got to run back over here, baby. What done happened? Girl. Oh,
This the platform. This the catch-all platform. So you got to say it up here so it get out to the world. You see what I'm saying?
Goddamn right. Say it right.
Say it right up here.
So you know.
You got to say the words right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to get the message out.
Queen Brielle, baby, I done ran. You should have seen me coming, dotting that corner, trying to come out that bathroom. All I heard, I'm on Angie platform. Oh shit, what done gone? What's going on? You never know about 312. 312 will come up on this motherfucker. How y'all doing? Blessings to everybody. When we motherfucker did not tell you because these folks gonna fuck with me. I'm like, what the hell just happened? What just happened?
No, and no.
So somebody to play. That's what happened.
She come up on your ass like peace and blessings to everyone. How's everyone doing today? Motherfucker,
Well, at least you know I was raised right. At least you know I was raised right. Okay, I tried.
Yeah, and we tried.
I'm like,
that's all that counts. You know, that's part of the 12 steps.
Right.
Exactly.
Acknowledge the problem and then work on it.
Right. You say to yourself, look, I know I'm ignorant as fuck. I know my filter is down below. I will try my best not to go there.
Yes.
My bad.
I mean, when y'all think about it, every blogger that you talk to or associate with got an enemy. Okay. Yeah. When in the hell have you seen me going around the internet letting people have it because I talk to the blogger that don't like you? Never.
It's narrative, child.
And I'm not letting it stand.
They don't have that many skill sets, baby. You just got to understand, like, why in the hell don't you find a fifth grader to argue with, to fuck with? Because anybody got time for that.
Why in the hell you won't go Google the link who gives a fuck and see if you can attach them to it? How about that?
Real talk.
How about that?
Oh, you just be like, Lord have mercy. It's like, please. It's like, you know, oh my gosh. It's like,
give it a motherfucking break.
It's just bullshit. It be bullshit. You just don't even respond to it. You don't even respond to it. Like, okay, I catch it up.
Somebody else, stop it. Just stop. Stop. That's all I'm saying.
But if a motherfucker roll up, I'm talking about.
You ain't got to
Baby,
worry
I'm
about
coming
that.
out.
There ain't nobody rolling up. Look, we done.
Yeah, yes they do. They sneak up and slide, and I'm gonna sneak up and slide too. Man.
Well, yeah, you always
I had to rewind and do a whole lot of things and pray and all that old other stuff. That's okay, because what Jesus would do is what he would do.
You better know it. That's what he would do.
Hey, girl, I thought I would die when I saw Cardi B said, honey, she said, when they go low, I go to hell. I hollered.
You better.
I'm like, okay, like what the hell? And see, people be trying to. I'm on my journey, my walk with the Lord and everything. I'm on my journey. Look now.
I really don't want to do that, and I feel bad because, like they saying, when you have a channel and you got people that listen to you, and they see you or hear about you doing something like that on the other channel, that's why I had to just come clean and tell the people, like, y'all know what I do. I ain't finna sit up here act like I'm no saint, but don't do what I do. You see what I'm saying? Be better than me. I can't sit up here and act like I'm gonna walk the line with the cloth, because I'm not.
Okay, well, I think I was up here listening to y'all talk about Levi, and I feel like, in my opinion, Levi feels the way he feels is because Levi has been around and is one of the strongest. And everybody know I don't fool with Levi. But number one, the reason why I ain't got nothing against the man, but the reason why I don't fool with him, number one, he take too goddamn long to get the story out. I done fell asleep a lot of times. It's disgusting. It really be disgusting. I get excited off the damn thumbnail, and it's taking them too damn long to get out what he be saying.
Their thing now.
And sometimes, and this has been, and I'm gonna tell y'all this. This has been in the very beginning. I didn't know none of these peoples. Nobody. It wasn't no such a no. It wasn't no Angie. It wasn't no. And if you was in the chat. It wasn't no Skylife. It wasn't no. Deboskis. It wasn't no. It was Levi for Kelly. I followed him. Okay. I was subscribed to him. I was notified every time he came on. Levi was one of the only oldest males. And then came Bozo. I'm going to call him Bozo. He know this. This is how he got his numbers up. I don't give a damn. Everybody know who he is, and everybody know who I'm talking about. But he was the first, Levi. That's why Levi feels so strong in the way he talked, because he did come out one of the strongest voices as male speaking about R. Kelly. He came out in the name of R. Kelly. This is why some people feel some type of way on which way he been moving. It wasn't no Larry when he first came out. Wasn't no such thing as that. It was Levi. It was Levi. Okay, I'm gonna say it was Dana then, because he wasn't Bozo at that time. It was Levi, then it was Dana, Spitting Fire, Dr. Rogers, Phases. I watched these people. I was on all they bushes.
Yeah.
I was under my real name. I wasn't commenting or nothing. I just was getting the notifications to know this is what I always came on the internet for. Listen to news about chaos. That was it. Before I ever joined anybody. Hollywood, another one. But Levi, notice what I said, all them females and Dana. Levi was the one that always spoke the way he's still speaking right now, other than the bull crap. He been like that. So for other people to come in, and it's just I feel like this is how he feel. Other people like us came in, well, the strong voice of the Boskies came in, and it's like cuffed the project that we thought in the beginning that he was strongly for, until he started moving all the way over on the other side and doing that communication. It confused people. And then he stayed there. And then the trauma came because of who he was connected with, which was Dana. I don't think Levi ever had a problem with anybody until they became a group because the attacks with Dana and everybody else, with the fake pages, with the, he did a lot of that in the beginning to distract people. Distraction. That's what it was always about. Levi wasn't into that. This in the beginning now. I remember, I witnessed this. He was not into that. He was into nothing but, you see, all up and down his timeline. And then all of a sudden it just turned. And it turned. It kept turning. And it was like he was getting into it with people for defending Dana. Kept getting into it with people for defending Dana. They talk about stuff, he get into it, just like everybody else get into it with other people because of other people. Well, when they became a team, it was them against everybody else. Everybody that blogged, let me say that. Because I'm not no damn terrorist and I'm not no goddamn snake. So that shit don't apply to me at no point, on no level. So I don't respond to none of that shit. Like, I know who I am.
Who you say became a team?
When Bozo and Dana and Levi became the team that they are, they was individually doing their lives and videos and stuff. And it was like they were the team. It seemed like that they were the team, the Dr. Rogers, the Phases, the Levi, the Dana. That seemed like that was the first batch of people. Spicy Topic, Prima Donna. I'm naming the batch. This is the first batch now.
Yeah.
But Levi was the strongest voice out of that batch.
Yeah.
He was. And I'm just being honest. So to see other people come around and do what they did, which was nothing wrong with it. But then the clashing came about when the attacks came about, because people wanted to blame the supporters for the attacks, but it was people portraying to be supporters during the attacks. So it would cause people to get into it off of senseless beef, because it's one sour apple that's putting up all this fake stuff and making people get into it, making them think this person said this about them and this person said that about them when that wasn't even true. And that's still going on to this day. What is going on with a different type of batch now.
But let me ask you this. Right? Because see, a lot of people have different understanding. Okay. Now, this is just me, and I'm never gonna change. I'm gonna talk to who I want to. That's just what it is. Okay. If we have something that we can talk about, I don't care what side you on. If I was on the side, I'm going to talk to who I want to. If we have something to talk to, some people, and I'm not calling, but we have a good share of people out here. It's just a lot of people is not going to talk to no bunch of ignorant motherfuckers. That's just not going to happen. Just like some people, like I get accused of being intellectual. I ain't never knew when that was ever a crime. I'm not even being intellectual. You should hear me when I'm not on this motherfucker. You'll be like, who is that? So, but so people just, and with the foolishness and all of that, a lot of people aren't going to be drawn to that. Levi don't strike me as a person that would have ever been drawn to a bunch of bullshit.
That's why I said, Angie. It was because of somebody else's beef. That's how he got involved in being attacked, and the back and forth, and it was a lot did.
Okay.
It was a lot did on both ends.
Right.
I'm not gonna say one did more than the other, but what I will say, it was people impersonating to be supporters. So when he say people acting like they don't support, those are people that impersonate, but who he assumed they are, it's not always the case. And nobody could explain that clear enough because of all the back and forth. It never come out clear enough, because here go another beef over here, and there go another beef over here, and there go another reply to this beef, and there go another reply to this beef. And then here come this person saying something about what this person over here said about that person over there. Just one after the other. Everybody replying to everybody. And it just keep going and going and going. But he were the one, and that's why I think he feels like he feels. I mean, the people feel, like he's being dishonest because in the very beginning, he was Levi for Kelly. He was getting money. He was getting support off of being called Levi for Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, he was. That's what he was getting money off of, being Levi because he was Levi for Kelly.
But let me comment real quick.
Levi for
Every single blogger.
Yeah, but in the beginning, it wasn't. If you could, it should have just stayed right there. But it didn't. He went off into the calling people terrorists, and they all these other crazy names, and
Well, that's after all
and about that mama stuff on my mama grave. That was something he started, and it was all because you wanna send. They threatened to send to stop the rally, and then it was stressed the fact that Dana did a rally. Nobody discredit Dana rally, but you want to discredit our rally because it looked like y'all that it's somebody got a one up on you. When that's not the case, because we're here for the same cause.
Well, no. We got to be honest. Hold on now. Okay, let me start with this.
Well, we supposed to be here for the same cause.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Let me say this now. Every single person that is a part of the Kel sector has gotten money off of Kel's name, whether it's on the opposition side, or our side. So I can't put no
even in the middle
extra on it. Okay.
Well,
So
I ain't got no cash apps, but I'm not a blogger, so you're
Girl,
right.
them
I'm
2
not
or 3 minute videos you be having.
and
right, and I'm not Angie. I don't get no money off that. I'm gonna tell you. I can tell you what I got when I bought the banner. When I bought the banner, I got donations to that, and that was because Trevor spoke up about it. I had already bought the banner, and outside of the people that donated,
but
there was only one person that did that. Other than that, I ain't got no cash apps for that.
Dana's
let me say this. Lady Earth B sent me a cash app off of the commentary I did on the Buska channel in the very beginning. Now, after that, I never got it. That was the first time I set up cash app because she sent me one.
Well, let me say this. The rallies were different. We can't compare the two. Dana's rally, from what I saw, it wasn't nobody cussing in the chants and being ignorant and ghetto. The other ones was, okay? When you got people cussing in the chants, then you got the after party, people on the bus, dancing on the poles, smoking weed in front of kids. You have to understand, people are going to give judgment on that. And even though that might be the after fact of the rally, it happened at the rally. Okay. So we can't compare the two because it was two types of behaviors that was going on at the rallies.
You're right. But it shouldn't even been a topic. It should have stayed at what's supposed to be talked about, the rally and alone. Because when the other media's picked up on it, they didn't discuss what happened afterwards. They only discussed the fact that there was a rally and they left it there. And that's what other people should have done. But it didn't happen like that because of the people that have hidden agendas. Some people had hidden agendas and feel like other people was the one giving, people was one-upping them. And that wasn't the case.
I mean, but bad representation, 312, we have to say it's bad representation. We can't.
Hey, I'm not taking that away from the Sky Zone. Lord. Skylife. And I forgot Sky Zone. Let me not forget her because that's where I come in at. I forgot to say her name. Yeah, she was another one. But you're right. I'm not saying it was bad representation. I'm not saying it wasn't. But it didn't start off like that.
Right.
It really didn't. It didn't start off like that. It ended up in that form. And you know what I'm saying? But it didn't start off like that. And it was never a point that where better ideas wasn't accepted. It was never that. It never could get to that point where better ideas be accepted because of the distractions of all of the messy conflicts, the tedious conflicts that kept being a topic, kept being firsthand news to talk about, other than what's supposed to be talked about. I mean, it was the longevity of it. Every time you turn around, nobody could do nothing right. But the people that was complaining would never come with more ideas to come and help and make it better.
But see, but the rock was already thrown at that point. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You talk about the dollar for the king, and then now it's
okay.
on. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, but let me say the dollar for the king story. Dollar for the king story. I'm gonna tell you why that came strike back up. I was one of them that struck it back up, and the reason why, because I ran into one of his peoples, and that was a question on where is it. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a finger pointed. The only reason why I was a finger pointed, it was because of where it was created at. So when you create something, you're responsible for that. If you're not showing no reference to it, you're responsible for where it's at. So where is it? Is the only question that's been in, because it never got to the person it belonged to.
Okay.
So when he gets to bringing and singing about that, people saying that I stole. Nobody never said it, that somebody stole anything. The question is, where is it?
Okay, but look at it like this. Look at the big picture. Somebody slang mud on me about what I was doing. Now you think you're about to have a rally and I'm not gonna slang something on what you doing?
Come on, Starlight. You know I went through that. I went through that slanging, the mud slanging. I was there. I mean, I know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So to me, it's fair exchange, though.
But at that point, okay, it is fair exchange. But on that level that I was speaking about, it wasn't fair for you to come back with all this drama because somebody asks, where's this money at? You want to come back and you want to attack people because somebody want to know where's this money at. I don't want to know where it is. I'm not the one sitting in there with a COD number. I ain't got that. I'm not on trial.
But this is the thing. I can't speak for what his argument was. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying, knowing me, when you saying something my way, and it's petty day, I don't care what you do. You could tie your shoe and I'm on it. You see what I'm saying? Everything you do, I'm on it. You see what I'm saying? So I can't speak for, you know what I'm saying?
But then right, I get that. And I get all of that. But at the same time, there's a voice somewhere in you that you know why you came here. That's the time that you have to pick your battles. You know why you came here. So all while you wasting a lot of you putting all your time and energy over here to this, you missing your beat on the goal that you're trying to reach. Now you mad on something else because somebody over here then got hold to the project, more of the project that you supposed to been ahead of it. But you so into this over here to the left in the basement by the alley. That's more important.
How you feel about it? 316.
No. I'm just saying it facetiously, logically speaking. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
You know, right? But that's not. I'm not
bigger in his eyes, though. You see what I'm saying? You don't know a person's vantage point unless you are them. See, like
I'm not playing in I ain't trying to step in nobody's shoes. I'm not trying to step in. I'm just looking at the picture standing on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I'm just looking at it from standing on the outside and for what was presented to me.
Yeah.
That's all. That's how what was presented. You showed that you presented that to me, and this is my response to it. Like, if you know that you were asked to do a certain thing, you're responsible for that. You are responsible for that on all levels. So you're going to allow people that you don't know. Either you're going to communicate with these people or just stay away from them. And ain't nobody right in the dragging and the doxing and the tech. Nobody right. Ain't nobody right. Because I done been doxed. Okay? I was doxed. And I'm not talking about no recent dox. I'm talking about they been doxed me. And it's okay. It's definitely okay. But at the end of the day, it's if you know what you're here for, you got to practice to stay focused. You can't keep being the weakest link, allowing people to draw you down to that level. And then when you see some things that's taking place that you should be a part of, you should not be wasting your time over here when you know what you came here for. You know what you came here for. Everybody expectations, that's where everybody expectations go, because they know what you came here for. But you waste more time doing other things. And then you draw other people in with you. And that's more time wasted because there's more bodies that's being neglected from where we're supposed to be.
Okay, well, let me say this. And Trevin got a good question. But once again, I can't speak for Levi. I can only speak in general in terms of warring with a person. But let me say this. He said, Skylife, why would he hate on something but never came out to show us how it should be done? I'm gonna tell you this, okay? And this goes along with, and I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for him for that. Why I never showed up to a rally, okay? If I think it's some foolishness going on, if I think it's some ghetto shit going on, and there's a lot of confusion, I'm not putting myself anywhere in the distance of it, okay? And at that same point, I'm not engaging with the people who I feel is doing that either. You see what I'm saying? I'm not coming to tell you how to do a better job. I'm not telling you that you just doing a worse job. I'm just not fooling with you at all. That's how I carry it. Okay.
Right, all around the board.
For you. I'm just not in it. You
Hey,
whatever
Sky,
you do. Oh, what's
hey,
up?
I had to. What's going on? What's going on, Sky? I had to
love me
tap
some
back in because I say y'all chopping it up, but man, some of my favorite people on the panel. I say, damn, let me get a part of this here.
Jeff, you only had you a little taste today, tonight.
I had a little sip.
You was on them cups tonight. I knew you was on them cups.
Jeffsky always been the peacemaker, man.
Yeah.
And before I knew it, y'all, he been the peacemaker from day one. I'm talking about I done been in the back at the back door, and just be putting the 1-2 down, and certain people then tried to, you know what I'm saying, play on the intelligence side of it, but he still remained solid with it, and just been that all the time. Jeffsky been Jeffsky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely been trying to bring some positive energy into the fold, whatever the conversation may be. If I see it going left, if I can try to, interject some positivity into it. That's what I try to do.
Had to, Jeffsky is Jeffsky, but 312 had to give him a little 2-2. And
312 had to hit me up and give me a little, a 1-2, the 312 to the, to the gut, to the chest. I had to take that.
That is Chicago talk, because I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Yeah.
I'm gonna write Angela manuscript.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No, I'm just saying, like, basically in translation, she just had to hit me up and give me a couple pointers. You know what I'm saying? Basically, like, I had to fall back on some things or whatever.
Ain't nobody finna be pulling. He wear hoodies. He from the Shy, and he wear hoodies, and ain't nobody finna be pulling no hood over his head while I'm up. Now you catch me while I'm asleep, pull it. But you ain't gonna pull the hood over his head, and I'm woke. I got too many devices in this house to play them games. Play with it.
If they don't, you just have to step back, and it's a lot of bullshit that goes on. You got people with make up shit as to justify the reason why they keep fucking with you.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody got time for all them goddamn games. No, you play them motherfucking games with children. Okay,
playing with the mama.
Your therapist.
Go practice on your kids. I told this girl at my
Play them
job.
goddamn
I
games on
told
the
this girl at my
bumper.
job. She walked up on me. I said, "Girl, look, you better go practice on your kids.
Oh
Leave me the
Lord.
fuck alone. I ain't in the
Exactly.
mood today. Leave me the fuck alone, girl. Go practice with your kids."
Yes, indeed. I really appreciate the conversation because it opens up so much for another conversation to be had. You know what I'm saying? As far as people can, speak about, event planning and party planning and what goes into it and concerts and things of that nature that opens up different venues and how we can like you know take this offline. That's one thing that I love that we did. Like either you could call it a failure, a success, or what have you in between or whatever. But it's a foundation to build on if people want to network to especially if you're in city radius and how you can because I like to throw parties and my people like to throw parties. We got venues in and out of the area, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, with these these rallies that I've attended, it was probably about 12 of them motherfuckers, but I only attended like 2. You know what I'm saying? And what I've saw is what 312 was speaking to is just like a lot of camaraderie. It was nothing that was done in a ill intent. It was always done in the intent of we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna, try to represent Kels, and what happens. You know what I'm saying? Kels kick you, so we're gonna kick you. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna party. We're gonna throw some music on. We're gonna dance. We're gonna chill. You
I
know what I'm
mean,
saying?
and I don't know if people, some people will watch my channel and some don't, and and it's probably way down on the videos, but I actually have videos, whereas during those rallies where we was, people had the horn and they was actually speaking out messages, and there's nothing. I mean, like that's just what it is. It's just a message being spoke. I have those videos, and it may be some out there somewhere else, but I know for a fact that I do have those videos that actually are relevant to what we were out there for. You know what I'm saying? But and I get the part about using the profanity, and I was there, so I do know that probably did take place. But I ain't gonna include myself in it all away. But it did happen. I record, so I know it happened.
Yeah.
So, but throughout all of those, I have good videos. Like I have a video with Latanya Walker. For one, I'm gonna say her name. Latanya Walker then talked about me and talked about me and talked about me. And I've never met this lady. Never walked up to her, introduced myself to her, never sat at the table, never did anything.
Lord,
But
why you say it, man?
But I have a whole recording. No, I have a whole good recording of her giving out one of the powerful speech when we was at Kim Fox's office. And then around from that, I have another part where Dubosky's giving a speech to some strange lady standing on the side that she was talking about free R. Kelly. And she started asking him questions. And at this time, there was a cameraman out there filming. Where is that? I don't know. But I have that
real
video.
positive.
Okay, let me say this though. At no time am I the evaluator of the rallies. Okay. I'm saying what I do, what I choose to engage in. I'm not saying anything outside of that. Okay. I'm not the evaluator of the rally. It's some
Oh
things
no,
everybody
sis. No, sis. I get you though, Sky Life.
what
I
I'm
feel
saying?
you 100%. I feel you 100%.
And I know, and everybody wasn't doing it too. And that's the part that I'm smart enough to see. Some people were engaged in that activity. Some people were really out there trying to rally for Kels in a decent manner. You see what I'm saying? I
In a
seen it
positive
all.
note, right?
Okay, just know that I seen it all. But I'm not trying to be the evaluator to be like y'all shouldn't have did this and that. I don't set the tone for that. Okay.
Oh yeah, nah. What I was saying, Mo, because I 100% agree with Skylight, because that ain't really my thing. I ain't no rally, getting the, what I'm saying? This summer, I just was like, man, I'm gonna try it for the first time type situation. I ain't, I'm a, what they call a armchair revolutionary. I'll be at the crib chilling in my, chair.
That's what I am too then. That's what I am.
Armchair revolutionary. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I ain't got to get in the street to do all that.
Yeah, I'm yelling
But,
from the seat.
I mean, but
what I'm saying?
I had I never, y'all never seen me on no horn.
Me neither.
I wasn't
That's what
trying to
I'm
be.
saying.
I wasn't trying to. I never was
Everybody
trying to do
wasn't
all of
doing
that.
that. You see what
Right.
I'm
I
saying?
wasn't trying to do all that. Get all up front. I was the camera lady. I had the horn for a little while, and that was only because it was 1,001 plus degrees, and K baby, it was too hot for her to be hooping and hollering through the horn. So I broke time out with her. That was the only reason why I had it, because it was hot. She needed to take a breather, and I'm out there trying to be concerned of people's health, because the heat will knock you clean out. Like, you'll be out, because you get dehydrated real fast. So that was the only reason why. Other than that, anybody see me on the horn, because I wasn't trying to do none of that.
Girl, your main job was to shake your ass every time I seen something. That's how I knew who she was. I said, who was that? I was shaking her ass. It was you. Shaking her ass every time. The camera, she's shaking her ass. I'm like, oh my God. What are they doing? Are they marching or dancing?
But see, this is it. But see, hey, Angie, check this out.
Yeah.
Everybody be like, man, y'all was having chaos, wouldn't have no other type of way. What kind of
Angie, like if you come to Chicago, that's what go on.
We kick it.
Yeah.
Like you might be at a light and you might see a bunch of girls on the other side, and they'll bust out at the light and bust a move.
Oh, well, they will get out the car and twerk
What?
on the street.
You will have the
Hey,
they will bust a
in
move.
the summertime.
Yes, they will.
In the summertime, they lucky they was doing the shit in the summertime, because I'm already lit in the summertime. I'm already outside kicking it. Oh, it's a rally. All right, I'm finna pull up, then I'm finna pull off. We finna
And that's
kick
what I want to say for the record. Everybody's behavior was not inappropriate. You see what I'm saying? But the people who had inappropriate behavior, unfortunately, it overshadows what everybody was doing. You see what I'm saying?
If you notice, my name don't come up in none of that shit, because I wasn't around none of that other shit. I just pulled up and pulled off.
I wasn't involved in none of them. I was just there. I was just there. Every time y'all hear a story, if y'all pay attention to every time y'all heard the story, you would hear. And 312. Just like you take a bag that's sitting over here by itself. Oh, let me just throw that bag on in there too. That's just how it was. And 312, I probably was there, but I wasn't there. I wasn't part of everything. When the rally was over with, to be honest, when the rally over with and we probably did a little sit down and picnic, after that, I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
glad y'all did the rally though, because it was needed. It was just a few little things that brought light on it, and people was looking like, and me too, because I'm looking like, what did they just say? What?
Right, and see, that was the myth. That's part right there. That's what became an irrelevant topic. It was irrelevant because I mean, the bigger platforms that caught on to it, they just talked about doing the rally, and then elaborate off the comments, the critics of it or whatever. But the little small group over here, I mean, everybody they just like discredited and to be honest, Kale's biggest fan base is on Facebook. It's not on YouTube. It's on Facebook and IG.
Oh yeah, make no mistake. Let's clarify that too. I'm happy you touched on that 312, because this is a very small demographic. As far it doesn't represent R. Kelly fan base, because it may be 300-400 people on a good night in the chat, but if you look on this man got 3,000-4,000 fans across the world, 300,000-400,000 to a billion fans.
Yes, I mean this is the IG and Facebook and killing them, And when they call this the Kale sector, I'm gonna go on and say this: Dana created the sector. Okay.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
Huh?
I can agree
Yeah,
with that.
yeah, I could agree.
Yeah. Dana created the sector. Nobody came in here talking about a chaos sector. Who came in here as R. Kelly supporters.
Mm-hmm.
Dana created the sector because Dana
But
felt
see,
like somebody was taking something from him. Nobody was taking anything from him though, but that's what his impression was. He felt intimidated.
It was Dana and it was Larry. They was going back and forth with each other in the beginning.
Right, but
Larry
before it
came
was
later.
Larry, before it wasn't
Larry
Larry.
came later. Yeah,
But
Larry
before
came later.
it was a Larry, you know, before it was a Larry was there, but he wasn't as he wasn't as much as advanced as it is now. But Dana was Sky Zone, on the channel with him, and Sebo, it was them.
Hold on, wait a minute. Phases interviewed Sharon Wimbush before all of them though.
Yeah, Sharon. I forgot about her. Yeah, Sharon Wimbush. She had her own little thing coming on into the mix. Yeah, but see, everybody did this. Everybody started from IG and came on over to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got an IG. Everybody. At that.
I think Sharon did like 2 or 3 interviews with Phases, and then Dana went on there.
Yeah,
and then after Dana went on there.
Then it was spicy topic. It was it spicy or Prima? One of them went on there. Then Kip went on there. They was together.
Yeah. Kip and Prima Donna and all them start popping out, and you know what I'm saying. You had
But
Carolina
they wasn't. It wasn't even to pop out though. Jeff, they was always around. I'm telling you. That's why them numbers are so big, because they've been around.
Yeah, spitting fire.
I started on Dana's channel. That's why I started out at.
I came through. When I came through, I was always in everybody's bushes. But I used to be on Sky Zone first. But then when I started coming on publicly is after Dubowski got his channel, which is because of Sky Zone. He started coming on the panel. But in the beginning, it was just them. And I used to just be in chats in Sky Zone chat. I used to just be, following that. But when I did come in, when DJ started, because DJ comes from on Facebook too, and DJ's followers, DJ had like over 5,000 people just constantly rolling with his channel. And people was telling him to come on over after he did that video, to come on over to YouTube.
Yeah,
and the only reason why we came to YouTube is because of the disrespect of Chicago that was going on with Dana. He came on disrespecting Chicago.
See, I didn't know that. I was in tune with Dana.
He came on. I mean, he was shitting on Chicago, and Chicago don't give a fuck about kills. They don't and it happened here and And when I asked him, how is everybody questioned but you? That's when I cut it off and just minimize myself with Sky Zone.
Yeah. I ain't even look at it like that. I just looked at it like, he was saying like. I was looking at it like Dana was saying, like, damn, we representing harder than Chicago. And I kind of felt him, because I'm like, damn, niggas in Chicago do need to rep the king of R&B. He from Chicago. So I felt Dana like, damn, I felt
I didn't. Well, the reason why I didn't is because I do know that a lot of people from Chicago is not computer savvy. But one, they don't make the time for it. Two, and ain't nobody into going on no social media platform doing stuff like that, because here in Chicago, people have jobs. People are targets. It's a rally every day. It was a rally every day for something. Mm-hmm. Whether it was a teacher, the police reforms, it was something.
Yeah, I understood that dynamic
they was doing something. So, it was always about something. But the way
he had that question about it. He asked me that a couple months ago. He still questions it. And I explained to him. I said, in Chicago, we dying. You see what I'm saying? We fighting to live. We not thinking about no R. Kelly. Okay.
He's at the bottom of. He's not at the top of the list. He's not at the top of the list though. And people love Kells. Like they do, but they don't have that time to sit here and sit on no screen and monitor every step of the way of what's going on, because what they know from is he has attorneys that handle that.
Right.
Okay.
It's a whole lot of stuff. Right. It's a whole lot of stuff going on in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
And trust and believe, He is the king of R&B and Chi-Town on, but he at the bottom of the list when it come to problems.
Yep, that's a fact.
That is a fact.
Because we got gangs, real live shit, violence, death, murder. I mean, the list goes on.
And yeah, it's a whole lot. It was when we first started with this, if y'all noticed, pay attention to the news, and it was a rally on every other intersection of downtown for something. The teachers ain't getting enough. They want $2 more, or they want some more medical, or the hotel shutting down because the insurance stopped. Or these are like literally local one. And I can speak about that because my guy was the head of that. Every other they doing a rally about something. The food in the lunchrooms, the lunch lunch teachers. It was they did a rally for any and everything. So it was a lot going on. Police reform, they stayed down there having problems with these advocates fighting.
Kept a fight. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what.
What happened, Jeff?
Plug your phone up, Jeff. He didn't hit the mute button. Did he go on mute, Angie?
I don't know what he doing. Jeff.
Can y'all hear me?
I hear you now.
There you go.
Okay. This my philosophy of what happened, right? 2008. You know what I'm saying? He got acquitted. We ain't revisit that. Now, how black people look at it is, nigga, how the hell you end your ass up in this same predicament? And we done held you down as hard as we did over a decade ago, damn near. And you back in the same predicament, right? That's how black people gonna look at it. Because if I went to jail before, my family gonna hold me down that first time I go to prison. They gonna, my mama, daddy, auntie, all of them, they gonna bless me. I get out, but I find myself back in jail. You got that element. They gonna be like, nigga, you can find yourself again.
Right.
You ain't learned, nigga. What the fuck? I can keep giving you my money. You still going back to prison. So we know that, right? And then on top of that, the culture has shifted. We living in a different era now. Back when we was growing up, younger women, older male, it wasn't a bigger deal. Now we living in the Me Too era where they're pushing the gay agenda. They want strong alpha males to be dating each other. They don't want to see alpha males dating females, and especially strong older males. It's a different agenda out here now. So now you got this man that's powerful. They got influence, and he's dating younger women. Oh, he's stopping their progress. He doing this. He doing that. Okay, on top of you already the black community looking at you like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Your ass, man, cancel culture. Cancel culture is a thing now. Then you ain't getting no bond, so you can't hit us with no step in the name of love. You can't hit us with none of that shit while you going through the shit, you know what I'm saying? So you can't serenade us.
And the machine coming in on your motherfucking ass, tearing your ass up in the media.
Absolutely.
They ain't on YouTube. They watching the TV.
Absolutely, Sky. Absolutely. So you got all these different dynamics, and then you come with the court and the judicial system hit you at all different angles. And Kels, we could talk about Kels like he 35, but that nigga 55. He an older guy. You know what I'm saying? So he looking at it like, shit, this how I came in the game. I've been doing this for years. So his mind state is not, I'm not doing nothing wrong. I've been doing what I've been doing since the beginning of time. What y'all talking about? What y'all tripping on? Y'all ain't tripped on me last time, but now y'all tripping on me. So his mind state ain't even thinking like this is something he doing that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that he is doing anything wrong, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Times has changed.
Yeah, and times has changed, and just like I'm speaking metaphors, just like the property owner has to keep up his appliances. Okay,
Absolutely.
you have to keep up with the time. Okay, when taxes change and things in the element change, you got to keep up with it, right? In order to keep your property up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And with that being said, the same thing goes for him. He don't get and I'm just keeping it funky. You don't get a pass for that part. Okay? You have to keep up with the time. Meaning you have to keep up with your business in order to make progress. In order to keep making that money, you got to keep up with your business. And that's where the wrong come in at. Because the mindset didn't keep up. You see what I'm saying? It stayed right where it was. Then when he did, his mindset got freshened, and then they come with this, But it went too long. He let these niggas get away too long. Literally, because he let them get away with they got away with too much too long.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, what the hell is he doing that he ain't never did? He been doing this shit for years.
But
Man,
man
a lot
sex
of
life is on trial.
I can't speak to how long, they've been, probably had a file open somewhere in there. And then, like I said, once that documentary and all that came out, boom, they were able to get it approved, to get an official investigation going, and now they can work it and all that. But, they will sit there and let it build up. They don't necessarily have to come unless you like a real danger to, the community or whatever. They'll let a few crimes build up on your ass, so when they get you, they can get you. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
but see, Angie, that's where it's kind of like misconcepted because they couldn't get no crimes on him. They had to solicit the crimes first. They had no crimes on him. They had to solicit the crime first. They had to, scuffle it up, switch it around, get it good, get it going, get it seasoned first, and then try to make it stick because they had nothing. And that was said in the press conference. Clear as day.
Oh yeah. They asked if anybody has had some
Right, meaning it was a solicitation because who does that? You inviting people to a party. If you know anybody, bring somebody. You know somebody, tell a friend. Bring a friend, tell a friend. That's what that was.
Well, that's equivalent to having a tip line, right? A 1-800 crime
That's what it was.
right?
That's what it was. But the person
that's fair game. Like what a lot of people don't understand, right, is that prosecutors or the authorities, I'll say that, have leeway of doing things. Some things that you may do as a civilian, the prosecutor can do the same thing in pursuit of trying to get justice in a case, and it'll be absolutely legal. And that's one thing I guess I could have tried to express that to Levi a little bit more. But yeah, so me, you on the streets, right? If we civilians, we on the streets, we get some emails and shit, right? By way of somebody stealing them, whatever. I show it to, your boy's girlfriend or whatever, and depending on what my language is or whatever, that determines whether or not I'm trying that's witness tampering, or I'm just laying like, bitch, girl, read this here, or I can take them and like, listen, you better testify against his ass because he's doing you bad. And you can probably ask them to give you Section 8 out of it. And, just, what I'm talking about, and can build upon that, to where it be some type of, it may be considered witness tampering, rather than the prosecutors coming across some emails and be like, I can show her this and see if I can get her participation. Because I'll show her that he's playing all of y'all. And that's perfectly in the within the guidelines. So it just depends on what side you're on, and and how you do it.
But it came
Right.
off a propaganda machine. And this is my whole thing with the documentary. If you have so much solid evidence, produce the case. Why do you have to have a propaganda machine to defame him and kill his character? Bring what you got, bring these people to the courtroom. What,
Skylight.
you know what I'm saying? If it's so true and so righteous and so solid, then bring it to the courtroom. Who has a
One of
state
the
attorney rallying up, inciting a riot? If you know some things the Kells did wrong, come in. We can't do this without you.
Right, right.
What type of shit is
Because
that?
they didn't have the victim
nothing.
witnesses and they didn't have the evidence at that point. So they solicited for people to come so they can submit their case. They got to build a case.
Yeah,
They
but when
just
But
you do
but
that,
but
you
Angie,
bringing
they
they
do.
in
are
But the
hearing
people,
what happened. They are
you bringing
hearing.
in all type of haters though. All
right?
you
But
know what I'm saying?
that's all under assumption of
I
Like
what
could have
these
they
called
people
in
that you.
and
That's
made a
anybody,
story.
right?
but
That's
they're
I
anybody
got
could
I
pull
got a
up.
question though, Angie, to
they're going to
speak to what
investigate them. Women, Jeff. They're going to investigate them to see if their stories are credible and if they got evidence to prove what they're saying. What you say, Jeff?
I was just gonna ask you about that, Angie. Like what Skylight just said, like, isn't that isn't that like a violation though to solicit victims? Like,
That is. That's
Uh-uh.
illegal to
No,
solicit. You gonna solicit a crime to create a crime?
no.
right.
It's like having a 1-800 Crime Stoppers number. It's like having that 1-800 when you call that goddamn America's Most Wanted. You getting tips. It's just a tip line.
But that's what that
You
is.
get
Oh, and that's some true stuff to do, Angie. But these are stuff. This is stuff that people they have to. They need people to change their narrative to help with their
You
narrative.
see, when they did the 1-800 tips, right? It was already like people was like wanted for murder and shit. Like it was
Right,
already a crime in pursuit.
right.
So
Right.
it's like we already got a crime, y'all. We need evidence for a crime, but he didn't have no cases. So it's like, how you
Right.
gonna
And it's like
make
No,
you
some?
could pick up.
what they did was they solicit for people to call who may have been a victim, and I'm using air quotes, of R. Kelly. What
And
you do, hold on, what you do, you take the information, pass it off to an investigator. All right, that investigator will go and talk to you and get your story, whatever. They'll ask you if you are willing to testify or not. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Blah blah blah. Put all that shit down in front of a prosecutor, and there you go.
but Angie,
Hmm.
before these girls did this, Tim them rehearsed with them. Angie, he told them what to say. It's a
With
legal
all
crime.
of them.
The people that mattered, he told them what this. The people that was able to matter for this,
Okay.
they rehearsed it. They rehearsed what they needed to say. There's videos, him getting his big face on there with them glasses and cameras inside of him saying it. Go talk to the ABC boys. They gonna help. They gonna take care of you. I already talked to him. That
Okay.
wife of his rehearsed with these people to tell them what to say in order for the traction to stick because theirs wasn't working.
And then it was
Okay.
just a bunch of life experiences, which to me, like you saying, with a murder is tangible evidence. I saw him in the blue car pull up with the gun and he shot Ray Ray and Pookie.
That's
Not
what they
just,
did. This a girl come on there and say, "Yeah, I was there with my friend when she da 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 da." They're
yeah,
taking those stories and adding to what they need to make something stick. That's what happened. The prosecutor said the first day of the hearing, when they was looking for the medical records for this so-called herpes story, said that they have evidence that will help him, but they need to hire a PI in order to get it because they wasn't releasing it. I was there for
Well,
that.
I didn't hear nothing about that. But what I'm saying is this: what they do is this: they will. You can call. You can. They'll it just say attempt number rehearsed or whatever, right? Okay. Then, but when they go to in front of those prosecutors, those investigators, whatever, they are supposed to, which they do, okay, most majority of the time, okay, I'll say it like that because I don't know what every prosecutor be doing. They investigate the story, they collect whatever evidence they have, and testimony is evidence. You know, most cases are circumstantial. So not all the time they're going to have the smoking gun. But in this particular case in New York, they had, testimony. They had digital evidence. They had, they had footage, the video footage. They had pictures.
Only
And
for some of them. But like you saying, testimony is evidence. Yeah.
testimony is evidence. What people
Right.
don't understand is, and then it's up to the defense team to
Mhm.
poke holes in that story, or
Correct.
to
Yeah, but they
challenge
was
that other evidence. And if they
right.
can't do it, it ends up
Right.
going
When you got three stooges sleep standing up, that's what happens. You're absolutely right.
That's
That's
yeah.
true.
what they want.
It was up to them to challenge it, everything they could, or you know what I'm saying, or if they had evidence that come in, if they would have had some people to come in and say, well, I was with them, like just say if there was no footage of one of them Jane Doe's getting beat, right? I'm not saying this happened, but I'm just an example. There was no footage. Only thing they had was a story. Well, if somebody was with them and they can testify that that did not happen, that'd have been huge to put them on the stand. But to my knowledge, none of those people,
Nobody was credible, Angie. Nobody. Everybody lied. Nobody was credible.
But everything was magnified because when have you heard of somebody getting charged for failure to disclose? Then you got somebody saying, what was like you saying, the battery thing. That's a domestic violence. But now it's under the name of R. Kelly. Oh, let's blow this up. This is just horrendous because he did this. Well, we know it's 1,000 Negroes in Chicago right now spreading AIDS right now and not disclosing. You know what I'm saying? But they
Sitting around at the corner of the school, literally waiting on kids to get out.
It's pitiful. And that's what I'm saying. We saw it. R. Kelly wasn't the only people at these damn schools picking up girls. And then you don't know what they was doing once they got in the house.
Yeah, but
it was the assumption that they went to have sex because that's what you want to think. He's a mad sex fiend. So every girl he picked up, he wouldn't have sex.
So are we gonna forget and make this man vanish? Because back in those days, that man wasn't driving when he was young. Demetrius was his driver. Okay, we're gonna vanish this man out of the picture.
That's crazy.
Y'all just gonna forget that this man had a driver? Y'all just gonna forget that this creep was the original real pedophile of the entire
Demetrius Smith?
Yes, Johnny.
But see, they also don't know the culture of Chicago. That's what we used to do back in the day. We used to call
but he has done videos, Skylight. Said it. I used to ride him around, get girls, because then nobody want me. I used to ride him around so I can get girls. He was 10 years older than him at that time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was 10 years older than him at that time. He said it on the video that they made sure that they removed. Okay, you don't see it on the internet no more because it's telling what people need to hear. This man was the one that put socks in women's mouth.
Yeah.
But you gotta remember. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna go on here and just say a little something and get up out of here because I know this my second exit. We having such a great conversation. I had to double back.
Right, we had good conversation.
Had to double back. I seen 312 Skylight Angie. I said this is my type of conversation. But
yeah,
I got to get up early in the morning, so I appreciate you, sisters. Yes, indeed. I just want to say this though: the hypocrisy with our people needs to stop, man. Because just like we were speaking with Chicago, like, man, I got my homegirl. She went to Kenwood High School in the 90s around that time, and she was saying, like, well, yeah, I seen kids coming up there who out the Bam and all that. I say that damn, you seen kids coming up there? Yeah. I say, so when did you have your first daughter? Oh, I was 16.
Thank you.
Oh, how old was your baby daddy? Oh, he was 23. Okay, you sure he wasn't with Kels? Like, do you want him to go to jail? Like, the
Like
level of
this
him.
is that's the goofy stuff that's what I be saying. Like y'all be hollering, oh, he was at the school but he wasn't 50 when he was up there.
Right.
Exactly.
They think he was 50 years old up there.
He wasn't 50 when he was up there, okay? He wasn't
Right.
50 then, he wasn't 40 then.
And
But
if he
why is
was
it a
up
crime
there,
to pick up somebody from a school? That's what I'm saying. They over magnify.
I mean, come on now. How
how
is
do
he
you
picking up people from
know?
schools? Like,
We
really?
used to. That's what we do in this, especially on the south side. We go over there on the east side, stay to the lake. We go to the lake front and ride around and kick it and bend blocks. We riding around kicking it.
That's what we did. We called it riding out. We would
Right.
go
Shit. I used to get picked up from school with
and
the
we
car
would
that had
drink in the car. No, I was saying we would get in the car, we'd go get the drink and whatever else we doing, and we would ride to the lake. We might ride in front of your house and sit. Then we go ride somewhere else and sit. We called it we rolled around.
Just riding around. It's just riding around. You just kicking it. That's it for a couple of hours. Then you gone and you start all over the next day.
All over again. That's how we
You
kicked
know
it.
what? But I was almost 17 with a 21-year-old, whatever. And according to the law, I could have him put in jail today. And he's a cop. Well, he's a retired cop now. But a lot of this stuff is like just because we did it or it was normal to us, according to the law, they were breaking the law. And that's just
right. But Angie, I just want people to understand. I didn't mean to call your name, but I'm just saying, like, people act like R. Kelly went out looking for these folks.
Right.
And he didn't. These parents are the real fans. They are the real fans. They are the ones with the real Stockholm syndrome. Like, literally, and that's fading away because, yeah, he did let that girl come back. He did. He let her come back. And that was the only thing he did, let her come back. But they kept bringing her back. They kept bringing her back because they had an agenda the entire time. They trying to retire. That's what their goal was, to retire off this man. And people don't want to accept that. That's what their goal was. They wanted to retire off this man.
Every single one of them had an agenda, and nobody wants to accept it. They
had hidden agendas that they didn't want nobody to know they had them.
Correct.
Correct.
People to think that he was just riding around as a predator. Ooh, girl, come get my car.
Right. I mean, who marries a grown woman your age, but then turn back around and just decide that I want a 10-year-old? It don't work like that.
Right.
I'm just saying, just picture this. This man, a superstar on the south side of Chicago, pulling up in the Bentley. And they like, ooh, R. Kelly, no, get away from me. No, they run into the car. He probably puts it. It's ridiculous.
He giving them whatever they want, and he going about his day. And that's the end of it. Like, this girl was one of the first chicks to put that car on the street. And everybody knew where it belonged. Nobody had got one of them cars, that custom-made car.
Yeah, the narrative is so ridiculous.
Ads put them tires on Michigan Avenue, and they went crazy. Everybody saving their money, going to get the 20K, the 30K. They trying to get one of them.
Mm-hmm. And we can name some well-known other people, drug dealers, NBA.
Hey, hold on. Niggas pulling up in the box Chevy back in them days.
Thank you.
I'm talking about got they 30s and bold. They got bold ties and 30s.
Got the mono blocks or assassins on.
I'm talking about some of them spinning, coming from Detroit or highway driving, spinning wheels.
Yeah.
They got
So
Chevy
imagine this
Club.
nigga pulling up in the foreign at that time.
Thank you.
Kel showed them
The
how to. Let
music
me tell
down
you
the
something.
block.
Kel
They got
Kel
rump
showed these guys how to go to court with a suit on. He showed them how to dress a blazer up, relax with some jeans and a button up. The man put the trends out here, whether people want to accept it or not.
Oh yeah. Kels taught niggas how to like really appreciate a woman really whole time through his
And show
music.
and when you go in the courtroom, you respect yourself. You present yourself. Look
Oh
how
yeah.
that man come in the courtroom. These young guys used to go in the courtroom looking like anything and want to know why he threw the key at you.
Yep.
Yep.
So let me ask you this. So the girl, you know, I think the girl, what her name was, Tiffany Hawkins. Remember, she said she was the first one. She was in the Lifetime, whatever. Do y'all remember if she was did she take the stand in New York or Illinois?
She ain't
I
took
cannot
nothing.
remember.
I don't remember her taking nothing. They kept
I
they
don't
was trying to say that was her, but it wasn't her. They was trying to put it out there for a minute that it was her.
But what, Geronda? Who else came documentary that testified?
Yeah, Geronda came, but they was trying to say this other Hispanic chick that was up there that was Tiffany, and it wasn't Tiffany. And first of all, Tiffany ain't nothing but a year or two younger than R. Kelly. Second of all, Tiffany did what Demetrius told her to do. I got the video. I have the whole recording.
Cause you know what?
Because he was mad. Because he wasn't getting what he wanted. So he's called Tiffany and told Tiffany what she need to do. And he set her right after he got through planning her. And she got, no, I ain't gonna even go there with that one because I wasn't there. But he sent her to that attorney and told her the steps to take. He got mad.
Yeah, that's the one who settled the case. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cause let me tell you why I asked. Because on the last documentary, I don't know if y'all seen it or not, but she sat down and she said that she didn't want to see him in this or want him to go to jail or whatever with Jim Derogatis. And I was like, okay, this is strange. This is strange.
Because she know it wasn't about him. She know it was. He ain't did nothing to her. She know that. She know he ain't did nothing to her.
Participants. Period.
He did.
She don't even know who her child's father was when this started, okay? But you better ask Demetrius, okay?
But then see, the thing is, they got an opportunity to tell their story and get some attention and some fame for telling their story. So that's why they opt out.
And this is where it come in. Fake stories.
Williams is. I don't know who that is. Go ahead. I'm
And
sorry.
and then the fact that you could they keep saying, oh, if Chicago was the one put him in jail. No, he was acquitted of Chicago. What they did was use the people from Chicago to help rehearse these chicks, the new players that they put in place to get their conviction.
But let me ask Andrew a question. How come the chicks from the documentary wasn't in the trial?
Because they was paid to do a job, like Kel said.
I think what the girl named Lizette said that she was going to she was supposed to be on. She was on standby. I think that's what she said, but it didn't use her. A lot of times, it can be overkill. Okay, because you can also use too much, and the defense attorney can say, "Listen, that was an excessive amount of wrong acts evidence." Okay. And that prejudiced my client, you know what I'm saying? So they have to watch that as well. So if they didn't need them to, fit anything or whatever, then okay. Yeah. They didn't need her because remember they were setting up a RICO, right? So you had to get predicate acts and then which means an act that happened at an earlier date that led to another crime that had happened at later on, right? So you got to have one person with two particular one accuser with two particular incidents. Okay. So that's a very unique and strategic way to set up a case, especially one with those allegations, and then they added it to a RICO. You know what I'm saying? Using a RICO as a vehicle to deliver it. So maybe she didn't have the 2 acts or whatever. You know, who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows the reason why?
No, that's it. Cause they used Geronda. I think they said she had the herp and was underage. Azriel Manak, herp, underage. Why was Stephanie on there? What was her? What was her too?
What was who?
The what's her name? Stephanie, the white girl. What was her 2 predicate acts?
That's the one I think they thought it was.
They did. They didn't believe it. But what was her? What was they bring her for?
A witness. I think she was. See, this was the thing. They was using people as witnesses, and it was funny. You said that Lizette Martinez said they had on standby. All of them was standbys.
But if Andrew,
how many of them was in?
Uncharged acts, they took the stand. But listen to this right here. Sonya is the one that was in the studio and shit, so they didn't believe her. Stephanie wasn't Holly, was it? Who was Stephanie?
What's her name? Her name was, I'm sorry, it might be Sonya. I always mess the S's up.
No, Sonya's the one they didn't believe.
Right.
Stephanie,
but what was her 2 predicate acts though? I'm saying what was what she was brought in on what? Because she wasn't underage, right?
So
right. So what was her?
She was. I think majority of them was the ones that y'all speaking about. They were witnessing whatever testimonies that they had from other people.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna look that up because I always mess that chick name up in her incident. But I'm curious to know.
Story was. I'm confused.
And Lanita Carter, she another one. Another one. She came in adult abuse, grown with kids, married, and got a divorce in the midst of braiding hair down there. She was messing with one of them in there. But then looked on the news and said, "Oh, I need to call them."
And
you just wake up. You just wake up stupid.
And what else? Was
Faith
herpes and what?
The spitting in the face, right? And then.
Well, Angie, ain't no man got that much saliva in their mouth, Angie. Ain't no man got that much saliva in their mouth back to back, spitting in your face. Huh?
No, I'm just going by what she said. I don't know.
I know. I know, but I'm just saying.
Logically. To be standing there, and somebody spitting in your face. That's just
right. Ain't nobody spitting. One video, she said he spit on her 5 times, and the next minute it's 6. Who's sitting there counting and waiting on somebody to spit again on you?
That shit sound ridiculous than a motherfucker.
Dumb as hell.
But this is what she had to use because her story was not credible. Okay? She clearly said it on one of her videos that you probably can't see anymore. Her video states that the feds called her and told her to wake up. People say they don't know you. We need more information. They come back to her and told her. They said, "Oh no, they don't know you." Who she called? She called a coach, Mr. Smith. And Mr. Smith told her, tell him about the pill bottle on the dresser. And she said, "I was there because it was a pill bottle left on the dresser. Her hair stuff was left there. So when they raided,
that's what I was going to ask you about. Yeah.
Yeah, when they raided, everything got thrown out. But remind you, this is a whole big building. So when they cleaned out everything, stuff thrown out. This is where they claim they found. They claim they found her stuff in the alley, in the bag where they was throwing stuff out at. Now this is what they claim that. Now who's to say that could have been anybody's stuff? See what I'm saying? That could have been anybody's stuff. Helper, you brought your ass down here with a bag of problems because your husband was abusing you. Okay, but you're not gonna hear that story.
What was Faith's thing? The exposure and what else?
Phases?
No,
Faith was the exposure and I don't know.
You said who?
Faith.
Faith Rogers?
Yeah, what was her?
She was exposure and what else? Because she wasn't underage, right?
No,
No, she wasn't. She was chasing him.
No, I'm saying what was her predicate acts? I know she was trying to say he failure to expose And what else did she say?
Now the whole thing, the whole
I think that was
indictment
it,
wasn't
right?
the whole indictment wasn't RICO. I think 1 through 6 was RICO, and then the rest of them was 7 through whatever was.
You're
like
right.
Queen Bella said enforced labor.
Yeah, that was Geronda. There you go. Geronda was forced labor probably too.
Right, wow.
Right, and that was made up because everybody on every social media knows where that heifer came from.
Okay, forced labor and the gun. That's right.
And they added that in there, the gun part.
And then they said there was no gun. Didn't she say that later on?
Right. It was a lie. First of all, who was that?
I got a legitimate question though. Like, what was the labor though? Like, what was the forced labor like?
Something with Geronda. What? It was something with Geronda and some type.
She had to stack some cups on the desk or something. She had to wash some dishes or something. What she do?
No. They're real crafty when it comes to making a situation fit the law. So so they made. I think it was like. I think it was
what did the tape
he
had a tape.
Like he was
something.
because the gun, the presence of the gun and
she had to take the garbage out.
No, he told her, "Hey, get down there and start to, whatever." I guess I have to go back and look at it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and look and get deep on that because I don't forgot a lot of that fucking shit.
I forgot a lot of it. What the deal
Hey,
was.
she hopped the fence. She had to cut the goddamn grass. Shit.
Right.
No, that ain't how it goes.
Pitiful, y'all. That case was pitiful.
I don't mean to make no fun, but this shit just sound crazy. Like, what's the labor? What they
right, Queen Bria. You're right.
What'd she say? I can't
what
see.
I was saying.
Forced labor. Okay, the gun sucking him.
Because it's not anything sexual. It's just like something that she had to do that was just like I don't know. But from what I'm gathering,
it was I think it had something to do with giving him oral sex, yeah.
Oh, so that does relate to something sexual. I thought it was just like when I hear labor, I'm like labor. I'm like,
but Geronda didn't Geronda admit that she lied?
I thought she did. Yeah,
she didn't admit that she lied because she know how she came in there. She came in because Bubba invited her to a release party, an album release party, a backyard party, or something like that, something of that nature. The girl said. Everybody know how she came in there, but it was better to use this man because they all was told that if everything falls to say you was molested, abused. They all was told that.
Right. I don't know, man. That whole situation crazy. I just pray for everybody involved. I just hope that God will prevails and everybody just get the help they need because this is crazy.
Sick as fuck.
But it's just all about people is like and going through hunger strikes and in survival mode and in hustle zone and it's just you don't give me what I asked for and this is what I'm gonna do to you. Like that's what's going on.
But they magnified it. Like it's a million people in Chicago with the virus. It's a million guys that's looking at these women, but because they trying to say Kels was doing everything he did was like sexual deviant, and then the predator word.
But Skyline,
such a lie.
Summer Bunny was sent a cease and desist. She came out in the early days and clearly said it. Kels ain't gave that girl no herpes. She got that from her ex-boyfriend, and that girl sent her a cease and desist to shut her mouth.
Yeah.
But they blocked that.
Do y'all know what the charge is? The charge
failure to expose. We know, but we just saying that's part of the irony of the case, Angie. About how they tried to say he gave it to him, but like you saying, the charge was failure to disclose. I get that, but just to try and muddy the waters, they tried to say they contracted it from him.
Right, and then after the 30 years, your mama get to come out here and say, my daughter ain't never had no herpes.
Okay,
Like
but
you got
no, no, the mama said the daughter don't have genital herpes, she have it in her mouth. But listen to this, because this is the now that part of the evidence to me is the strongest part, and I'm not understanding what's the disconnect. Because here's the thing, right? At first, I heard a lot of people were saying, Geronda gave it to him. Well, here's what kind of dispels it. Other, besides the doctor coming out and saying about it was he had told him that he pretty much had herpes back. I don't know, was it the late 90s or early 2000s? I don't know how
and
long ago.
they used off of what that doctor was prescribing him for. That's how that narrative got
He
turned.
tested negative though.
Right, but they turned that negative around because of what the doctor never diagnosed him with that.
But
They
he
used
told
the
him.
narrative. They used that to change to stick, make that narrative stick. Angie,
I think I think he diagnosed him because he said herpes. But I think the testing didn't confirm it or something like that, or he
Right,
didn't
it
come back or
didn't. He
something like that.
tested negative. Yes.
Okay, but listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, they was trying to say that Geronda gave it to him. Well, here's what kind of knocked that out the box or whatever, because the girl Lizette later on come out and say that he gave her herpes. So if Lizette had him way back then, Lizette and Geronda wasn't there at the same time.
okay,
And then all the other people got him. Dominique.
so we gonna skip Drea. We're gonna skip
Okay.
Drea.
We don't know what Drea got. I don't know what Drea got.
We don't know what Lizette had. Just because she said it don't mean that he gave it to her.
You think somebody's gonna come up there and say, "Yeah, I got herpes all over
But they
America"?
saying it. But okay. But she got on the stand and said he put a sock in her mouth, and that's because Demetrius told her the story.
If
And it worked. It worked. It made her get her all the way on the reality show.
I'm saying this, we'll never know if he gave it to him. Okay, so for them to come up there, that juices the story up to say that he gave it to her. I don't believe
Scott. Hold on, you got to work with the law of probability. Sometimes you just got to concede some shit where it makes sense. Everybody got the herpes. Where they all get it from? Everybody got it.
The Chicago streets. Do you let me tell you, look, let me break down.
Angie sound like she just came out her yard and said, "Everybody get the fuck out."
Give me 5 minutes. Okay. Let me tell you about Chicago. Okay, let me tell you about Chicago.
Here and said, "All you motherfuckers drunk. Get the fuck out."
Okay, look, check this out.
Everybody got the herpes.
Check this out. Young girls. Okay, look, young girls in Chicago. Don't forget now, this is a drug gangster city. Okay, we had drug dealers. Okay, we glorize drug dealers. Okay, so these guys riding around in cars. Okay, got rump shaker. We could hear him coming down the blocks, spinning on rims, looking fine with the money hats on. Okay, shit. We run into the car. Okay, most girls getting down. Most of these street niggas ain't wrapping it up. They burning the block up. Okay, so and this just one instance.
Yep.
Then you got trap houses. These girls running to these trap houses with these guys. Some of them hooked on drugs, getting burnt up for turning tricks. So you got so many ways that they could catch diseases in Chicago. It's not. It's not.
And it ain't. And I'm not going
from Chicago.
But it ain't all Chicago.
What's the likelihood all of them running to R. Kelly?
But it ain't all Chicago. That's the kick of it.
It's a lot of. I promise you. I promise you.
R. Kelly is
how they got them, because what they do on their internet. On their internet, man. They networking.
If they at the what Scott Life just illustrated, R. Kelly is a blessing.
He's a blessing. Thank you. Angie ain't seen it. I'm telling you, if you would have seen it with your own eyes, you would be like Scott Life. I understand. Angie ain't seen it. She got to see it. These young girls.
Angie, I
ran to these cars, Angie, because I was a car booty.
I ain't got no herpes. I'm trying to tell you. All the people got the herpes. You ain't gonna make me believe that everybody got the herpes. It's only
No, everybody, because they lying, Angie. They lying.
Because they lying.
They
That's
used
why, Angie.
Geronda because
You're right.
Geronda was the one that was the youngest. They lying. They used Geronda because hers will stick better because she was the youngest that propped up her hot ass over there and sat on that couch and didn't move and you know all them days and nights and weeks because she was hungry. That girl probably wasn't looking for no sex. She was hungry, Angie. You got
all
some
these
that's
niggas,
here like
all these niggas doing, they sitting on the block.
Argue how they got there and whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the herpes. You ain't
Hold on,
gonna
Angie. Hold on.
I don't believe they had it.
First of all, they was left. First of all, don't forget, they was left at home. They was left there. Okay, Kels ain't have time to babysit nobody. Let's not forget he had runners. Let's not forget he had bodyguards. Let's not forget he had people that didn't have a place to stay. Let's not forget. So when you leave all of those out and you just put him in this big bubble with all these little scallywags, thoughts running up, headhunters running up, talking about I need, and it's really not that.
That's exactly what she just said. Now picture this. You got little young cats. They just on a block that's juking money. They ain't even got to lead a 6 to 8 block radius. They making buku money sitting on big rims.
A day.
You know what I'm saying? They superstars in their little neighborhood, the 6 to 8 block radius that they in. They ain't even gotta go on the other side.
Thank you.
So everybody that come through the main little strips, the little chicks that's walking through, they see these, they ride through big rims, they going to the nice restaurants, what we would perceive as something that's not, you know, it's just something to go get something to eat at, but they going there, they getting a shrimp dinner, you know what I'm saying? They going to the shoe store, they getting the new J's.
Yeah.
Something that, you know, they spending money that these little young chicks not used to seeing normal people, you know, spending on. So as soon as they see them, they own them. They like, man, what you doing? So when they pull up at the stop sign, they all in the whip. They like, man, they got their picks and chooses. And then they gonna get in the whip. They gonna get a nice meal.
You gotta tell her, Jeff, they was going. Because back in the day, it wasn't tricking if you got it. They was buying
but back in the day, the money was much easier. It was much easier to get back in the day.
They was getting money, chains, Pele coats.
I mean, and that was something to do.
They got the remember the Davucci's? Remember the Davucci's and the Averex and all them?
Yes, the money rats. Come on now.
That was something to do. I'm gonna mess with him. Yeah.
Okay. And all of that has happened in my time, whatever. I married the whole of Jacksonville. And then my cousin was the other whole of Jacksonville. They hold so much to when they met, they was talking about the hoes they had in common.
Didn't even know. Look, didn't even know they was messing with the same girl. Same girl.
And then my mama, you know, when my daughter had found rubbers up under my bed, my mama with her proper ass, mama, because my daughter brought the rubbers in there to her. I come in from work, she holding the rubbers, talking about, you make your husband wear rubbers? Yes, he's a whole Jacksonville. Yes, I do. He's a whole Jacksonville. Women be knocking me down trying to get to him.
So Angie, you basically had a had a trophy. That was your trophy. That was.
You was the HNIC of the bag, basically.
I got them. Y'all can't get them.
You was. Hey, you already know what the translation was. You was that big.
Baby,
and I'm telling you,
y'all better go listen to them calls on my goddamn on this that I upload on this channel with my friends and stuff when we talking about what? Child, please.
Now, Angie, let me ask you a question. Now, with that being said, and you understanding that different dynamic, right? Now, picture that with these young dudes that's able to do that. They 24, 25 years old, clocking hella money. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And they
picture,
slide through, and then you got a 16, 17-year-old,
right.
you know what I'm saying, chick. She looking at this dude that's 24, like shit, he riding. What I'm gonna look at this dude that's in gym class with me for when I could ride in the motherfucker whip with this nigga 24. You know what I'm saying? And
It's
sit
some
on
B
24.
wings and shit. Fuck
But
out of here.
and riddle
Give me
me
that
this.
sounds and shit.
Riddle me this.
Right.
Back in them days, back
we
in
going
them
motherfucker. We
days,
going to the No Limit building, getting them big black.
Getting a big fat
Right, man. Right. But it still don't explain how all of them. And to me, that was the strongest evidence. Hold on,
He on 35th getting them 3 blunt downs.
Y'all crazy.
looking for looking for a session. We're looking for a whip to kick off this session in or somebody's house one.
Thank you. And we wanted. I'm not lying to you. If you had a fancy car, I was trying to ride. I promise you.
Man,
Where you
check it out,
going?
Angie.
And ain't even gotta be no sexual activity involved. We just kicking it.
No, but my boyfriend, yeah, but I was a true motorhead though. My boyfriend had one of them horns that go da na 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 da na 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 na, and I stayed in Bellwood. Yeah, I stayed in Bellwood, so I was a suburban lane, but I still had a boyfriend that stayed out west.
There you
And
go.
they used to tease the hell out of me and was like, girl, when you took your ass out west, you ain't never come back no goddamn more. You just stuck. And it wasn't that. It was just that I was so confined to that life I needed to see another part of the world. And that's what I did. But when he used to pull up, his music was so loud, Angie.
Yes.
My mama and my daddy had to tolerate it. But guess what my daddy used to tell that nigga, cut that shit down when he pull up in front of this house. I don't want to hear that mess.
Right.
So I used to tell him, when you come off the expressway, because our house was like right there. Like it was the expressway, the park, the stores, the park, and then it was my house right there. So I used to tell him,
312 Skylight, I swear to God, me and my homie, he had a cutlass so cold, we would have scooped both y'all that had y'all in the whip at the lakefront, kicking it. I'm telling you. He had a black on black cutty on my mama. That motherfucker was so cold. Let it out with the sunroof.
Hey, Jeff.
We going to the lake.
Man, Jeff, I was one of them motorheads. You remember the Malibu Club, the Delta 88 Club, the 9A Club?
Yeah.
One of the guys I used to mess with, he had the Delta 88, and then he went over to. So he was a car head too, because they had their own little Delta Club, but then they had a Malibu Club. The nigga dropped a $4,000 motor in that boy. I'm talking about a motorhead running to the racetrack, trying to watch the cars race up and down the little side strip before the police come to lock everybody up. I'm talking about, baby, Angie, them was the days. So we had Freaknik days.
Tell me what 16, 17-year-old girl trying to go outside to have a good time ain't finna ride with them or going to sit at the baseball park with this dude. No, I'm trying to get in the car with Buddy and them. You feel me?
Over here, dude ain't got what dude right here got.
I was strategic about my pimping, honey. I didn't date nobody in no goddamn hood. I went way out there to the beach, by the beach, honey, and got most of them. And some of them had them little, little cars or whatever. But you best believe they wore some slacks and shit to work or whatever. So they went out there in them damn streets. And when they had a little sidecar that they souped up, to ride on the weekend and shit with the loud music. But I wasn't dealing with no one of them boys on the blocks. I do that.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you though. But Angie, whole time.
Nah, baby,
most of that time
a
frame that I'm speaking of, I'm telling you, it wasn't even like no like everybody on some freaky. We just kicking it. You know what I'm saying?
I promise.
We just hitting the block. We bending blocks, smoking, drinking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Hit the lakefront. We just chilling, but you know what I'm saying? Half the chicks may be 18, they might be 17. I
Right.
don't know. You know what
Might
I'm
be
saying?
15.
Shit.
I was 16, close to 17. Yeah.
Look, and let me tell you, Angie, on the west side, okay, now, the south side niggas made money. But out west, my cousins was 14th to Central Park, the Holy City. These niggas out there was, I remember going, because we would go for like Thanksgiving, Christmas. They 16. Ain't got no driver's license, pulling up on them things.
My mama pulling up.
Skyline.
Pulling
It's
up.
still cracking right now.
Right. Oh yeah. Still cracking. Yeah.
They still doing the same thing right
same
now.
age brackets and everything.
I promise you.
And they getting more, when I say they getting more money,
more money.
What make me sit at the stop? I be sitting at the stop saying like, that little nigga fine than a motherfucker, but damn,
that nigga 16.
16.
Right. That's just what it is. The age bracket, it never changed. They still right there.
Yep.
It's just the generation. It go from one generation to the next generation, and you might get one bad group, and then you might not get no. You know, you might get an okay group that's just out here to get money and get on what they got to do. You know, they gone.
Now, Jeff, let me ask you this, because I know you, because you might not seen the 312, the 9-8 with Michael Jordan on the hood dunking the crack rock. Don't tell me you ain't seen that.
I seen that.
Thank you. We was on that nigga.
If you been to the circle, hey, if you been on the west side to Garfield Park in the circle, you best to believe you done seen that.
That's what I'm saying. That car got sold so many times. Angie, it was a 9-8. Okay, and it had a spray painted picture. And I shouldn't say painted. It was a painted picture of Michael Jordan
slam dunking the crack rock
on the fucking hood.
That motherfucker was floating all through Stony Island and all
through. All through. We was on that nigga. I promise.
Michael Jordan dunking a crack rock.
And it was a big ass crack rock too, and it was a ball.
Oh my God.
It was an 8-ball. Boom. He dunking an 8-ball. I promise you. We was on him.
These niggas is these niggas in Chicago is ignorant.
I love Michael goddamn Jordan. I want to go to Chicago for nothing. One reason to take a picture.
These niggas in Chicago is ignorant.
Well, one reason to be out there, take that picture where he outside, what is it, United Stadium?
Statue.
Drive back home. Yeah, I ain't want to stay.
They moved it on the inside, I heard.
No, ain't no coming to Chicago talking about going to United Center and go. You ain't doing none of that. You're going to be in traffic, so you're going to run into some more other people, some more other stuff.
No, if I see Michael Jordan dunking a crack rock, I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. Oh, fuck that. Somebody's going to have to pull this dude off. Somebody has to explain something.
And when I tell you the niggas was be so clean up in the whip, boy, they used to be like, you know what I'm saying, driving with they balls. I used to be like, oh, they so fine. They so good.
Man. Hey, especially you pulled down Ryan Slick. Oh, we finna go kick it. Let's hit the liquor store. We about to go slide to the weed spot.
Right, where you going?
I remember one time, y'all. I remember one time I had that. I remember one time I stopped at the weed spot, and this was after I wasn't doing. I was used to do security with my boss was the police, and I used to work with these police officers. I wasn't working at that job no more. But I stopped at this weed spot one time to give me some weed. And they ain't really had no lights on the block, right? But I knew where I was going and they knew my car. The police was sitting. Hey, y'all know how Garfield Park, Central Park made, right? How the strip made. So the police was sitting in the park the whole time. I didn't know it. Behind me. I done whipped around the corner half a block up, didn't know the police was right behind me a block down further. I'm talking about quickest dude came to my car, got my money. Police flocked around me. They looked at me. Look, it's got like, they looked in the car.
I know that feeling.
Guess what they looked? They looked in the car and said, Officer Stamps, I could have just died right there.
Right. I'd have been like,
I'm dead. Because they knew who I was. Who you over here seeing? This is how they got me. Bait me in. Who you over here seeing? I said, I'm over here seeing my guy. What house he in? I said, I don't know what house he went in.
Right. I don't know.
They like, she lied. Just let her go. Just let her go.
Right.
He
Just let
said,
her
look,
go.
officer, that nigga said, Officer Stamps, you got 30 seconds to get the fuck off this block.
Oh.
He said, we're going to bag up. They said, we're going to bag up and you got to get the fuck on. I said, okay. I ain't say no more. When they bagged up, I started my shit and got
the fuck up out of there. Right. Never to return.
Oh, I went the next motherfucking day. I had my girl come grab me. Hey, come run me over this block. Let me get my money, player. Because you knew what the fuck it was. I went right back and ran down and got my money. I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all know what it is. Come on now.
I just wish y'all could have seen, could see it. Because if you would have seen, it's 3 million people in Chicago, okay? And when I tell you, it's action everywhere on every block,
everywhere. Except for right where I'm at. Ain't no action, baby, because I ain't going.
At all times, 24 hours a day. We didn't go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's like now it's like a ghost town in the city now, but like
the thugs ain't trying to get shot.
Yeah, but back then, oh my God, it was. Man, you know the motorcycle groups up and down South Chicago all night. You know what I'm saying? We just post up on South Chicago by White Castle.
If Angie, you would have been here, baby, and you talking about a bike, a group, you talking about putting the ass on the back of the bike. Shit.
That's all you see.
Baby, you'd have been, can I get a ride? What? That bike light up. I want to see that ass ride. Let me get a ride.
Do y'all remember the
I had
#1
they was trying to get me in the Chevy Club. I had a MC with rally stripes with the sunroof with the rally it was like pearl blue. And it had a little sparkle flicks through it. You know what I'm saying? A 2-seater Monte Carlo. That motherfucker was cold. They was trying to get me in the car club. But I'm like, nah, because they talking about, man, they want to charge me a little. Nah, I'm good.
They wanted member fee.
Yeah, they charge
fee. Yeah, they want a member fee. I'm like, man, I roll.
Look, I already know what it is, Jusky. I was telling you I was a motorhead. I said at the motorcycle, they used to have some of the Delta 88 clubs used to have. They used to go to the meet up at the motorcycle club on the west side.
Oh yeah.
I was a real motorhead.
Then that's what did you remember the #1 stunners? They was from out west.
#1.
#1 stunners. They was
#1 stunners. No Limit. It was #1 stunners. No Limit. Riders.
Rough Riders.
Rough Riders. It was like a social club.
Riders part of the No Limit gang, or they just different?
No, these older cats, motorcycle riders, but they got new generational now. It's different. Young guys want to come out. They ain't nothing like the old schools. See, that's another thing. The old schools was back then. To be honest with you, the old schools was the ones that was paying the bills. They was taking care of households. That's what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, car clubs, Angie. All different kinds. Social clubs, car clubs. Then you got gangs. You see what I'm saying? Then you got drug groups. It just was everything all day, all seasons, no sleep, didn't stop. Now
everybody barbecuing this shit the other day.
The projects was juking. I'm telling you.
I think somebody came on and was talking about what they did in the back in the day with kills, and it was Demetrius. How they sit on the porch and everybody, their mamas is out on the porch playing cards, drinking their 40 ounce or whatever type of drink they got going on. They sitting out all night playing the music, playing cards, got the card table out in the front.
Thank you.
That's what was going on.
No sleep. It was safe then. You could do that.
You could do that then. I used to leave my bike outside. I stayed in the suburbs, but I used to leave my bike outside. But I bet you I can't leave my bike outside. If I went back and stayed in the suburbs, I ain't leaving my bike outside.
Yeah.
Because it ain't going to be out there when I come back out.
I have a cousin that stay in Naperville. She lives in Naperville.
My niece lives in Naperville. Naperville is one of the richest towns, suburbs.
I was just in Naperville. I was just in Naperville earlier today. I was just in Naperville earlier today.
It was so funny. My cousin said, your cousin lives in Chicago. Now this is my mama side, so this the bougie side. I said, I know damn well she don't live in Chicago. Baby, I went to look up her address. I said, boy, this said Naperville. I said, what
Thank
is
you.
Naperville? And then when
But
I
that's
looked it up, they say it was one of one of the best
most
neighborhoods around.
expensive
I
places
said,
to live.
oh, okay, that
They
makes
have
sense.
their
Yeah.
own. They got they like Chicago. See, they still fall under the Illinois umbrella. That's why
Mm-hmm.
they say she stays. They say she live in Chicago because they still fall under the umbrella. But
Oh, okay.
Chicago, like Chicago, they talk about Chicago downtown loop area and all of that. Well, Naperville have their own downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
They make
Naperville really nice.
when it's special stuff going on for certain cities and suburbs, Naperville always at the top of the line. Always.
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh, okay,
Yes.
because I was
Always.
confused. I was confused. I said, I know damn well she don't live in Chicago. Are you
No.
crazy about them horror stories I done heard? Are
And
you
see,
crazy?
that's another
I'm
thing
going to
about it.
look
That's
up.
another thing with that's another thing that's turned my stomach. Chicago is not as bad as people
It's not.
make it seem like it is, because if it wasn't, it wouldn't be one of the highest on the top priority touring city. Like you don't
Wow.
see in the listing that a bunch of tourists getting killed while they on top of the damn roof.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
nah. If you come to Chicago and just come kick it, you finna have a ball. You ain't gonna have
Right.
nothing
It's
fucked
not.
up
I
about.
mean, the
And
trauma
the
and drama that
food.
go on with the people that's indulged with that, and that's the
Hey,
part that they leave out. You
and
know what I'm
Angie,
saying?
I'm telling you, we got the best food in the country.
Yeah. Angie said she wants some of that heroin.
Yeah. It was so bad, honey. I watched DJ so goddamn much. I ordered the sauce. I'm like, wait a minute. I ordered the damn. I ain't lying. I showed it online. I ain't lying. I said, y'all, I ordered the damn
So
sauce.
we give you some mild sauce.
Yeah, I yesterday I get some mild sauce. This nigga done ate mild sauce. This nigga done ate this shit for goddamn a whole year. And somebody gonna have to tell me
And
something.
still eating
I'm
it. Yeah.
crying.
But that's how we is on this side for Uncle Remus. And that's another thing. They talking about them girls was starving. That damn ass ate every motherfucking restaurant that I ate from.
That girl ain't starving in
And
no
better.
damn Chicago. She
And
dying like a
better. Are you
motherfucker.
lying? You ain't starving here. That girl named everything. Every
Wow.
restaurant that this nigga done spent thousands of dollars feeding a house full of hungry niggas.
You know damn well ain't nobody starving in
Ain't nobody
Chicago.
going hungry. Now, when you walking up and down, you're not living downtown. And when you
Man,
going anywhere, when you got the authority to say, bring me this and bring me that, they got
she
Uber Eats that's dropping your food off. This girl was eating lobster for breakfast. She could walk out the trunk and go down there and order or to have it delivered.
I bet you that young lady, wherever she at now, I bet you she missing that Chicago food that she ain't in
Already,
Chicago.
she said that already. She just said that before on the line. She missed that Chicago food. Like she used to go get Nick. They call Dominique Nick, short for Nick. Like Nick she wants something from Taco Bell and she don't want it if it ain't right. They know about the
Mm-hmm.
good old combos from Taco Bell. They know about the good old Uncle Remus. She know about Harold's. She know about MacArthur's. Where MacArthur's at, Jeff?
MacArthur's, that motherfucker
On
right
the west
down
side,
on
in
the west
Capitol
side.
Hill,
Yeah.
baby. In the
And
landmark of Capitol Hill.
and
Now she
y'all
know
got it
about MacArthur's.
and y'all gotta get Uncle Remus out west.
Right, Uncle Remus, she say, I love that Uncle, that I love they sauce. Watch out the video. The girl was bragging on all the food you eat here.
That's one thing about Chicago. Y'all gonna eat good coming to Chicago. Ain't nobody
You got,
finna be.
man, I mean, I heard Angie say, if I told y'all that what they did with the Chinese food, that they y'all eating cats, y'all wouldn't believe me. I heard her say something like that in one of her community posts. So I know
Yeah.
therefore she don't like Chinese food. So I mean, other than that, oh, it's a different variety of stuff that you're able to eat and enjoy eating it.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
like
hey,
Chinese food, but
hey,
honey,
look what Larry just said. The jerk
jerk
taco
taco.
man, he ain't never lied. The jerk taco man now where's Larry?
I heard about
I
the
mean,
jerk
if you
taco man.
the jerk taco man, you're gonna go crazy. But I told you, if you ever come here, I'm gonna have my guy fix a pan of jerk for you, the home style
Oh
way, the
wow.
home that because that's what he specializes in. People pay him to make pans of jerk,
Wow.
Fact.
like literally. He is the cook, so that's why. But I don't give a damn about no jerk. I didn't have so much of it, so I'm sick of jerk.
See,
So,
I would sit down my greedy ass and take it down, baby. And
oh
and
Lord, have
and
mercy.
be yes, baby. What? Don't give me y'all know when I've had my little special shit I like to eat and drink, baby. I showed y'all. I said, baby, I'm trying to tell you, and everything I showed y'all, the people that bought it, whatever, they was like, you wasn't lying. I know I'm not. I ain't gonna tell you about no bullshit.
Man, there's
But
so
y'all
many. They
got
got so many of them now. They got some. I mean, everybody getting them a vendor truck. If it ain't a jerk, it's a something. Because they feel like shit. If the Mexicans could sit on the corner and make a grip, okay? Through
Hey,
the
Larry,
snow, through
another
the
one.
wind, through the rain, through the sleet, they making a grip off sitting there slicing up fruit all goddamn day.
Italian Fiesta, Home Run In,
What?
Vegas
Yeah,
Pizza.
they said, man, home run in pizza. It's not it used to be the number one top pizza, but they
I
got
got to
other
go with
places.
Italian Fiesta.
Yeah, they got other places that's got good pizza. They really do. Like Uncle Remus,
Hey,
I mean,
Angie, y'all got
Run In,
Italian beefs
oh
out
Lord.
there?
Italian.
Where
Is that
you
the
at?
name of the restaurant or is just
No, the food, the Italian beef
It's a
sandwiches. Do y'all
sandwich.
have those?
Italian beef?
Yeah.
Child, we ain't really got nothing here.
Cause and that I know that because I got cousins that live there, and they come here. They come there from Jacksonville, Florida, and they come there from Greenville. And when they come here and rack up on Garrett's popcorn, Italian beefs,
wow.
and it's something else that they come here for that they love. That's one of their favorite foods, and they rack up on it. But now it's where you can order. You can get Garrett's popcorn. You can order that. But
I heard about the Garrett's popcorn. Oh, Italian beef dipped in mozzarella. I don't know about all that.
Oh, yeah.
oh
Larry
yeah,
ain't never
see,
lied.
then we
We
got
get
some
some
good.
peppers
Now we
on that
got some good
motherfucker.
Chicago beef here too, Ange. We got some good Chicago beef restaurants, some traditional
Hey,
Italian beef restaurants.
hey, Larry, that's how I know you ain't been in the city that long, because Ribs Unlimited on 79th gone, bro. That motherfucker gone. The one on 79th and Loomis,
Man, he wouldn't
man, I
even
used to
know. He
love
wouldn't
them. They
even know.
gone.
He wouldn't even know Chicago because it's been
I missed that.
reconstructed
I
so
missed
much.
that. The Ribs Unlimited, the one he talking about, that motherfucker gone. I wouldn't. I'll be like, damn, where they relocated at? I don't even know
And
if they.
and you know what? Low key, I just want to say this: they cleaning it up. That's another reason why a lot of stuff that you don't see from back in the day, because they're slowly cleaning it up, and it seems like it's longer. It's taking them longer to clean up the streets, but it's happening. You can
Yeah,
tell
they
by
are.
it's happening. They're trying to clean it up, and they're putting new stuff in, like Leamington, Whole Foods, big stuff like that going in certain neighborhoods. And they started on the South Side first. The South Side gets a lot of revenue coming through to help build the community back up. A lot.
Oh shit, I got to slide over there by Skylight. What she's still on there? Stony Sub.
What's that?
One thing I don't do in the city of Chicago, I ain't eating from nobody restaurant where it's 2, 3, 4 bedrooms upstairs.
Oh hell no.
That's what I ain't doing. No, because some people rent out storefronts and put a restaurant up over in the big building on the corner of an intersection, and it might be some apartments upstairs. And I ain't saying however you live, that's on you. I just don't want none of the food downstairs below you. That's all.
I know. I just took my.
Woke up.
Me and my son just slid over there on Stony Sub the other day, like on 89th and Stony Island. I got him a Italian beef over there. I got me a gyro plate. That motherfucker was
That
bust.
food y'all naming, that's crazy. It's crazy that y'all got all the restaurants to serve all that shit.
Ribs Unlimited.
Yeah, but this is city. I mean, but this city life though, Angie. That's why. See, y'all got roads, we got blocks.
Yeah, Larry said something about the Ribs Unlimited.
What Larry say?
Ribs Unlimited gone?
Yeah, bro, that motherfucker gone. I'm salty, bro. It was. I wouldn't. It been gone like I say. I noticed it was gone probably like 2 years ago, bro.
Yeah.
Is
That motherfucker.
is it a special sauce place or is it like the cook on it that makes
Both.
it? Oh, okay.
Man,
It
they
be both
pull
of
you.
them because there's a
Yeah.
lot of barbecue spots that, you can't go wrong with some good old chicken, no way. But it's the season they add with that, it's be the sauce majority of the time.
Yeah,
It be
but
that sauce to
barbecue
give
is
you
my
that kick.
favorite food, honey. Grill food. Child, look out.
What's this place, y'all? What's the new? My uncle was telling me about. Y'all got a new place. They got grilled wings. That's all they said.
S2 Grill, bro.
Oh man. Yeah,
Hey, they got lamb chops, motherfucking crab legs. They
That's
dead
the
in the
new kick
middle of the
now on
hood,
the
bro.
grill. That's the new meal on the grill, lamb.
Yeah, they got man, steak, all that shit. It's right there on 89th and Stony. They got one on they got one in Harvey. They got one I think you want to say like 111th. They all out south though. S2 Grill busting though.
89th and Stony. 89th and Stony.
Yeah, the best one is 89th and Stony though, because they got the little slushy machine where they put the liquor in there. You know what I'm saying? I took my
Oh
yeah,
man,
they got
people doing that now. That's a whole business. What he just said. Angie said, "Oh no, that's
But
fire."
wait, Jeff,
Angie.
what's the name of the place?
S2 Grill.
S2 Grill. I heard about them.
Yeah, Hey, Skylight. It's right there on 88th and Stony Island.
Let me ask you this: Is not in 57 the 57 barbecue plate? What's the name of this?
I-57. Yeah, they still out here.
Oh my god! You gotta wait in the line. You might get popped waiting in the line to get your food.
Yeah, you gotta get in and get out.
They got one of them in Dalton too, though. They moved it to Dalton and changed it.
Yeah, they got one in Dalton now too.
Yeah.
Well, Angie, I don't live in that area. On my side of town, I don't have those problems. I'm not saying they're not over here. I'm not saying they're not over here. I'm not saying they're not over here because I heard 30 rounds for the first time since I've been living where I'm living.
No.
I literally,
Stop it.
Angie, I
312,
was
you
up.
out west. Stop it.
Look, I'm out west. Don't try to hold
Quit
on.
playing.
Hold up.
Quit
I'm gonna
playing,
do a
Willie
Levi
Lloyd.
on your ass. Hold up.
Look, quit playing, Willie Lloyd.
You damn right, damn it. You to the motherfucking world blow up. Hold up.
Out west known for getting some money.
Period.
That's what they known for. That's
Period.
what
Now all the other little scruffy stuff that come along with that, hey, it is that. I plead the fifth on that note. But yeah, they gets it in. They gets it in. Trust me. They gets it in. But it's so many never nobody in custody ass shit. And we got cameras you're flashing the lights. They catch your license plates for you if you run the lights.
You're right.
Right.
But they can't catch that bullet that went across 5 blocks ahead that you got them cameras going. They don't work.
Wow.
But the license plate camera work. Yeah, they tore my ass up about $600 worth of camera running the light. What?
Jeff, you ever been to That's a Burger on 83rd in Stony?
83rd.
I haven't.
You gotta go there. That's a Burger used to be in.
Oh yeah, that's a burger. That boy busting.
Woo!
That's a burger.
Fresh turkey burgers and hamburgers.
Yeah, they got
fresh cut fries.
That's my favorite, the
Shut up.
turkey burgers.
Woo!
Yeah.
I promise you.
But we got another our traditional.
Five Guys. We don't have all that.
We do got a Five Guys in the suburbs. It's out here in the suburbs. Like I think it's one in Oak Brook. I think. See, they got a lot of selective. That's another thing, Angie. Chicago have a different side to it. It's not just one side. You're able to maneuver around in different parts of like your family, where your family is.
Yeah.
Where they live at, they don't have what go on in the city of Chicago.
Really? Oh, okay.
No, they got that because they have their own life.
Yeah.
That's literally like a whole different type of bubble coming from Naperville. You found out about Naperville on the news.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how that is. Unless you riding through the neighborhood or riding out there in them suburbs. They not at the top of the map like you hear about what happened in West Garfield and East Lundale and downtown Loop under the L tracks and over here on State Street. You're not gonna hear about stuff like that, But it's for different areas. It's taken care of different ways. But like I said, I just think I see a lot of different changes going, and far as the people moving in and people moving out, and of course people are dying, and people are leaving the city. They're literally leaving the city, and it's allowing the city to clean up at the same time. You know, people coming in, and it is allowing to see that they're trying to clean it up. Because when the time that the areas like over there by where Will Edie Daddy Church is, white folks is jogging up and down the street over up in that area. You couldn't find that. You know,
Right.
you wouldn't find. But you see them riding up and down the street. I mean, jogging up and down the street.
They feeling comfortable. You know,
they coming. They finna pull up, and all this other stuff finna stop. You know, it's just a matter of time. You know, you got to give it some time. It's coming. You know, but yeah, that's what go on. But
that's crazy.
Larry, that's
how you know white people finna start.
71st off of like Paxton. That's the burger used to be, and then they moved it to 83rd and Stony.
71st and Paxton.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I ate Jerk Villa every day for 2 years. I choose that over everything. I ate Jerk Villa on 79th and Halsted every other day. For
they oxtails fire as shit.
Hey, you know what? That's actually one of the healthiest way of eating. You know, they jerk food is healthy.
Yep, it is. Jerk, and they no contenders. Jerk Villa's been holding it down for years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sick of jerk. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, they
You
said
get
they
you some
moved it though somewhere.
cabbage, some beans. You get you some protein and your fiber. And
But have you ever had some lamb chops out the grill?
Hell yeah,
man!
Girl, please.
Have you had them out the? Have you had them out of the smoker?
No, I never.
I ain't never had them out the smoker.
Oh man,
yeah, that's fine.
I bet.
Man, I'm telling y'all, if y'all get a chance,
lamb chops is expensive.
Hell yeah.
Lamb period is expensive.
Hey, and I ain't just saying this just because this my name, but it's a barbecue spot right on 67 and Halsted. If y'all slide that way, they be open late. It's a little small spot. This is my people too. It's called Tailor Made Q Barbecue. Man, they got all type of shit. They got
Tailor Made.
Yeah, Tailor Made. They got stuff. Baked potatoes with shrimps and crab legs and all type of shit on the motherfucker.
Dude, they got a good burger. Somebody said like they got a good burger.
Just said that like he just got through eating that.
Right.
Oh no, they got burgers, they got rib tips, they specialize in barbecue, but you know what I'm saying, they got everything you could think of in that motherfucker though. It's a little small spot and shit.
Yeah, I'm about to give me a gunman to go with me. I'll be like, now don't keep the car running. I'm about to run.
I just go up in there, place my order. I'm finna slide back in like 30 minutes. That boy gonna be ready.
That's real talk though, because a little young chick just got killed on 62nd. I came up in my news break. Yeah, and my cousin, and I thought my cousin was exaggerating because that's her area where she lived. Well, because she took care of her mom and her grandma. And she was like, I was so scared coming in because they've been shooting so bad area of the block around going on my way in. She was like, I left my lights on all night. I forgot to come back out here and cut them off. I was like, what? They shooting? And I looked in the news break and shit stank.
She on 62nd and what?
The girl that got killed was on 62nd. But the route that she take home, the route that she take home, that's what she said. It's always something going on.
62nd in Michigan. She was 41 years old. I seen that early on the what you call it.
Oh wow.
You know what I'm talking about? The channel.
How old she was, Larry?
41. This girl.
Yeah. She's a light-skinned girl, light-skinned chick, pretty chick, pretty girl. But see, what people fail to realize is that, it's harvesting season, and I don't want to say that too loud. Yeah. Okay, that's the truth. It's the truth. The city, they say it's small, but it's not small. It's big. That's why people come from all off, flocks of the world and able to hide right here and don't be seen.
No, but see, people sleep on, because they worried about R. Kelly and some chicks. They sleep on the human trafficking factor that has been bumping for.
It's creeps. I stay right next door to a creep.
Yeah.
In the suburbs. Let me say that. In the suburbs. I lived in the west suburbs. And I didn't know I stayed next door to a creep until the police came. That's until the police came when the lights started flashing and you found out so we got a weirdo in the neighborhood. We never knew it, huh?
They everywhere.
You know,
Because
sometimes
they cover it up until they can't cover it no more.
I'll be driving by sometimes and I'll be wondering, like, is this one of the chicks that's missing? But I don't want to even slide and ask no questions, you know, because if they be looking stranded, like, it's real spooky out here lately. You know what I'm saying?
It is. And you got to mind your business once again.
Man, I'm telling
you.
And if you look at how many young girls is getting killed, look at the age. It's something strange about that. It's the same age bracket.
It's like 40 degrees. I seen a little chick outside. It couldn't been no more than 20, 21 years old. I wanted to stop so bad, like, but she got some damn short ass shorts on. I'm like, you got to be cold as fuck.
She done walked out the house.
Jeff, you
Not
know
too
what
far
time
from
it is.
wherever you seen her at.
Okay. You know what time it is. You know what she was doing.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm like, I ain't even finna put myself in that predicament. I gotta go.
Because Pookie was sitting around the corner watching her and watching you. So you didn't
look, one year, what's this, the first year of the pandemic?
Oh,
I watched the ignorant nigga, a sick nigga sit in front of my house. And I stay 2 blocks.
I'm like,
Said,
what's
oh
the
my God.
I'm like, oh my God. I can't do all that. I can't ride with y'all, baby. I ride the horn. I can't be right there with people horn, baby. I'm like, what's going on?
You can't stop. Hey, Angie, we can't stop the car. We gotta keep rolling.
See, that's the city. That's another part of the city life, Angie. Now it's a section that goes on that, you know, that part of it go on. It's a section for that. And it ain't even, and it's not even that bad like it used to be. Like it used to be really a line of them out. It ain't even like that no more.
Right. That's true.
In this one little section on my side of town. I don't know about the south side.
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Okay. Well, I know it's not bad as it used to be, but it's out there now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about stragglers. That's why I could say that name so easily.
Everybody
got that spot. Chicago when it's snowing and stuff like that, but y'all got too much going on. I'd have been able to be sitting in the middle of Chicago crying because Skylife done told me about you got to jump a car and shit to get it out the snow. You can't put your bag to be first to dig your ass out the motherfucking snow. Y'all got holes walking up and down the street, crime.
And that's when you gotta call 312 and tell them to come and trail you out that area, because I'm gonna take you out the harm's way area. I ain't going over there with
if I felt like something was wrong, I'd have been like, man, you cool, but no, she looked too comfortable. I'm like, nah, I'm good. You feel me?
Yeah.
She in her element. I don't want nothing. I mean, she doing what she do.
Block hot. Yeah.
Right. She doing what she...
Angie, like you be like the girl standing there. If Jeff stopped, he in somebody else's business. I promise you.
Period. He finna set it up. Like, bro, get the fuck on. What is you doing, bro?
Business,
right. I'm in somebody else. I'm in the life or death situation.
Jeff in parenting mode. Jeff in parenting mode, and she in hustling mode.
I'm looking like this motherfucker could be my daughter or something, but she somebody else.
Look at cool, BJ.
Business proposition. I don't know what's going on. Shit.
Down south. So we want to go over there and help and be nosy, just you know, just because y'all been like hit upside the head, like get out my goddamn business, lady. Like, damn. I'm just trying to help. Damn.
Hey, I just pulled that girl up. That's crazy. She must have got killed by somebody she knew though. I don't think it was no gang shit.
And half of the girls that's getting heads knocked over is to come from affiliation.
But this one, I don't think so. This like her boyfriend. They know who the shooting suspect is, and they got 15,000 lead to his arrest. Like he shot her in the head and the neck a couple of times.
And that too. And it's domestic. It's a lot of domestic niggas is out here really doing that.
Been doing it.
Yeah.
You know what?
But other than that,
I heard several niggas from up there be talking all crazy like it's okay to beat the woman up and shit like that. I'm like, well, what the fuck is this here? Now y'all
No,
just
I
talking
don't
about
know who you heard that from.
Oh no, we ain't on that type of shit.
Oh
yeah.
hell
That
no.
is true
I
though.
heard it
It's
on
true
the
though.
show.
Come on now, come
You know
on now.
why?
Like motherfuckers
Because
up there be getting popped now. You gonna get
yeah,
popped.
it
Baby.
has because think
No.
about it,
We
y'all. It's a
uh-uh.
culture change.
No, Angie.
Back in the day, the
Yes,
women
yes.
was loved. Okay,
Them
No,
little dudes
Angie. We're
looking
not
crazy.
no, Angie. No, and no.
that's 312. They still getting some of these girls. They still getting knocked out now. Come on.
Well, I don't hang around that Skylife. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but they getting because they like that type of guy, and that's the
I get it. I didn't been around it, but I'm just
yeah.
saying I'm not
I'm
consuming of
gonna
it.
say
Like
this: like
that's just not
you got a few
the
of
only
them.
type of pattern that's out here. That's what it
Oh no,
You
sounds
got
like she's
you got
getting.
a
That
few of them
memo.
that's what they like.
I ain't
They
saying
they
all the time. I'm just saying the guy was like,
they
like
push a nigga to want to beat their ass. All right, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You already the
No,
pussy.
I'm not saying that. It's some females out here that go ask for that ass whooping.
they
Don't
do.
get now.
you
Don't get
know
me
who I done
misunderstood.
took a
But
liking
not
to. I don't know if y'all know Sukiana. Sukiana.
Yeah, I heard of her.
Yeah, from Love and Hip Hop Miami. I done
Hmm.
took a liking to her and her little boyfriend Bill. But baby, they fight too much and shit. And she's a bit on the ghetto side, but she's funny as hell. The one be talking about I got good coochie.
Yeah.
Just be talking like
Uh,
just having a regular conversation, and she just let you know I got good coochie. I'm like, oh
yeah.
god.
And that's why you stand around. See, shit like that. That's what makes it hard out here for women. That's why I can't. I just cannot. No, it is not okay. It's not okay to put a lick upside my head. The last nigga that did that shit to me, he got put in violation mode. Okay?
But see,
I don't know how to act with shit like that. I'm sorry. I just don't know how to act with that.
that was a culture change. Okay, back in the day, you had Kels out singing. They was loving women. Niggas bumping old school tunes. You see what I'm saying?
And then the music
Exactly.
changed. And
And
then the music changed. Fuck
yes,
your mama. I'll meet your mama, bitch, on the side of the
uh,
road. Throw your
real
mama
music
out the
came.
window, bitch. I'll catch her with the blunt
Yep.
in my hand. That's
Yep.
what
Nah,
changed. That's
niggas
when it
just
came with
regulars and
that.
shit. Just
Then
Yes.
it went up. That's it.
You know,
Yeah, they
bitch,
talk
ain't
crazy
but a
to each
word to
other.
me was out. You know what I'm saying? And then you got Snoop Dogg. We see the same hoes. That's when you saw the culture change. You know what I'm saying? That was Biggie's. You see what I'm saying?
every
But
love,
Snoop
every
Dogg, but come
go.
on
We
now, guys.
see the
Snoop Dogg's been singing that. He
sun.
just like Too Short.
Dude, that's
Bitch,
what I'm saying.
Too
You
Short with all
look,
the cuss words.
Ice Cube and Too
But you
Short.
know
Bitch ain't
what?
nothing but a word to me. When that came out, you knew it was over with. It
No,
was
you
over.
know what the shit is now. That's
And Too
driving
Short the same age as
me.
R. Kelly. And he had more hoes than R. Kelly back
Oh,
then and called them hoes in their face.
No, the shit is driving me crazy. You got these married guys, and I'm trying to tell you, it was burning my veins. They referring to their wife. That's my bitch. And what? And I thought,
That's
and let me
because
tell you something.
that's because of the timing changed.
Well, I don't give a fuck about that because I thought like a few months ago, several months ago, I thought Jojo was on the verge of referring to me as his bitch. And I said, Jojo, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Let me tell you something. We over 50. If you refer to me as your bitch, I'm gonna have a real problem with that shit. Stop getting them ghetto molds and shit. I don't
No,
do all that.
he go in 25 zone mode. See, he back into
Yeah,
25
yeah.
now.
They be like, that's my bitch. I'm like,
That's my bitch. That's my bitch.
what? Yeah, my
Boy,
bitch.
eat that
And
word.
just talking like it just got my bitch. Like
You better call
what?
your mama and say that.
What?
Talking about that's
I'm
my
like,
bitch.
no.
we gonna you gonna
Some
get
girls
cussed
think
out.
that's cute. Though. He claiming me. He
Right.
claiming.
Yeah,
You're right. That's
that's
what
my
some
bitch.
of them. Some of them get on the screen and say, "I'm his bitch.
They sure
Yeah.
will.
I'm his bitch." Some of them get on there and say that and think that's the cutest. Baby, you are the weakest.
Yeah, you sound
You making my
crazy.
job harder and harder every day in life.
Yeah.
Look, 312. I done sat down. I can't.
I'm just talking, Sal. Like, you never know. I didn't sit out all the way in the corner in the back of my room, my damn room with my door closed, like I live with somebody. Uh-huh.
My toes for $40. I'm sorry, it's over with. Game over.
Baby, I'm talking about, and that's just the pedicure. We ain't even talking about
Thank
the mani with the no chip. baby. You better come with it.
Pitiful. They done
Y'all fresh.
Y'all talking all that code. I don't have no idea what y'all talking about.
Baby, we talking about
y'all fresh off
unapologetically seasoned. That's what we talking.
Y'all fresh off the holiday too.
What the fuck is y'all talking about? I don't understand that Chicago talk. What? Fresh off the holiday, someone had a chip in your toes. What are you talking about?
Oh goodness. Everybody got time to be playing these games with these booty poops. Everybody got time to be. If they ain't got the suitcase, we can't talk. Ain't no case. Beat
It's
it.
girls out here getting down for $40. Okay.
$40. No, they getting down for the 40, the Jordans, and the weed, the hair.
Yes.
They on their own. That's why you see them doing YouTube videos, trying to put the installments in, because all they got was the money to get the hair, and they didn't get the money for the labor. It's just ridiculous around here. It really is.
Man, I ain't doing nothing. You just go to the liquor store.
See what I'm saying? And they going for the drink too. They going for the drink and they going for the blunt. You get them a blunt, they rolling. You get them a bottle, they rolling. What?
And then guess what? You ain't got
the club ain't even interesting to me no more. Like, I be falling asleep. It's so embarrassing. Like, I be ready to just go home because I'm sick of all this jumping around, and the music is disgusting. It leads to a fight because everybody back into remember when stage. I'm just ready to go.
Well, I used to go to the clubs downtown. I go to all the bars though, especially on that night.
Now I go to parties, but just going to the club, just like yesterday, I went to my job party. I ran into a guy that be at everybody party. He walked in the door and I couldn't believe it. I could have just fell out. Like, dude, do you sleep? Bro, do you sleep? Like, he got right on the phone, calling his wife, telling his wife I'm in the club. Is she at work? Like, bro, when do you work? Yes, he in everybody club to pop a beer, a bottle for what? Do you sleep? Like, I don't go out. Last night was my first night out this year, and it's been within 6 or 7 months. The man goes, I'm talking about bars, just going to the bar just to be there. Yeah, and they're out there, and the younger generation is really took over now.
Yeah.
So they done took over the clubs. They done took over everything.
That's crazy. That's like that ghetto shit. They think that is just the cutest thing. I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
No, I have a heart attack. I see my child on that goddamn Instagram twerking and shit. I said, do not twerk.
I know. One time, nigga had the nerve talking about, I seen your daughter with her ass up. Nigga, you can't make me crack a frown up, no lynch or none of my blood vessels, because man, my baby ass ain't turned up nowhere. Nowhere. Don't even fringe me. Nowhere. You ain't seen my baby ass turned up.
Larry, what side of town was you staying on in Chicago? That's not where you had your all them old horror stories you like to tell. That's your Alabama story when you like to tell like you come straight off the slave ship. You ever heard them of depressing ass stories, Larry? Tell you like, God damn.
From a well-known stone set where the big heads was, okay? A well-known black pea stone set, and there was a lot of big heads over there with money. Yeah.
Well, I did live in Algar Garden one time in my life, and they did used to wait till the people go in the house before they start shooting. I could witness that.
Yeah, that's the old term.
Oh, that was courteous. We gonna wait till y'all go in the house before we start shooting.
They did. I say, yeah, they did. I stayed 753 East 131st in Corliss, and which is like right off the expressway, right off 130th. And I'm talking about you go into the zone and make one left and make one more left, and my house was right there. And like literally, me and my baby used to go in the house, and I'm talking about literally lock my door, and they finna let it ride. Like I never got caught out there, and it don't be right in my block because everybody had a block. It'd be block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4. One of them blocks is the worstest block. Well, I was lucky enough to stay where I had nosy neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
That's the wild
I had the senior
right
section.
there,
I stayed in the senior section. I had the neighbors across from me looking in the blinds and on the side of me. I had the next door neighbor watch my house. She watched my house so much, I put my child's father out. Thanks to her, he got put out. May she rest in peace, baby, because she told me some good shit. Told me, double back, act like you forgot something. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay, I'm going to double back and I'm going to pack this nigga shit. That's what I'm going to do.
Man,
And that's what the fuck I did. That's exactly what I did.
I was just in the guys the other day, like last week. I still, every time I go over there, I get a little chill down my back. I don't like going over there.
But you know what? I enjoy living. I enjoy where I lived at. Man, when I tell you everything, the block behind me, the nigga stayed the block behind me, one-stop shop. Police didn't know when to kick the door in. I'm talking about, I ain't lying. They had everything you needed, man. Everything. Everything. I used to walk over there in my house shoes so much my child father thought I was fucking the nigga. Every day, I'm talking about, man, I didn't have to do nothing. Well, get off work and come to the crib. The nigga had everything you wanted. One-stop shop. They was doing handing some bitch. They was selling clothes. They was selling bags of weed. They was selling beer. Had it all right there. Right there. What? Christmas time came and the kids was lovely. Police, I'm talking about, police didn't know when they was kicking the door in and what they was kicking in there for, because there was a whole lot of shit going on in there.
They hustling,
Like, man, we don't know, these niggas bootlegging liquor, they selling dope.
I'm talking about they had it all one house.
Girl,
Getting
they
the, I'm talking about doing the
selling
Watusi.
flowers and every goddamn thing out of there. God,
The kids, they got stuff for the kids. They got shit for the kids. They got shit for the ones that sit out on the corner need a beer. The nigga had it all.
That's how they used to be in the projects. They would tell you, go take your kids straight to school and come right back. Because they used to shoot across the buildings back in the day. But the guys used to tell you, you see what I'm saying? When you walk out, they'll let you know, like they shooting at 10 o'clock. Hurry up and get back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they had respect back in the days when there was stuff going on. It was organizations. Now they got these clubhouse ass goofy gang members then sit in the corner because they can't get in the house and made their own gang up and their own names up, and it's just everywhere. It was orchestrated organizations, and they had respect for people and their families. Like you mind your business. That's why I know I'm not into jumping in niggas' face. I didn't sit around too much of that. And I mind my business. You're not finna come and say I was into none of that shit. No, because I had a daddy that was all through the streets. And I ain't finna get in trouble, grown and all. I mind my goddamn business. I stay in my place. I could be right there. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
What is going on? Exactly. I don't know shit.
Damn right. And I had a nigga named, I had this guy had said that one day. We was out hanging out, and he was like, one thing I could say about Miss Trainer, she mind her motherfucking business, boy. She could be sitting right here in the midst of a fight, and she gonna mind her motherfucking business. And if I tell her it's time to move around, she get the fuck on. Ain't asking damn question. Hell no. Fuck out of here. I ain't sitting around and wait to see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna listen, follow directions. Get the fuck on. Time to go. Time to move around. Games. I mean, I done been in the midst of a dice game. I don't even know niggas on the roof. I got to get your ass out that motherfucking dice game crowd. Motherfuckers on the roof. Your ass is out of there. They ain't got no business sitting on top of your damn car with all that this. Okay, I'm bagging the fuck up out this crowd backwards in my motherfucking car. Excuse me.
Too said she is going backwards out the crowd, baby.
Backwards up out of it. Let me get up out the way. I was told to move. Okay,
this
I'm
ain't
gone.
my business.
No, I mind my business, baby. I mind my business. I ain't got no service for you.
Yeah. I'll come up. I don't know, baby. I'm getting
Go ask somebody else. I don't know what happened. Go ask somebody else.
Baby. I want him. Okay, I pulled up when you came up. I don't know nothing about it. Girl, that's how people get fucked up, being all in people's business.
Yeah, I mind my business, honey. I know how to do that. I follow the assignment.
Right. I ask that crystal ball before I do shit. Crystal ball, is this all right? I asked the crystal damn ball, baby. Baby, Kendra Lamar said, ask that crystal ball before you go fucking around.
You said, well, I make a move, let me know what's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, because baby.
One thing I can say about the South Side though, they streets is much, much bigger than our streets. Like they intersections, man, they are bigger, they're wider, like the expressways wider, you know, that area as far as the Dan Ryan and Bishop Ford, and it's much wider.
See, you know, always motherfucker from the west side want to throw an underhand comment. The streets wide, at least something better than something. At
No,
least
I
y'all
like
think
that.
right.
No, I stayed on the South Side. What you mean? I stayed on the South Side. I stayed in Allgate Garden for a couple years, and
No, I was just talking
my
shit.
child's family from that way. So you know, I was doing that back and forth from
I
on
was
the hundreds.
told that you have to stay downtown when you go to Chicago. That you, if you're gonna move to Chicago, you got to live downtown. Is that the way?
That's just a high quality suggestion.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
what that is. That's
But
just
you
a high
still
top
Man, you gotta go.
suggestion to
You either
go.
gotta go
You
downtown
know,
or out west.
you
yeah,
got
but
to
they
go
still
in the
got
South.
places
Like
down.
Angie, you can look up and see where it's good to live.
Yeah, but River North right now, you got to be careful. So you still got to know how to move downtown too. You just
Exactly, because they got you know, and all these cameras that they got down there, but somehow they managed to make the goddamn news. Soon as the weather get hot, niggas getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
What the like? What type of do y'all have like good malls? Like do y'all have like the Louis shop? Like
Hell
what?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
was
okay,
just saying
okay,
when we was
nice.
talking about the restaurant. When I said when Skylife was talking about the restaurant, we was talking about the restaurants, and I said like in Oak Brook, for instance, you want to go to Oak Brook or like the Rosemont Mall, for instance. Um,
Downtown,
First, Naperville have their own everything.
yeah.
Again,
Aurora,
Okay.
so that
it's
like that's
every-
not even a question for you because Naperville have their own everything. You got South Suburb got River Oaks Mall. They got
girl, that shit.
the Schaumburg.
Yeah, they ain't
What is
even.
that mall in Schaumburg? Uh,
You talking
what's the
about
name of it?
the
Huh?
outlet in Aurora? They got the.
Outlet in the yeah, you got the outlet in Aurora. You got Selective, but like I said, Naperville got their own everything.
Talking about Woodfield Mall.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Woodfield Mall. That's a nice mall too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Woodfield Mall. That's in Schaumburg. That's the one that Miss Ash should stayed at.
But don't forget now, Angie, FBG Duck got killed in the Gold Coast,
But
right
he posts his
in
location.
stores now.
Now wait a minute. Where is that? Is that a good area?
That's the most.
It
That's
was
the
a good
richest.
area until that became that got stamped on it.
The richest area in
What?
Yeah,
Chicago.
that's one of the richest areas in in the city of Chicago.
And
That's one of the
it
richest
looked. Well,
areas.
I gotta look at it again because it looked like he was coming out of corner store.
Mm-mm. Oh no.
No, he was coming out of a clothing store.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it's a little. I think it was in like a strip area though, wasn't it?
It was like it's
Where they had
stores.
a lot of
It's
stores.
like downtown. You know, stores.
Right, like on Michigan Avenue.
Yeah.
And then that's another thing. Downtown, Angie, if you do, downtown have what you're looking for on State Street, Michigan Avenue, the Louis stores, the Gucci stores, the da 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 stores, and the da 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 stores. Yeah, all
So,
downtown got that.
Water Tower
so it
Playroom.
wasn't. What
Yeah, you go in the water tower and just go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I used to
wasn't
work.
somebody?
I used to work in that Cheesecake Factory right there. Y'all remember Faygo Sweats right across the street?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's where I got my dress from, the water tower on Michigan Avenue.
Oh okay. Oh okay.
For my 50th, I went in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went in
I
there.
used to work at Disney Quest, ESPN Zone. I worked at both of them too.
Mm-hmm. They got plenty of places in there.
And Rosemont got their own town too. They family owned, son of a bitches.
Wow.
Yeah, they family owned, but they the Bears go to out with into they they got this I want to say it's like a stadium, where the Bears, sports teams go, the football teams go. They have functions there. Rosemont got they own everything too. They own malls, they own everything.
If you go north, like Wheeling, probably like 25 minutes from the city north, man, they got so much shit out there, cool shit to do. No police, no crime.
And that's another thing. That's their own town. They don't know half of the stuff that go on in Chicago. But this, they in Illinois, but they don't know half of the shit that go on. Some people work, some people live all the way in those suburbs. They work in Chicago, but they can't tell you shit that go on here because they live where they live.
Well, if you in Chicago, you be immune to a lot of shit. You leave for a minute, you have PTSD around this motherfucker, especially on the south side. Because I got a motto about Chicago: if it can happen, it will happen.
You better say it.
It will fucking happen. I didn't think that
Fucking
happen.
happen.
I
Yeah.
can pull up an article right now and tell you I was there. Me and my wife was there on 87th and Ashland at Mr. G's.
Hell yeah.
I was at Mr. G's and they had a concert in there. We had came from the movies and my little partners called me like, man, we having a concert, come through. But I knew why they wanted me to come through because I was going to buy some drinks. And we get in there and I get in there and see the niggas cross 87th Street in there, like 4 of them. So my girl had ran into one of her friends in there. So she wanted to go sit down at the table, this and that. I went and grabbed her arm, gave my man some money. I told her, I'm like, look, let's just go. Because I already seen who was all in there. And I was like, it's early, it's going to get bad. Somebody going to get shot. Man, before we made it to the house, and at the time, we was all the way out in Justice somewhere. It's like 7 people got killed. Like 7 people got shot, 9, a bunch of people got shot. It's on CNN to this day.
He's known for people getting killed up there. That's why they closed down.
But it's a lot of, but it's now in those suburbs, it's a lot of Hispanic clubs. Stuff like that is going on now in those type of clubs. They're not even black. It's not even the black generation, the black crowds about it no more. It's these Hispanic owned clubs having fights and shootouts and the gang banging and yeah.
Man,
that's what I be seeing in the news now. They having the same problem that West Side and South Side was having at these bars with these shootouts inside the park in the club, leading outside, getting shut down. A lot of them shut down now, but a lot of them open back up.
Man, them motherfucking Mexicans crazy. I got my homeboy, my co-defendant. This motherfucker got to go to the big and tall store. Meanwhile, the big and tall store is on 47 Ashland. Every time he go down there by himself, he in and out cool, come back with his clothes. Every time I go down there with him, we damn near get killed trying to get out of there, get in the car. Motherfucker, Mexicans will tear your ass up. That's 47 in Ashland.
Y'all remember when they had on the news, was it last year before last? On like the southwest side, the Mexicans was gang banging, pulling motherfuckers out at the lights, snatching them, busting their car windows. I'm talking about the heads had to come to a head and march and walk it out and squash it immediately. Like it was putting so many people in a danger zone for nothing.
Because you're talking about when they did the George Floyd riots.
Correct.
Yeah, the Mexicans started acting like they want to gang bang, and they went from
like,
there.
y'all ain't coming
They
over
were
here.
snatching people out at the car. They were snatching people out. I'm talking about, I better could go get my damn weed from the weed man, because he stayed over there in the area where them punks was gang banging at, snatching folks out at the damn light and shit. I said, this shit got to stop. You're going to have to meet me by the tracks or something, man. Ain't nobody finna be snatching me out of no motherfucking light.
I used to work over there too by the Mexicans by the county.
Oh man, they was horrible. And they low key, they still got problems because a lot of the young folks is dying.
Man, them Thundercats up there get on their motherfucking ass though. That's one thing I tell you about them little Chicago niggas. Them niggas between the age of 17 and 21. Ooh, boy, they'll get up with
you. I don't say nothing to them.
They'll get up with you anywhere.
I'm talking about my cousin lost her child's father like that with a nigga in the club. He beat the shit out of him. The nigga got mad and went and got a gun. Killed him.
I was trying to stay out of them. Even when I used to go downtown.
It's just sometimes you be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then people try you, because you're not with your same people, and that's what actually happened.
Yep, that's true. Once I got. The last time I lived up there, I lived there like 6 times, but the last time I lived up there, you can't go everywhere. You got to go where you go every week consistently. You can't be going places you don't go because this is because it's cool this week. It might not be cool next week. So I know it was Lamel's on Monday. Then I think it was somewhere like fucking 59th and Western, if I ain't mistaken, on Tuesday. It was a schedule. You had to go to these places because you go on another day just because it was popping this day. Shit. Motherfuckers know what neighborhood you from. You got to make it to the car. You might
That's literally how my car got shot up. I stopped and used the bathroom.
See, you got to make it to the car.
That's what I did. I made it to my car. I ran out the motherfucking club backwards. I said, oh, hell no. I see motherfuckers getting his ass stomped. Gucci glasses gone to the ground, everything. I ran out that son bitch backwards. I hit the button, started my car from the lot. My lights pop on. I fell in my car. One of the young guys said, Turner, what happened? I said, man, they just beat the fuck out this nigga in the club. Who? I said, Big Shorty, they beat the shit out of him. He on some drunk shit or whatever. I pull off and get to the E-way and said, shit, I got to pee. I ain't going to make it. And I stayed all the way in the suburbs. I wasn't going to make it. Knew I had to be at work at 7 o'clock. Fucking around. I double back around. What I double back around for? Run into the party over with now because they didn't cut it out. By now everybody wanted to meet up after the party. You know, people meet up in the area. But it was only like a few of them out there, not knowing this nigga then got away and got in his vehicle and went and got his shit. And he ducking because he know this what everybody come meet up at. Well, my car get caught first. Because I wasn't in the midst. Yeah, that's how my car, I get caught in it. I got caught in my car the same color as the car he was looking for. But at this time, he don't give a fuck who it is. Because his Gucci glasses gone. They done beat the shit out of him, embarrassed him in front of all his people. He don't give a fuck who gets these bullets. That's how, anybody could get it at this point.
See,
and as I'm pulling off, I'm like, all right, y'all, I'm out of here. I got to be at work in a few hours. I got to get all the way out to the suburbs.
See, I had a rule. You can ride with me, and I'm gonna buy all the drinks. But I ain't telling you when I'm leaving. You better be watching for when I go out the door, and I'm not staying till the club is over with. I ain't
that nigga shot one time, and the car ahead of me jetted off. Probably made it to the E-way for the next time he jetted off. I jetted off. But for some reason, when I jet off, that nigga said, pecker, 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 pecker. I said, well, Lord have mercy, roll me out of here.
In the car?
What? Angie, I was rolling. I let my seat down. That's why I said it. My daddy was on my shoulders. My daddy had my back. I'm talking about, man, I thank him so much. He had my back. I'm talking about Angie. When I say I'm pushing my seat down, I didn't slid under the dash. And I'm praying, Lord, get me up out of here. Get me up out of here, Jesus. That's all I promise. This is what I was saying. And when I hit the speed hump, because I hit the speed hump, I ran through the light. I ran all lights. I had to run to my friend's house. That was the closest house. I couldn't get on the expressway. As soon as I hit the speed bump, my windshield shattered in my back seat. Bullet holes in my back seat. But that right there led me to never fuck around with the groups of the parties and none of that shit. And you niggas stay the fuck off my car. This ain't no motherfucking couch. I mean what I say. I'm not, and I made them niggas pay me my money. Right. They paid me my motherfucking money. I went right back to the street and told them I want my motherfucking money, or I'm letting off license plates, addresses, and blocks and names and all. I run that money, or I'm running my mouth. I bet I got my motherfucking money.
Oh wow.
Goddamn right. And my brothers was already with their suitcases ready to roll. Don't get my motherfucking money because I didn't have shit to do with nothing. But my car got caught in the bullshit. I had nothing to do with nothing. I mean, I had to explain this. Just like I'm doing now, I had to explain this shit. I want my fucking money. Insurance had paid me my money back because I had to go to the glass shop at the soon as they wake up. I had to go to I had to meet them there to get my glass fixed and then go home and change clothes and then go to work. I had to let my boss know my situation. He let me in, gave me an hour. I went to work and cried my whole shift because my life was right before my eyes at that point.
Yeah.
I had to rush and still take care of my business, make it to work. All that. Yeah. And I promised myself from that point on, I don't fuck around with crowds no more. I don't fuck around with that kind of crowd. At least let me say that. And my car is the way it is to let them know, stay the fuck away from my car. Don't come ask me for no ride. Don't come lean on my shit. Don't do none of it. I mean what I say. And I say what I mean. Period. I don't have nothing to do with nothing. Because never one of you bastards gonna be able to answer what happened to me. Nobody. And that's how that went. So now everybody know why my car got shot up.
All right, 312. How long ago that's been?
That happened in my brother got killed in 16.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that was happening in 16. Because my brothers were so upset, was like they, that was still kind of fresh about my brother getting killed.
Yeah.
One of my brothers getting killed, and then that situation happened. I couldn't even go see my mom for like a couple of days because I was so ecstatic about what had happened. Because I didn't want my brothers to know what had happened or nothing, But then my guy made sure that it got ceased away. Like he made sure it disappeared. Everything got ceased and calmed down and all that. All I could get was an apology. That's all I could get.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't meant for me.
Right.
It wasn't meant for me. The guy had just, he let him know I had just spoke to her. Like I would have never do nothing like that for her. But had one of those hit me, that wouldn't have been enough. You see what I'm saying? It literally caused the meeting and everything. You would have thought I was in the game. It caused the meeting and everything because I was dead on it. I wasn't playing. I wasn't playing, baby. But yeah.
That's crazy.
So, and that stuff like that mistakenly happens for certain areas you might get caught in. That may happen. You know what I'm saying? But you learn. You have to learn from that. You don't keep going back to that same type of stuff.
No, you
try
don't.
to find you something better to hang out with. So Chicago ain't all bad like folks say it is.
Yeah, the news make it real bad. The news be
That's how they make their money though. That's how they make their money. Telling negative news, or sometimes they be lying. Like literally, they be lying. They tell what people tell them to say on whatever people the witness on the streets. They tell or sometimes the police tell them what to say. So,
didn't Tekashi 6ix9ine go there looking for what's his name? You know, I be talking about I'm in your neighborhood, what Chief Keef or somebody, some crazy shit.
Yeah, I couldn't follow that little creep.
Yeah,
he was a whole creep. I didn't understand him, and then to know that he became a little stool pigeon, like telling on people, like literally getting just. I didn't understand him. I couldn't. No, I couldn't hold. I couldn't keep up with that. Like he just did a whole lot. Like, who are you? Where you come from?
Yeah, his ass was weird.
Okay. Well, he was trending with, messing with the rappers and all of that stuff. He started trending from that stuff. I'm like, he's a weirdo. He's a creep.
And you know what? Ain't no way in the hell I would ever work around him, for him, or none of that. Because he got too many enemies in the street. He done started too much shit. And he don't understand him. Even though he's not with that group no more. The shit they did when they were together, talking all that shit.
People ain't forgot.
People and all that shit. People remember that shit.
Yeah, they ain't forgot. They ain't forgot. That's another thing that's happening. That's another thing. And then Jeff and Skylife could vouch for this. When they tore the projects down and place people, people start scattering everywhere. From one neighborhood, everybody was in the same neighborhoods. So if you did have conflict,
me that one day. I think Skylife was telling me that one day.
If it is a conflict somewhere, they all live on, they right up under each other now. So,
because they sent them, you gotta understand that when you in the projects, you in the protection of the building. Now streets with everybody else. And your mama don't know not to move on the street with the GDs, and your son is a stone. You see what I'm saying?
Mama just trying to find a place to stay.
Yeah.
So you gotta go. You gotta be like, Ma, can't you better move, or the guy gotta go somewhere else because he can't stay
Right.
on the block.
Right. But when they tore them buildings down and they start placing people, the incomes, the low incomes, they got to place you somewhere. But if you got your own certificate or whatever, you can go wherever you want to go.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's why, you can go wherever you want to go. You don't have to go where they place you. But if they place you, that's because you're in the low income, which is based on them alone,
Mm-hmm.
But if you got, people have opportunities, but
That's when Chicago really went up though. When they tore the buildings down, sent them people to the hood, they had to learn how to live amongst the, you know what I'm saying? The
They
rest
had to get adjusted to, the individual of the, how the housing goes. And, because them high rises, they had garbage chutes. But,
But they have
living on the
protection.
grounds, you're responsible for your own garbage.
Yeah, and you have protection from your building. But now you
Yeah.
can't up in the building. You gotta
You got to protect yourself under your own circumference, within your own circumference. You are responsible for everything. But it's also to cope. You have to be, cope you with, the rest of the world, so that you won't be stuck in just this part of the society. You get cope with everything. You'll be cope with everything. You'll understand it. Get a better fun. That's what I think it's supposed to do with some people. But some people are confined. That's the only mentality that they have is that, project mentality.
Yeah.
But see, a lot of people, that's what people understand. These drill rappers is from the projects. And they got to the hood when the projects got towed down. That's what people gotta understand. Old Block, 63rd, all these guys is from Ida B. Wells, the Stateway buildings. You see what I'm saying? And then they wind up on the blocks. But once again, they still gang affiliated. So if you wind up on the block with the wrong gang, baby, you in trouble.
Yeah, and then and they open up this little blue app. And see, this little blue app helped them solve the cases that they want to solve and need to solve. And I'm going to say that again. This blue app helped them solve the cases that they want to solve and they need to solve.
Oh, wow. What kind of app? What kind of fucking app is that?
Facebook.
Oh.
That blue app.
Oh, that's what y'all call it?
It's the blue. It is blue.
I know, but I didn't know y'all called it that. Cause Twitter blue too.
Yeah, but I mean, just period. Like social media, period, is open to, this is how they help them with what they need and what they want.
But it's
however which way they want to take it. That's what they do. Like one of the Skylight, remember that boy son got killed 4th of July. I remember this so clear, and that's probably because I'm following him on IG. But remember the little boy that got killed in the midst of they was doing the fireworks, and the little boy wasn't even standing by his daddy; he was standing by another woman. But the bullets it grazed the woman, but it hit the son and killed the son. But the rivalry, the story came out a month later or two about what it was really about. It was over a car. Anyway, the little boy is no longer here. He sued the shit out the city. He got his own ninja clothing. The boy loved Ninja Turtles. The man got a clothing line, a store. He a business owner. I mean, he healed through his son. He did start doing positive things with the rest of his kids. But what did the police do when this happened? They started investigating him. Instead of finding out who did this to his baby, who killed his baby, because his baby wasn't even standing by his daddy. He was standing by another adult.
God.
They started investigating him.
Look, when they in Chicago, it's well known. If you're a gang member and you get killed, they not investigating that. You see what I'm saying? They gonna take
if you getting killed or you're a target, it was not a factor to. This is why God blessed him. because how they came in, the intentions that they had with him was all the way wrong, and it was foul to the utmost extent. They immediately got on the news, having press conferences, dragging this man's background, talk about what he fighting and what cases he fighting. What that got to do with who killed his son?
They don't give a damn. You know how that go.
But they did give a damn.
It's sad.
But they eventually did, because he was a man with integrity and he stood on it. He stood on it. Man, I didn't see the man sitting on the bench. We done been down there breaking at the rally. I didn't see the man sitting on the bench on Columbus Drive, chilling in one of his little green ninja toys, because that's what they is. All his cars was green because it symbolized Ninja Turtle from his son. The meaning of it. That's why the cars was green. But yeah, he got the little clothing store for his kids. They make shirts and sell little items with Ninja Turtle, and his son got the biggest doggone tombstone, the Ninja Turtle things all around the thing. Oh yeah. Guess who, in honor of the city? Superintendent McCarthy. Thanks to him. That he's no longer with us, of course, but yeah, I mean, he's no longer in the city of Chicago. He's in Dallas, Texas, I think. Police officer. But yeah, like they get what they want off the internet, and what they need through these apps. But can't find the next shooter that didn't kill this girl sitting at the bus stop, or sitting at the light, or on this L, or they can't find the shooter for that. That's the part that's sad here. And it makes you think, and why they never had nobody in custody. So. Everybody going to sleep.
I think I'm about to get out of here so I can give me some shut eye. I'm
right. I will. Oh, me too, y'all, baby, because I was gone right there, baby.
Y'all was in there, out of there.
Yes, honey, my mouth was open, baby. Like, what the hell? What was I going to say?
Y'all know this is my honor to be right. But all right, ladies, and I see he gone. Jeffski out of there. Jeff fell asleep.
Yeah, he up there. So
Yeah.
I sure appreciate y'all. Again, this
all right, Miss Walker.
Conversation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming on up, sharing, honey, sharing, y'all. And that's what I want. That's one of my biggest things I wanted to do about my channel, just come up and share our stories and stuff like that,
Yeah. Yeah, I like stuff like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, baby. I got some stories for my days.
Yes, honey. Because, girl, we had a good time when it was me, you, and Miss Denise.
Denise
on that laugh. I laughed so hard at that damn laugh. Girl, Miss Denise asking us the questions. I was like, child, this is the 50+ goddamn question and answering session. Hey, Courtney Love. Yes, but I sure appreciate y'all always. Everybody in the chat, y'all questions. Y'all always keep it lit and entertaining. So,
in the chitty chat.
Yeah, to the
all
next
right,
time.
y'all.
All right,
I enjoy my stay.
channel. This is how we chill over here on our channel. So
until next time.
Till the next time. Peace and love and be safe.
All right. Peace and joy.
Thank y'all. And Jeff says good night, honey.
Right, because he did have them. He said he had some twos and fews. So yeah.
I don't know what that mean, girl. Y'all with that slang. I don't know that twos and girl, I've been said that shit and I got hit in my head. Been said the wrong shit. What I mean?
Yeah, Jeff. He said he had him a couple of shots, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he had him something. I knew he had a little something tonight. I said,
Yeah,
oh, he had a little something tonight, baby.
he done had him a few tools and pews. That's a couple of shots. He
Girl.
must have had a few too many, but he did say he had to get up. So,
Yeah. Well,
but
all
all
right,
right, Miss
y'all.
Ann. All
All
right,
right. Thank y'all. Bye,
you're
chat. Y'all have
welcome.
a good morning. All right. Peace out, y'all. Bye bye.
All right.